ครับสืบเนื่องจากที่ประชุมสมัชชาสหประชาชาติสมัยสามัญองค์การสหประชาชาติในคราวประชุมครั้งที่ 54 เมื่อเดือนธันวาคม พศ 2542 กำหนดให้วันวิสาขบูชาเป็นวันสำคัญสากลของสหประชาชาติและกำหนดให้มีการจัดกิจกรรมในวันดังกล่าวณสำนักงานใหญ่และสำนักงานสาขาในเดือนพฤษภาคมของทุกปีประเทศไทยโดยคณะสงฆ์รัฐบาลและประชาชนจึงได้จัดกิจกรรมเพื่อเฉลิมฉลองในวันดังกล่าวนี้นะครับมาตลอดทุกปีตั้งแต่ครั้งที่1จนถึงครั้งนี้ไม่ได้ขาดเลยนะครับตั้งแต่ระดับชาติและก็ระดับนานาชาติโดยมีคณะกรรมการจัดงานได้ประชุมกันเมื่อวันที่12กันยายนตามที่ทางสหประชาชาติได้กำหนดแล้วก็ทางคณะกรรมการได้ประชุมกันนะครับณมหาวิทยาลัยมหาจุฬาลงกรณราชวิทยาลัยและก็เห็นพ้องต้องกันให้จัดสมาคมมีการจัดตั้งสมาคมสภาสากลวันวิสาขบูชาโลกหรือ ICDW ขึ้นเพื่อที่จะดำเนินการจัดงานเฉลิมฉลองวันวิสาขบูชาตั้งแต่ครั้งที่1จนถึงกระทั่งครั้งที่17เป็นเวลา17ปีแล้วครับ
Due to the General Assembly of the United Nations, the United Nations at its 54th meeting in December 1999 designated the day of Vesak as the United Nations Day of Vesak and scheduled the celebration on the UN Day of Vesak at the head office of the branch office in May every year. In Thailand, by the Sangha and the government and the people have consecutively organized the activities to celebrate the United Nations Days of Vesak every year from that year. Until now, both at the national and local levels as well as internationally. At the international level, the International Organizing Committees or IOC met on the 12th of September 2008 atฬาลงกรณราชว University and have the resolution to set up the International Council of the United Nations Day of Vesak to carry out the celebration of the unity and efficiency.
ครับซึ่งการจัดงานเราจัด3วันนะครับวันที่11ได้จัดไปโดยมีมหาวิทยาลัยมหามกุฏราชวิทยาลัยเป็นเจ้าภาพซึ่งได้จัดงานสัมมนานานาชาติในหัวข้อพุทธวิธีรักษาสุขภาพจิตกายและสังคมในสถานการณ์โรคระบาดและก็วันที่12เมื่อวานนี้นะครับทางมหาวิทยาลัยมหาจุฬาลงกรณราชวิทยาลัยได้จัดงานเฉลิมฉลองวันวิสาขบูชาที่มหาวิทยาลัยมหาจุฬาลงกรณราชวิทยาลัยเฮดคอร์เตอร์ที่วังน้อยในหัวข้อหลักปฏิบัติทางพระพุทธศาสนาเพื่อสันติภาพและความสามัคคีในยามเกิดความขัดแย้งนะครับ
Yes, so on the 11th of May 2022, we hold an international seminar on Buddhist methods for mental, physical, and social healing in an epidemic situation, which is organized by Mahamongkut Buddhist University. On the 12th of May, which is yesterday, we organized an international seminars on compassion in terms of crisis, Buddhist practice in healing global community, organized byฬาลงกรณราชวิทยาลัย University in the form of online meeting via Zoom.
และในวันที่11-12ยังมีการประชุมเวิร์กช็อปในเรื่องของการแปลพระไตรปิฎกเป็นภาษาอังกฤษที่วัดประยุรวงศาวาสวรวิหารด้วยครับ
Yes, and on the 11th and the 12th of May, there was also a workshop on the Tripitaka translating at วัดประยุรวงศาวาสวัน
นี้คือวันที่13เป็นการมารวมกันที่ศูนย์ประชุมแห่งสหประชาชาติถนนราชดำเนินแห่งนี้เพื่อเฉลิมฉลองวิสาขบูชาครั้งที่17โดยมีผู้นำจาก85ประเทศมีผู้เข้าร่วมงานทั้งออนไซต์และออนไลน์ จำนวน 3,000 รูปคนในวันนี้ครับ
Yes, so today on the 13th of May, we have gathered together to celebrate the 17th of Vesak Day together at the UNCC Hall today, together with the other 3,000 participants this year.
ครับก่อนที่เราจะได้ประกอบพิธีเปิดงานเพื่อความเป็นสิริมงคลแก่การเฉลิมฉลองวันวิสาขบูชาครั้งที่ 17 ขอกราบอาราธนาพระเดชพระคุณซึ่งเป็นตัวแทนจำนวน 5 รูปได้ขึ้นเจริญพระพุทธมนต์หรือสวดพระพุทธมนต์เพื่อสันติภาพครับขอกราบอาราธนาครับ
Next, may I take this auspicious opportunity to invite venerables on the stage to lead the congregation to pay respect to the triple gems and chant for world peace together, please.
นิมนต์ทั้ง5นิมนต์ครับตัวแทนครับพระคุณเจ้าได้สวดพระพุทธมนต์หรือเจริญพระพุทธมนต์นะครับในเบื้องต้นเพื่อเป็นสิริมงคลก่อนที่พิธีการเปิดอย่างเป็นทางการโดยมีพระเดชพระคุณศาสตราจารย์ดร.พระพรหมบัณฑิตอุปนายกสภามหาวิทยาลัยประธานสภาสากลวิสาขบูชาและก็ประธานสมาคมพระพุทธศาสนานานาชาติและที่สำคัญคือท่านเป็นกรรมการมหาเถรสมาคมจะได้เดินทางมาเป็นประธานเปิดงานในครั้งนี้ตามลำดับโปรแกรมที่ได้กำหนดไว้นะครับ
Yes, so for now we will invite the representative venerables to come up on the stage and lead the congregation to pay respect to the triple gems and chant for world peace before we start to open the ceremony by the most venerable Professor Dr. Prabhama Pandit. อันนี้พระคุณเจ้านำโดยพระเดชพระคุณพระพรหมวชิรโมลีรองอธิการบดีมหาวิทยาลัยมหาจุฬาลงกรณราชวิทยาลัยวิเขตสุรินทร์นะครับนำเจริญพระพุทธมนต์นะครับ
นะโมตัสสะภะคะวะโตอะระหะโตสัมมาสัมพุทธัสสะนะโมตัสสะภะคะวะโตอะระหะโตสัมมาสัมพุทธัสสะนะโมตัสสะภะคะวะโตอะระหะโตสัมมาสัมพุทธัสสะอิติปิโสภะคะวะอะระหังสัมมาสัมพุทโธวิชชาจารณะสัมปันโนสุขโตโลกวิทูอนุตตรปุริสธรรมสารถิสัทธะเทวมนุษย์สังโฆโตภะคะวะติสวากาโตภะคะวะตาธัมโมสันติติโกอาคาลิโกเอหิปัสสิโกโอปนัยโกปัจจันตังเวทิตาโพเวญโยติสุปฏิปันโนภะคะ วะโตภะคะสังโฆอุชุปฏิปันโนภะคะวะโตสาวกสังโฆยะปฏิปันโนภะคะวะโตสาวกสังโฆสามีจิปฏิปันโนภะคะวะโตสาวกสังโฆอิทังจัตตาริปุริสยุคานิปุริสปุคคลาเอสัพพะคะวะโตสาวกสังโฆอาหุนายโยนภาหุนายโยนทักขินายโยเจลิกรณิโยอนุวัตรังปุญญาเขตังโลกัสสติภาอุมสหัสสมปิเนมิรัสสาวุทันตังเปรมเมกลังอุจิตโกนัสเสนามารังสานาทิธรรมวิตินาจิตวามุนินโตตันเตชะสาภวตุเตชยมังคารานิมาราติเรกมปิโยจิตสาภราติงโกรัมปนารวกมากมตาตยังขังกันเทสุทันทวิตินาจิตวามุนินโทนันเตยะสาภวตุเตชยมังคลานินาราคิริงกัจจวรังอติมันทัมโพตังกาวันกิจากรรมสเนวสุธารุนันตังเนตัมบุเสกวิทินาชิตวามุนินโทตันเตยะสาภวตุเตชยมังคลานิทุกิตกังธรรมติหัตถสุธารุนันตังทวันติโยชนะปะทังกุริมารวันทังเกติปิสังกตมโนชิตวามุนินโทตันเตยะสาภวตุเตชยมังคลานิกวานกาธมุตรังอิวะคาปินิยาญายะโทตวจนังจนกายยมันเชสันเตนะโสมวิธินาจิตวามุนินโตตันเตยะสาภวตุเตชยมังคลานิสัจจังเวหายมติสัญญกวาทะเกตุงวาทาปิโรปิตมนังอติอันตโพตังปัญญาปเทปจริโตชิตวามุนินโตตันเตนะสาภวตุเตชยมังคลานินันโตมนันตปุจขังเวปุตตังมเหเตมปุตเตนะเถระปุจเกนะธรรมาปยันโตเยตุปเทสวิตินาชิตวามุนินโทตันเตยะสาภวตุเตชยมังคลานิตุกาหติติปุจเกนะสุทาสหัตังรัมมังวิสุทธิจุติเมติปการนิทานังญาณกเตนะวิตินาชิตวามุนินโทตันเตยะสาภวตุเตชยมังคลานิเอตามิพุทธชยมังคระอัตถาทายโยวาจโนทินาทิเนสรเตมัทันเดียอิตวานเนกวิวิธานิจุปันตวานิโมขังสุขังอธิกรรมยนโรสัพพัญโยภวตุสัพพมังคลังราคันตุสัพพเทวตาสัพพพุทธานุภาเวนัสสดาโสติภวันตุเตภวตุสัพพมังคลังราคันตุสัพพเทวตาสัพพธรรมานุภา นัสสทธาสุติภวันตุเตภวตุสัพพมังคลังรักขันตุสัพพเทวตาสัพพสังฆานุภาเวนัสสทธาสุติภวันตุเต
ครับขอกราบขอบพระคุณพระคุณเจ้าซึ่งมีพระเดชพระคุณพระพรหมวชิรโมลีเป็นต้นที่เป็นประธานในการนำเจริญพระพุทธมนต์เพื่อความเป็นสิริมงคลก่อนที่เราจะได้ประกอบพิธีเปิดงานกิจกรรมเฉลิมฉลองวันวิสาขบูชาวันสำคัญสากลของโลกครั้งที่ 17 ที่ศูนย์ประชุมสหประชาชาติถนนราชดำเนินกรุงเทพมหานครในวันนี้ครับ
Thank you very much, Most Venerable, for leading the congregation to pay respect to the Triple Gems before the opening ceremony of the 17th United Nations Days of Vesak today.
ครับในห้องประชุมแห่งนี้ขณะนี้มีพระเดชพระคุณศาสตราจารย์ดร.พระธรรมวัชรบัณฑิตอธิการบดีมหาวิทยาลัยมหาจุฬาลงกรณราชวิทยาลัย
In this room, we have the Most Venerable Professor Dr. Pratham Vachra Bandit, Director of Mahajula-Longkorn Rajvidyalaya University.
และพระเดชพระคุณดร.พระเทพวัชรเมธีอธิการบดีมหาวิทยาลัยมหามกุฏราชวิทยาลัย
And the Rector of Mahamongkut Buddhist University.
ครับขณะนี้พวกเรากำลังรอท่านประธานคือพระเดชพระคุณพระพรหมบัณฑิตซึ่งท่านจะเดินทางมาในที่ประชุมแห่งนี้เพื่อที่จะได้เป็นประธานในการประกอบพิธีเปิดงานกิจกรรมเฉลิมฉลองวิสาขบูชานานาชาติครั้งที่ 17 ในเรื่องกรุณาธรรมในยามวิกฤตหลักปฏิบัติทางพระพุทธศาสนาเพื่อเยียวยาสังคมโลกซึ่งพวกเราจะได้ร่วมกันในการเฉลิมฉลองเพื่อประโยชน์สุขของสังคมโลกร่วมกันในวันนี้ครับ
Right now we are waiting for the Venerable Professor Dr. Prathama Bandit to present here to open the ceremony for today, which is the 17th United Nations Days of Vesak celebration under the theme of compassion in times of crisis, Buddhist practice in healing global community.
ขอกราบนมัสการพระคุณเจ้าและทุกท่านที่กำลังรับชมทางซูมและเข้าร่วมงานอยู่ประมาณ 3,000 ท่านรวมทั้งที่กำลังชมผ่านทาง MCU TV อยู่ในขณะนี้ครับ
We would like to greet all of the participants who are watching online, which has approximately 3,000 people today.
ไม่เฉพาะในประเทศไทยเท่านั้นนะครับทั่วโลกที่รับชมการเฉลิมฉลองวันวิสาขบูชาวันสำคัญสากลของโลกถ้าในภาวะปกติแล้วเราจะมีผู้ที่เข้ามาร่วมงานโดยปกติแล้วออนไซต์คือณสถานที่แห่งนี้เป็นจำนวนหลายพันครับท่านอาจารย์ดร.ณัฐพานครับ
We have a Buddhist fellow Buddhist practitioners from all around the world who join the online meeting and normally when we gather together here at the United Nations there are a lot of people the years before this
yes. ครับแต่ถึงอย่างไรก็แล้วแต่นะครับปีนี้แม้ว่าสถานการณ์จะไม่ปกติอยู่ภายใต้การแพร่ระบาดของโควิด -19 พวกเราเองโดยการนำของท่านประธานคณะกรรมการจัดงานซึ่งท่านเป็นประธานสภาสากลวันวิสาขบูชาโลกคือพระเดชพระคุณศาสตราจารย์ดร.พระพรหมบัณฑิตก็ดำริเริ่มในการที่จะจัดงานนี้ขึ้นมาโดยเฉพาะปีนี้เรามีธีมที่สำคัญเรื่องของการแปลพระไตรปิฎกจากภาษาไทยเป็นภาษาอังกฤษนะครับซึ่งก็ได้ทำเวิร์กช็อปกันเมื่อวันที่ 11 และวันที่ 12 ที่วัดประยุรวงศาวาสวรวิหารครับ
Yes so we normally celebrate the Vesak celebration every year under the leadership of the President of International Council of United Nations, Day of Vesak, the Most Venerable Professor Dr. Prapama Bandit. And on the 11th and on the 12th of May, we also hold a workshop for the Pitaka translating. And today we will also have a meeting with the committee who has contributed to the translation of the Pitaka today in the afternoon session.
ขณะนี้พระเดชพระคุณศาสตราจารย์ดร.พระพรหมบัณฑิตพร้อมกับท่านรองนายกรัฐมนตรีวิษณุเครืองามก็ได้เดินทางเข้ามาในห้องประชุมแห่งนี้แล้วครับ
Currently, Most Venerable Professor Dr. Prapama Bandit, a member of Sangha Supreme Council, Vice President of Mahajula Longkorn Rajvidyalaya University, President of International Council of United Nations Days of Vesak, and the President of the International Association of Buddhist University, is here with us now, together with His Excellency Visanu Krengam.
ครับขอกราบอาราธนาและนิมนต์ทุกท่านได้นั่งลงครับกราบนมัสการพระเดชพระคุณกราบนมัสการพระเดชพระคุณศาสตราจารย์ดร.พระพรหมบัณฑิตกรรมการมหาเถรสมาคมอุปนายกสภามหาวิทยาลัยมหาจุฬาลงกรณราชวิทยาลัยประธานสภาสากลวันวิสาขบูชาวันสำคัญสากลของโลกและประธานสมาคมมหาวิทยาลัยพระพุทธศาสนานานาชาติประมุขผู้นำศาสนานักวิชาการนักปราชญ์ผู้บริหารคณาจารย์เจ้าหน้าที่นิสิตและนักศึกษาฝ่ายบรรพชิตมหาวิทยาลัยมหาจุฬาลงกรณราชวิทยาลัยและมหาวิทยาลัยมหามกุฏราชวิทยาลัยและกราบเรียนท่านรองนายกรัฐมนตรีวิษณุเครืองามประมุขผู้นำพระพุทธศาสนานักวิชาการนักปราชญ์ผู้บริหารคณาจารย์เจ้าหน้าที่นิสิตและนักศึกษาฝ่ายคฤหัสถ์มหาวิทยาลัยมหาจุฬาลงกรณราชวิทยาลัยและมหาวิทยาลัยมหามกุฏราชวิทยาลัยกับผมผู้ช่วยศาสตราจารย์ดร.เมธาพันธ์โพธิธีรโรจน์ผู้ช่วยที่การบดีฝ่ายประชาสัมพันธ์มหาวิทยาลัยมหาจุฬาลงกรณราชวิทยาลัยขออนุญาตได้ทำหน้าที่เป็นพิธีกรคู่กับท่านดร.ณัฐพางค์โพภัยจิตในวันนี้ครับ
Respected Most Venerable Professor Dr. Prapama Bandit, a member of Sangha Supreme Council, Vice President of Mahajula Longkorn Rajvidyalaya University, President of International Council of United Nations Day of Vesak, and President of International Association of Buddhist Universities, Buddhist leaders, academic scholars, monks, administrators, lecturers, all participants here. We all welcome you to the Vesak Celebration 2022. I am Dr. Nanapang Popejit, Director of Master of Arts in Peace Study Programs of International Buddhist Study College of Mahajula Longkorn Rajvidyalaya University, together with Associate Professor Dr. Methapan Pothi Thirarod, Assistant Rector for Public Relations of MCU. We are very honored to be the MCs for today's great event.
ครับต่อจากนี้เราจะเข้าสู่พิธีการเปิดกิจกรรมวิสาขบูชานานาชาติครั้งที่ 17 ณ ศูนย์ประชุมแห่งสหประชาชาติถนนราชดำเนินนอกแห่งนี้นะครับลำดับแรกขอกราบอาราธนาพระเดชพระคุณศาสตราจารย์ดร.พระพรหมบัณฑิตในฐานะที่เป็นประธานฝ่ายสงฆ์ในวันนี้ได้เมตตากล่าวต้อนรับและเป็นผู้ดำเนินการนิมนต์และก็เชิญแขก VIP ได้อ่านสารและก็ได้เชิญท่านรองนายกรัฐมนตรีวิษณุเครืองามได้ปาฐกถาในช่วงเช้านี้ครับ
So may I take this opportunity to respectfully invite the most venerable Professor Dr. Prapama Bandit to kindly deliver a welcome speech to all participants and also invite all the VIP guests to give a speech for the participants for today. Please, Venerable.
Your Holiness, Your Excellencies, respected members of the Sangha and friends in the Dhamma. As President of the International Council for the Day of Vesak, ICDV, President of International Association of Buddhist Universities, IABU, a member of the Supreme Sangha Council, chair of the Thai Tripitaka Translation Project. I am very pleased to welcome you all to this 17th International Celebration of the Vesak Day here on site for the local participants at the UN Conference Center in Bangkok. This celebration is jointly organized byฬาลงกรณราชวิทยาลัย University MCU มหามกุฏ Buddhist University MBU National Office of Buddhism and Department of Religious Affairs Ministry of Culture. On behalf of the Thai government, which we are fortunate today to have Excellency Dr. Visanu Krungam, Deputy Prime Minister of Thailand, in capacity of Acting Prime Minister of Thailand, because right now our Prime Minister is paying a visit to New York for the ASEAN Summit with USA. So, Dr. Visanu Krungam, representing the Thai government, to welcome and giving opening speech this morning. And on behalf of the UNSCAP here, the Executive Secretary of the UNSCAP assigned, Mr. Mit Che, to welcome us and to introduce the speech by the General Secretary of the UN and speech by Executive Secretary of the UNSCAP. As you know, we are able to come here to celebrate in this UNSCAP office because of the 1999 resolution made by the General Assembly of the United Nations. The Assembly adopted a resolution to the effect that the day of Vesak, which falls on the full moon day in the month of May, be celebrated at UN headquarters in New York and its branch offices around the world. It's fortunate for Thailand to have the office of the UNSCAP located in our country, serving more than 50 countries in Asia-Pacific countries, seem to be the biggest office of UN in Asia. So, because of that advantage, Thailand has been a host of UN celebration here in Thailand for the last, 17 years, except for 3 times that the celebration moved to Vietnam and once to Sri Lanka. Because of our continuous activity that we have been together and work together, the Economic and Social Council of the United Nations, or ECOSOC, granted special consultative status to our organization, of which I am the president. The name of organization is International Council for the Day of Vesak, ICDV. So ICDV, in capacity of consultative organization to ECOSOC, work closely with the world body. In every year of celebration, we choose the theme relevant to the UN policies especially SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals. Out of 17 goals of SDG, 2 of the goals we selected as the main theme for this year. One is about health, the other is peace and solidarity, peace and justice. That's why this year's celebration, you will see the main theme of our celebration is related to these 2 issues. The main theme is compassion in times of crisis, Buddhist practices in healing global community. So in the morning session, we will listen to the keynote speech by Most Venerable Bhikkhu Bodhi. He will present the video keynote speech. In the afternoon, there will be 2 panel discussions related to our main theme. The first panel discussion in the afternoon will be about pandemic, the problem of health, how the Buddhists contribute to solving this crisis. We will hear from our experts in the afternoon. Please join us. Followed by the second panel discussion on peace and solidarity, because we have to voice our concern for the conflict happening here and there in the world. Besides these 2 panel discussions, side by side in the afternoon, we have a workshop on a separate room. The topic of workshop is on translation and terminology consistency. It is about the Tripitaka translation project. This project is proposed by the Supreme Sangha Council of Thailand and approved and supported by the government of Thailand to translate, to invite international scholars to work together to translate Tripitaka or Buddhist scripture from Pali in Sayamaratha edition into English, 45 volumes altogether into English, to be accessible by general readers, practitioners, and scholars alike. We hope that this project will be a great tribute to our His Majesty King Mhavaฬาลงกรณ์ on the occasion of his coronation and proclamation of himself as the royal patron of Buddhism. Friends, we will begin our morning session by presenting the message from the UN Secretary General and Executive Secretary of UNSCAP. So I would like to invite Mr. Miss Se, Chief of the Communication and Knowledge Management Section of UNSCAP, on behalf of the staff office, to introduce and present us the message. Hope that all of us on site here, I have to say that for those who are joining online, it is a procedure of the UNSCAP here that the capacity of this room, this conference room, can except only 25% of the participant, 25% capacity. So that's why you have to sit scattering here and there, not be able to welcome international scholars to this room. This, anyway, policy is relaxing this year, which is different from the last 2 years, which is not here. This place is not allowed for international meeting like this. So this is a matter of joy and happiness. Indeed, I'm thankful to the UNESCO for allowing us to come to this significant meeting in the historic, in the symbolic place of our unity, the UN body here. So that's why first we'd like to begin our program by inviting the host to read the message of the UN Secretary General, or to deliver or to introduce whatever, and followed by the message by the Executive Secretary of the UNESCO. Please, Ms. Seth, to take the floor.
The Most Venerable Professor Dr. Brahmapudi, Excellency Deputy Prime Minister and Acting Prime Minister Wisnu Kranam, distinguished guests, it is indeed my honor to welcome you all to today's celebration of United Nations Vesak Day. And as the Most Venerable Professor mentioned, we are very, very pleased and indeed joyful to be able to welcome you all here to us, with us today in person. Although not at quite the numbers as in previous years, but we are pleased that you all can join us here in person and bring the usual color to the UN Conference Center. It's been close to 3 years since we've been able to meet in person, and we are very, very happy to be able to host the celebration today yet once again. And I hope that you enjoy being able to also see your fellow brethren and commune with each other. So without any further ado, it is actually my pleasure now to introduce the video messages by both the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres and the Executive Secretary of ESCAP, Ms. Armida Alice Chabana. Thank you very much.
Most Venerable Professor Dr. Brahmapudi, President of the International Council for Day of Vesak and the International Association of Buddhist Universities, Excellencies, and distinguished participants. I have the honor to convey a message from the United Nations Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, on the 17th United Nations Day of Vesak commemoration as follows, and I quote, "I send my warmest wishes to all celebrating the Day of Vesak. For millions of Buddhists around the world, May's full moon represents a sacred occasion honoring the birth, enlightenment, and passing of Lord Buddha. This year, Vesak arrives at a moment of multiplying crises, from an unequal recovery from COVID-19 to the punishing effects of climate change, to conflicts, divisions, violence. Each crisis reminds us of how far we have fallen away from Lord Buddha's timeless teachings. This Vesak, let us seize this moment of spiritual renewal and honor Buddha's wisdom by coming together as one in solidarity and shaping a better, more peaceful world for all people." End of quote. Excellencies and distinguished participants, as the Secretary General conveyed in his message above, we need to renew our efforts, drawing greater inspiration from the wisdom and teachings of the Buddha. Lord Buddha taught us the fundamental equality of all people in the world. He also taught us the true value of love, sympathy, giving, generosity, tolerance, resilience, and mutual respect. They are the cornerstone of the future we want, of shared and sustainable prosperity. These core values of Buddha can be enshrined in our efforts to realize the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, to eradicate extreme poverty and hunger, to educate, to empower, to protect, to share, and to cooperate. We need to enforce these values every day. We need to take a more enlightened approach by strengthening cooperation and solidarity, pursuing greater inclusion and sustainability as pillars of the future development pathway. Specifically, the virtues of compassion, loving, kindness, and mutual respect, among others, can be reinforced in our policy making in a post-pandemic era, ensuring greater and fairer support to those who are in vulnerable situations, those who are less privileged in societies, and those who are in desperate need. On this special day of Vesak, as inspired in the United Nations Secretary General's message, let us celebrate with a new commitment to show more compassion and work together in unity to pursue shared prosperity, peace, and dignity for all. Thank you very much.
Next, I would like to invite Dr. Visnu Krungam, Deputy Prime Minister of Thailand, in capacity of Acting Prime Minister, to deliver his welcoming speech, opening speech. Dr. Visnu Krungam served as Deputy Prime Minister in the fourth term. That is for many years in this capacity. He graduated in law from Thammasat University and MA and PhD, that is in University of California, Berkeley. And he has given advice on legal matter to the Thai kingdom for many years. Above all, he is a pious Buddhist, giving support to the cause of Buddhism. Even the project of translation of the Tipitaka is fully supported personally by him, and he will maybe touch upon this matter in this opening speech. May I invite Excellency Dr. Visnu Krungam to deliver a welcoming speech. Please take the floor.
ขอกราบนมัสการพระเดชพระคุณท่านเจ้าคุณพระพรหมบัณฑิตในฐานะประธานบริหารสภาซึ่งจัดงานวันวิสาขบูชาโลกขอกราบนมัสการท่านอธิการบดีมหาวิทยาลัยมหาจุฬาลงกรณราชวิทยาลัยและท่านอธิการบดีมหาวิทยาลัยมหามกุฏราชวิทยาลัยซึ่งเป็นมหาวิทยาลัยสงฆ์สำคัญ2 แห่งของประเทศไทยขอกราบนมัสการพระเถรานุเถระและพระคุณเจ้าทุกรูปเรียนพนักท่านและท่านผู้มีเกียรติทั้งหลายในนามของนายกรัฐมนตรีและรัฐบาลแห่งราชอาณาจักรไทยขอขอบพระคุณสภาสากลวันวิสาขบูชาโลกซึ่งมีฐานะเป็นที่ปรึกษาพิเศษของคณะมนตรีเศรษฐกิจและสังคมแห่งสหประชาชาติที่สามารถจัดงานวันวิสาขบูชาโลกขึ้นได้สำเร็จอีกครั้งหนึ่งอันนับเป็นครั้งที่17 และขอต้อนรับตลอดจนขอบพระคุณพระคุณเจ้าและท่านผู้มีเกียรติทั้งหลายที่เข้าร่วมประชุมไม่ว่าจะโดยทางออนไลน์หรือออนไซต์ก็ตามการที่วันวิสาขบูชาซึ่งครั้งหนึ่งมีความหมายเพียงแค่สำหรับชาวพุทธว่าเป็นวันที่ตรงกับวันประสูติตรัสรู้และปรินิพพานของพระสัมมาสัมพุทธเจ้าหรือที่ในบางประเทศให้ความสำคัญในฐานะที่เป็นวันตรงกับวันตรัสรู้เท่านั้นด้วยซ้ำไปได้รับการยกระดับขึ้นสู่การเป็นวันสำคัญสากลของโลกก็เนื่องด้วยสมัชชาแห่งสหประชาชาติได้มีมติในการประชุมเมื่อเดือนธันวาคมคศ1999หรือพุทธศักราช2542คือเมื่อ23ปีที่แล้วสมัชชาแห่งสหประชาชาติประกอบด้วยผู้ที่นับถือและไม่ได้นับถือพุทธศาสนาแต่มีเจตจำนงเห็นพ้องต้องกันให้วันวิสาขบูชาเป็นวันสำคัญสากลของโลกได้ซึ่งหมายความว่าสามารถจัดกิจกรรมได้ทั่วโลกและแม้แต่ที่อาคารทำการหรือสำนักงานใหญ่ของสหประชาชาติที่กรุงนิวยอร์กประเทศสหรัฐอเมริกาข้อนี้ต้องถือเป็นเรื่องน่ายินดีและเป็นความภาคภูมิใจของชาวพุทธคำถามมีว่าสหประชาชาติเห็นคุณค่าอะไรในพระพุทธศาสนาจึงได้ยอมประกาศยกย่องให้วันคล้ายวันประสูติตรัสรู้และปรินิพพานของศาสดาองค์หนึ่งในศาสนาหนึ่งเป็นวันสำคัญสากลของโลกคำตอบก็คือเพราะเหตุว่าได้พิจารณาเห็นหลักธรรมคำสอนในพระพุทธศาสนาแล้วเล็งเห็นว่าบางหลักธรรมคำสอนส่งเสริมการมีมนุษยธรรมส่งเสริมการเคารพยึดมั่นในหลักสิทธิมนุษยชนส่งเสริมการอยู่ร่วมกันโดยสันติไม่เบียดเบียนไม่ทำร้ายซึ่งกันและกันอันจะเป็นวิถีทางนำไปสู่จุดหมายปลายทางคือสันติภาพซึ่งเรื่องนี้ตรงกับอุดมการณ์และหลักการของสหประชาชาตินี่คือคำตอบหลักธรรมคำสอนหนึ่งในจำนวนหลายหลักการของพระพุทธศาสนาที่นำไปสู่สันติภาพนำไปสู่ความมีมนุษยธรรมนำไปสู่การเคารพยึดมั่นในหลักสิทธิมนุษยชนนำไปสู่การอยู่ร่วมกันอย่างสันติและนำไปสู่การไม่เบียดเบียนทำร้ายซึ่งกันและกันก็คือหลักว่าด้วยความกรุณาหรือ compassion ความกรุณาเป็นหนึ่งในหลักธรรมสำคัญ4 ข้อที่พระพุทธเจ้าได้ทรงแสดงไว้เมื่อ 2,600 ปีที่แล้วหลักธรรมนั้นมีชื่อว่าพรหมวิหาร 4 หมายความถึงธรรมะอันเป็นที่ตั้งแห่งความประเสริฐเลิศยิ่ง4ประการอย่าลืมว่าในขณะที่พระพุทธเจ้าทรงดำรงพระชนชีพอยู่นั้นชมพูทวีปหรือประเทศอินเดียอยู่ภายใต้ศาสนาพราหมณ์หรือที่เป็นศาสนาฮินดูในเวลาต่อมาและคตินิยมของพราหมณ์นั้นได้ยกย่องพระพรหมว่าเป็นเทพเจ้าสูงสุดพระพรหมของศาสนาพราหมณ์มี4 พรรคหรือ4 หน้าเพื่อที่จะได้สอดส่องมองเหตุการณ์ทั้งหลายในโลกได้อย่างรอบด้านและทั่วถึงพระพุทธเจ้าได้ทรงเผยแพร่หลักธรรมคำสอนว่าด้วยพรหมวิหารคือหมายความถึงถ้ามนุษย์ยึดมั่นในหลักธรรมคำสอน4ประการเหมือนกับพระพักตร์ทั้ง4ด้านของพรหมแล้วมนุษย์ก็สามารถเป็นพรหมได้คือสามารถเป็นผู้ประเสริฐเลิศยิ่งได้4ด้านนั้นคือความมีเมตตาความกรุณามุทิตาและอุเบกขาในจำนวน4ด้านความเมตตาและความกรุณาเป็นพี่น้องฝาแฝดกันเมตตาหมายถึงความปรารถนาให้ผู้อื่นมีความสุขกรุณาหมายถึงความปรารถนาให้ผู้อื่นพ้นทุกข์และความปรารถนานี้ต้องเป็นความปรารถนาที่บริสุทธิ์ใจไม่คิดและหวังสิ่งตอบแทนในบรรดาหลักธรรมทั้ง4ของพรหมวิหารนี้ความกรุณาเป็นสิ่งที่มนุษย์ในยุคปัจจุบันขาดแคลนและต้องการมากที่สุดเพื่อที่จะได้ใช้แก้ปัญหาวิกฤตต่างๆที่มีมาในโลกในปัจจุบันนี้ได้พระพุทธเจ้าได้ทรงมีพระมหากรุณาอันยิ่งใหญ่ให้เห็นเป็นลำดับแรกด้วยตัวพระองค์เองการที่พระองค์ตรัสรู้พระอนุตตรสัมมาสัมโพธิญาณในวันวิสาขบูชาแล้วไม่ได้ทรงเก็บความรู้ที่ทรงค้นพบเอาไว้หากแต่ทรงเสียสละในการเดินทางรอนแรมไปเหนือลงใต้ไปตะวันตกไปตะวันออกจนเกือบหมดชมพูทวีปหรือประเทศอินเดียด้วยความยากลำบากตลอดระยะเวลา45 ปีนั้นนับเป็นความกรุณาอย่างมหาศาลในการที่จะเผยแผ่หลักธรรมคำสอนที่ทรงพบให้มนุษย์ได้ทราบได้เข้าใจได้ปฏิบัติตามและได้พ้นทุกข์ด้วยเหตุนี้พระพุทธศาสนาทั้ง3 นิกายใหญ่คือเถรวาทมหายานและวัชรยานจึงให้ความสำคัญกับพระราชคุณธรรมเรื่องความกรุณาเป็นสำคัญดังที่เมื่อเราจะสรรเสริญพระพุทธเจ้าเราได้ยกย่องว่าพระองค์มีพระคุณอันยิ่งใหญ่3 ประการคือพระปัญญาคุณพระบริสุทธิคุณและพระมหากรุณาคุณพระปัญญาคุณและพระบริสุทธิคุณเป็นเรื่องของพระพุทธเจ้าแต่พระมหากรุณาคุณเป็นความสัมพันธ์ที่พระพุทธเจ้ามีต่อมนุษย์หรือสัตว์โลกทั้งปวงไม่ว่าจะเป็นสัตว์พืชต้นไม้หรือมนุษย์ ไม่ว่ามนุษย์นั้นจะเป็นทาสเป็นกรรมกรเป็นชายเป็นหญิงเป็นเด็กเป็นผู้ใหญ่เป็นพ่อค้าเป็นผู้ปกครองหรือเป็นพระราชามหากษัตริย์ตลอดจนกระทั่งถึงเป็นเทวดาบทสรรเสริญพระพุทธเจ้าที่เราสวดกันจึงได้ยกย่องว่าทรงเป็นสัทธาเทวมนุษสานังทรงเป็นครูเป็นศาสดาเป็นผู้สอนของเทวดาและมนุษย์ทั้งหลายในฝ่ายเถรวาทพระสงฆ์สวดมนต์ในตอนเช้าเป็นประจำทุกวันบทสวดมนต์ตอนหนึ่งมีว่าพุทโธสุสุทโธกรุณามหันนโกพระพุทธเจ้าทรงไว้ซึ่งความกรุณาอันยิ่งใหญ่กว้างขวางไม่มีขอบเขตจำกัดดุจมหาสาครหรือแม้แต่ในบทสวดชัยปริตซึ่งพระสงฆ์ท่านใช้สวดเป็นบทสุดท้ายในงานมงคลทั้งหลายก็เริ่มต้นด้วยว่ามหากรุณิโกนาโถหิตายสัพพปานีนังพระพุทธเจ้าทรงเป็นที่พึ่งของสัตว์โลกทรงไว้ซึ่งพระมหากรุณาอันยิ่งใหญ่นี่คือสิ่งที่ชาวพุทธควรตระหนักประจักษ์และประพฤติปฏิบัติตามรอยแห่งพระมหากรุณาคุณเพื่อจะได้นำมาใช้ให้บังเกิดประโยชน์แก่ตนเองแก่เพื่อนมนุษย์แก่สังคมความกรุณาในที่นี้แม้แต่ในพุทธศาสนาฝ่ายมหายานก็ถือเป็นเรื่องสำคัญและไม่ได้สำคัญเฉพาะสำหรับพระพุทธเจ้าเท่านั้นแม้แต่ผู้ที่เป็นพระโพธิสัตว์ความกรุณาก็เป็นคุณลักษณะสำคัญของพระโพธิสัตว์และเป็นเส้นทางที่จะเดินไปสู่การตรัสรู้เป็นพระพุทธเจ้าในอนาคตดังเห็นตัวอย่างได้จากพระอวโลกิเตศวรและพระมหาโพธิสัตว์กวนยินในประเทศไทยเรามีสำนวนเรียกว่าคนที่มีน้ำใจเมตตากรุณาช่วยเหลือเพื่อนมนุษย์สงเคราะห์คนอื่นโดยไม่เห็นแก่ความเหนื่อยยากหรือสิ่งตอบแทนว่าเป็นดุจพระโพธิสัตว์เหมือนกับที่คนไทยพร้อมใจกันคิดโดยไม่ได้นัดหมายว่าเมื่อกล่าวถึงพระบาทสมเด็จพระเจ้าอยู่หัวรัชกาลที่9ที่ได้เสด็จสวรรคตไปเมื่อ7 ปีที่ผ่านมาเมื่อได้เห็นว่าทรงบำเพ็ญพระราชกรณียกิจมากมายอย่างเหนื่อยยากด้วยความกรุณาต่อพระสงฆ์นิกรหรือประชาชนของพระองค์หรือแม้แต่ชาวโลกก็ได้มีคำพูดติดปากกันทั่วไปว่าถ้าแม้พระองค์จะไม่ใช่พระโพธิสัตว์พระองค์ก็ประพฤติปฏิบัติดุจพระโพธิสัตว์นั่นก็เพราะความกรุณาในทัศนะของนักปราชญ์หลายคนซึ่งผมเห็นด้วยความกรุณาของพระพุทธเจ้ามี2 มิติมิติที่1คือมิติหรือระดับอริยสัจ4ความกรุณาที่จะสอนและนำให้มนุษย์ทั้งหลายหลุดพ้นจากความทุกข์ความทุกข์อันเกิดจากการเกิดการแก่การเจ็บการตายความโศกเศร้าพิไรรำพันความพัดพรากจากสิ่งที่รักนั่นก็คือความทุกข์ในขันธ์5และสิ่งที่พระองค์ได้เพียรพยายามสอนเผยแพร่ตลอดระยะเวลา45 ปีก็คือการให้มนุษย์หลุดพ้นจากการเวียนว่ายตายเกิดในสังสารวัฏด้วยแห่งพระมหากรุณาธิคุณนี้เอง แต่พระพุทธเจ้ายังทรงไว้ซึ่งพระมหากรุณาคุณในมิติที่สองอีกด้วยคือมิติแห่งความเป็นมนุษย์หรือ human ซึ่งไม่ใช่เป็นเรื่องมหัศจรรย์อิทธิฤทธิปาฏิหาริย์หรือความยากลำบากในการค้นพบมาตรการใดๆแต่เป็นการปฏิบัติอย่างที่มนุษย์จะพึงปฏิบัติด้วยกันเหมือนกับที่ท่านมหาตมะคันธีบอกว่ามนุษย์เราทั้งผองเป็นพี่น้องกันพระพุทธเจ้าได้ทรงไว้ซึ่งพระมหากรุณาธิคุณอย่างนี้คือการสงเคราะห์ช่วยเหลือมนุษย์ทั่วไปโดยไม่เลือกหน้าไม่ว่าจะเป็นสัตว์เป็นพืชเป็นต้นไม้และเป็นมนุษย์ฐานะใดก็ตามจนกระทั่งถึงเป็นเทวดาสิ่งที่พระองค์ทรงพระกรุณาสอนและแนะนำนี้เอามาใช้ในชีวิตประจำวันเพื่อแก้ปัญหาและเยียวยาวิกฤตที่เกิดขึ้นได้อย่างประเสริฐคนที่จะเป็นชาวพุทธคงจะเคยได้ยินและจดจำได้ดีว่าหนึ่งในหลักธรรมคำสอนหลายข้อพระพุทธเจ้าได้ทรงสอนว่าเนกาสีลพเตสุขขังคนเรากินอิ่มเพียงคนเดียวไม่เป็นสุขหรอกนั่นแปลว่าทรงมุ่งหวังที่จะให้มนุษย์แบ่งปันคนที่มีต้องแบ่งให้คนที่ไม่มีคนที่ได้กินต้องมีการแบ่งให้คนที่ไม่ได้กินนี่คือการสงเคราะห์หรือที่ทรงสอนว่าชิคฉาปรมาโรคาความหิวเป็นโรคอย่างยิ่งเมื่อเป็นเช่นนี้ก็เป็นหน้าที่ของมนุษย์จะช่วยเพื่อนมนุษย์ด้วยกันให้หลุดพ้นจากความหิวโหยหรือฮังเกอร์ซึ่งกลายเป็นวิกฤตหนึ่งของโลกอยู่ในขณะนี้คนที่เป็นชาวพุทธคงจะเคยได้ยินสิ่งที่มีมาในคีลานวัตถุกถาและน่าจะเป็นแบบอย่างสำคัญที่ไม่ควรลืมครั้งหนึ่งพระพุทธเจ้าได้เสด็จไปในที่แห่งหนึ่งพร้อมกับพระอานนท์ได้ทอดพระเนตรเห็นพระภิกษุชราอาพาธนอนอยู่กลางกองปัสสาวะอุจจาระเป็นที่สกปรกน่าเวทนาพระพุทธเจ้าตรัสถามว่าภิกษุท่านเป็นอะไรภิกษุชรานั้นทูลว่าข้าพระองค์เป็นโรคท้องร่วงแล้วเหตุใดจึงไม่มีใครมาช่วยเหลือเธอก็คงเป็นเพราะเหตุว่าข้าพระองค์ก็ไม่เคยช่วยเหลือใครพระพุทธเจ้าตรัสว่าถ้าอย่างนั้นเราจะช่วยเหลือเธอแล้วทรงชวนพระอานนท์เข้าไปใกล้พระพุทธเจ้าทรงประคองในส่วนที่เป็นศีรษะตรัสให้พระอานนท์ประคองในส่วนที่เป็นเท้าแล้วยกร่างภิกษุชรานั้นขึ้นวางบนที่ราบตักน้ำมาชำระล้างจนสะอาดหลังจากนั้นได้ทรงเรียกประชุมสงฆ์ตรัสเล่าเรื่องภิกษุชราอาพาธนั้นแล้วรับสั่งถามว่าเหตุใดพระภิกษุทั้งหลายที่เดินไปเดินมาก็ได้เห็นสภาพนี้จึงไม่มีแก่ใจที่จะช่วยภิกษุที่อาพาธหมู่พระภิกษุทูลว่าก็เพราะว่าภิกษุชราอาพาธนั้นก็ไม่ได้เคยช่วยอะไรพวกเราพระพุทธเจ้าตรัสว่าภิกษุนั้นโดยปกติก็ไม่มีบิดามารดาหรือญาติมาคอยดูแลพยาบาลจึงเป็นหน้าที่ของภิกษุทั้งหลายซึ่งอยู่ร่วมสังคมเดียวกัน ที่จะต้องให้ความช่วยเหลือซึ่งกันและกันผู้ใดปรารถนาที่จะพยาบาลสงเคราะห์หรือช่วยเหลือเราในอนาคตจงสงเคราะห์พยาบาลและช่วยเหลือภิกษุที่อาพาธนั้นเถิดนี่คือความกรุณาที่เป็นแบบอย่างสำคัญยังมีอีกหลายเรื่องซึ่งเป็นที่รับรู้และจับใจอยู่ที่เราทั้งหลายจะนำมาประยุกต์ใช้ในชีวิตของเราในท่ามกลางวิกฤตได้เพียงใดโลกในปัจจุบันนี้กำลังอยู่หรือประสบกับวิกฤตที่สำคัญ6ประการ6ประการนี้ผมไม่ได้พูดขึ้นเองแต่เป็นสิ่งที่สหประชาชาติได้ระบุไว้เมื่อ 6-7 ปีมาแล้วโดยบอกว่าเป็นวิกฤตร้ายแรงหรือสำคัญนับตั้งแต่สงครามโลกครั้งที่2ยุติเป็นต้นมาวิกฤตประการที่1ก็คือวิกฤตอันเกิดจากความแปรปรวนแห่งดินฟ้าอากาศหรือที่เรียกว่า climate change ซึ่งทำให้เกิดฝนฟ้าไม่ตกต้องตามฤดูกาลน้ำท่วมภัยแล้งดังที่เป็นสภาวะเกิดอยู่ในหลายประเทศในขณะนี้และนำความทุกข์ความยากความลำบากมาให้แก่ประชาชนในประเทศเหล่านั้นวิกฤตประการที่2คือวิกฤตที่เกิดจากการที่โลกในทุกวันนี้เป็นโลกแห่งสังคมผู้สูงอายุหรือ Aging Society ด้วยวิทยาการหลายประการคนทุกวันนี้อายุยืนขึ้นสุขภาพดีขึ้นยูกยาดีขึ้นเมื่อมีอายุยืนมากขึ้นสิ่งที่ตามมาก็คือลูกหลานซึ่งเป็นคนหนุ่มสาวและเด็กเขาต้องออกไปทำมาหากินจึงต้องให้พ่อแม่ปู่ย่าตายายที่อายุยืน70 80 90 ปีอยู่อย่างเดียวดายทำให้เกิดความว้าเหวทำให้เกิดความว้าวุ่นใจทำให้เกิดความเปล่าเปลี่ยวเดียวดายและบางครั้งก็คือการไร้ที่พึ่งซึ่งสหประชาชาติเรียกร้องให้มนุษย์มีความกรุณาเข้าไปช่วยเหลือสงเคราะห์ตามสมควรวิกฤตประการที่3คือวิกฤตที่เกิดจากความหิวโหยขาดแคลนอาหารดังที่ปรากฏอยู่ในทวีปแอฟริกาในขณะนี้วิกฤตประการที่4คือวิกฤตซึ่งเกิดจากการก่อการร้ายและการต่อสู้ terrorism and fighting ดังที่ปรากฏอยู่เกือบทุกมุมโลกในขณะนี้วิกฤตประการที่5คือวิกฤตอันเกิดจากเทคโนโลยีเราต้องยอมรับว่าโลกทุกวันนี้เจริญขึ้นก้าวหน้าขึ้นมีเทคโนโลยีต่างๆมากขึ้นที่คนเมื่อหลาย10 ปีก่อนไม่เคยรู้จักวันนี้เรามี AI Artificial Intellectual หรือปัญญาประดิษฐ์ที่เอามาใช้แทนมนุษย์ได้วันนี้เรามีดิจิทัลเทคโนโลยีวันนี้เรามีสังคมสื่อสารโซเชียลออนไลน์เหมือนกับที่วันนี้เราสามารถนั่งประชุมวันวิสาขบูชาโลกพร้อมกันได้ทั่วโลกโดยไม่ต้องเดินทางมายังกรุงเทพมหานครเทคโนโลยีทำให้มนุษย์ประดิษฐ์คิดค้นอะไรได้หลายอย่างจะนำไปใช้ในทางสร้างสรรค์ก็ได้แต่ก็อาจจะนำไปในทางทำลายได้โซเชียลออนไลน์ อำนวยความสะดวกแก่มนุษย์มากแต่ถ้าโซเชียลออนไลน์ถูกนำไปใช้ในทางกล่าวร้ายว่าร้ายหรือข้อความเท็จที่เรียกว่า fake news หรือ hate speech แล้วถือว่าเป็นการประทุษร้ายที่สำคัญและยากแก่การเยียวยาเพราะมันไปได้เร็วเพียง1 หรือ 2 นาทีก็ไปได้ทั่วโลกแม้กระทั่งการประดิษฐ์คิดค้นอาวุธยุทโธปกรณ์ทั้งหลายถ้านำไปใช้ในทางทำลายก็จะทรงไว้ซึ่งประสิทธิภาพที่รุนแรงยิ่งกว่าระเบิดปรมาณูที่ทิ้งลงที่นครนางาซากิหรือฮิโรชิมาหลายเท่าเทคโนโลยีทำให้เกิดอาวุธเคมีสงครามเชื้อโรคสิ่งเหล่านี้เป็นวิกฤตที่เรากำลังเผชิญและเสี่ยงอยู่ทั่วกันประการสุดท้ายคือข้อ 6วิกฤตสำคัญที่ไม่มีใครปฏิเสธได้เลยทั้งที่สหประชาชาติได้ระบุไว้เมื่อ 6-7 ปีที่แล้วก็คือวิกฤตอันเกิดจากโรคระบาดครั้งนั้นสหประชาชาติใช้คำในภาษาอังกฤษเพียงแค่ว่า endemic ซึ่งเป็นโรคระบาดชนิดประจำถิ่นแต่วันนี้โควิด -19 ระบาดไปทั่วโลกยกระดับขึ้นจาก endemic เป็น pandemic คือเป็นโรคระบาดสากลการที่เราทั้งหลายมานั่งอยู่ณที่นี้ในตึกสหประชาชาติกรุงเทพมหานครต้องเว้นระยะห่างพบกันก็ไม่สามารถที่จะสัมผัสมือได้เห็นคนรักก็ไม่สามารถจะกอดตบหลังรูปไหล่ได้อย่างเดิมหลายคนจะมาประชุมก็ไม่สามารถจะเดินทางมาได้ต้องนั่งประชุมออนไลน์อยู่ที่บ้านเมืองของตนมาได้ก็ต้องสวมหน้ากากเป็นเพราะอะไรก็เป็นเพราะโรคระบาดโควิด -19 ไม่ใช่หรือและนี่ก็เป็นวิกฤตอีกชนิดหนึ่งของโลกลำพังโควิด -19 ก็เป็นวิกฤตที่รุนแรงอยู่แล้วแต่สิ่งที่ติดตามมาจากโควิด -19 ก็คือผลกระทบในทางเศรษฐกิจสังคมชีวิตตลอดจนการเมืองการปกครองหลายคนต้องทิ้งการทำมาหากินและอาชีพเพราะไม่อาจจะทำมาหากินได้ต่อไปสายการบินต้องหยุดบินเพราะไม่มีผู้โดยสารนักบินต้องตกงานผู้คนไม่สามารถเดินทางไปมาหาสู่ได้ปกติสุขเหมือนเมื่อก่อนนี่คือผลกระทบที่ตามมาและยังจะตามไปอีกยาวนานวิกฤตทั้ง6ประการนี้คงจะแก้ไขได้ด้วยอาศัยกฎหมายด้วยอาศัยข้อตกลงระหว่างประเทศด้วยอาศัยวิทยาศาสตร์ด้วยอาศัยการประดิษฐ์คิดค้นนวัตกรรมใหม่ๆแต่สิ่งหนึ่งที่สามารถนำมาใช้ได้อย่างดีก็คือคุณธรรมในปรางพระพุทธศาสนาว่าด้วยความกรุณาความกรุณาทำให้เกิดการช่วยเหลือสงเคราะห์สงสารเห็นอกเห็นใจกันไม่ว่าจะสามารถทำด้วยการให้ทรัพย์สินสิ่งของที่เรียกว่าอามิสทานให้ความรู้ให้ธรรมะเพื่อปลุกปลอบใจให้ฮึกเหิมต่อสู้ไม่ท้อถอยที่เรียกว่าธรรมทานหรือให้อภัย ที่เรียกว่าให้อภัยทานจนแม้ไม่มีสิ่งใดจะให้ความกรุณาก็เรียกร้องให้มนุษย์รู้จักพูดจาที่ไพเราะพูดจาด้วยความจริงพูดจาให้กำลังใจพูดจาส่งเสริมคนอื่นให้เข้มแข็งมีพลังที่จะต่อสู้ได้สิ่งเหล่านี้เป็นคุณธรรมที่สามารถดึงจากหลักธรรมคำสอนของพระพุทธศาสนามาใช้ได้ในยามวิกฤตนี้เป็นอย่างดีในประเทศไทยนั้นเราไม่มีกฎหมายประกาศให้พุทธศาสนาเป็นศาสนาประจำชาติแต่สำหรับคนไทยยอมรับโดยปราศจากความสงสัยว่าพุทธศาสนาเป็นศาสนาประจำชาติโดยพฤตินัยเพราะเป็นที่รู้จักยอมรับนับถือของคนหมู่มากมาเป็นเวลานานหลายร้อยปีแล้วรัฐธรรมนูญแห่งราชอาณาจักรไทยได้บัญญัติให้รัฐต้องคุ้มครองพุทธศาสนาและศาสนาอื่นแต่ในส่วนของพุทธศาสนาด้วยเหตุที่ประเทศไทยเป็นฝ่ายเทรวาสรัฐธรรมนูญจึงสนับสนุนให้มีการนำหลักธรรมของพุทธศาสนาฝ่ายเทรวาสมาใช้ให้เป็นประโยชน์ในชีวิตประจำวันเพื่อพัฒนามนุษย์และพัฒนาสังคมตรงนี้คือโจทย์หรือการบ้านที่รัฐบาลจะต้องทำรัฐบาลในที่นี้คือทั้งฝ่ายนิติบัญญัติฝ่ายบริหารและฝ่ายตุลาการสิ่งที่น่ายินดีและน่าแปลกใจก็คือในเวลาที่ผ่านมาประชาชนเองสามารถทำภารกิจนี้ได้อย่างดีอาจจะดีกว่าที่รัฐทำเสียอีกโดยไม่มีใครชักชวนขอร้องหรือบังคับเพราะความกรุณาเป็นคุณธรรมประจำชาติไทยมาช้านานแล้วเอาแค่ยกตัวอย่างสถานการณ์โควิด -19 โควิด -19 ซึ่งระบาดรุนแรงเมื่อปี2 ปีที่ผ่านมาในขณะที่ผู้คนเจ็บป่วยหรือล้มตายทั่วโลกแม้ในประเทศไทยก็ไม่เว้นสิ่งที่ปรากฏขึ้นก็คือการที่คนไทยช่วยเหลือคนไทยซึ่งกันและกันโดยไม่รู้จักกันมีการตั้งตู้ปันสุขคำว่าตู้ปันสุขก็คือตู้ที่ใช้แบ่งปันความสุข sharing of happiness ขึ้นเกือบจะทุกถิ่นฐานบ้านช่องทุกเมืองทุกจังหวัดเป็นตู้ที่ประชาชนนำมาติดตั้งแล้วประชาชนคนใดมีสิ่งของข้าวของอย่างใดอาหารจนแม้แต่เสื้อผ้าเอามาใส่ทิ้งไว้ในตู้นี้แล้วใครที่ขาดแคลนและต้องการก็มาเปิดตู้หยิบไปได้โดยไม่มีคนเฝ้าตู้และไม่มีการเสียเงินนี่คือความกรุณาแม้แต่พระภิกษุสงฆ์เองก็ได้เข้ามามีบทบาทเป็นอย่างดีวัดหลายวัดถูกดัดแปลงเป็นโรงพยาบาลสนามเพราะโรงพยาบาลของรัฐไม่เพียงพอและไม่มีเตียงพอสำหรับผู้ป่วยติดเชื้อโควิดวัดหลายวัดตั้งโรงทานปรุงอาหารเลี้ยงประชาชนที่ยากจนยากไร้ขาดแคลนต้องการหิวโหยและไม่รู้จะหาอาหารที่ไหนมารับประทาน เมื่อมีการล้มตายพระหลายวัดสวมชุด PPE สีขาวทับจีวรสีเหลืองของท่านจนดูไม่รู้ว่าเป็นพระต่างช่วยกันแบกศพแบกโลงศพขึ้นไปบนเมนเพื่อฌาปนกิจหรือเผาโดยไม่รังเกียจจนเมื่อท่านถอดชุด PP ออกจึงได้เห็นจีวรอยู่ข้างในและรู้ว่าท่านเป็นพระสภาพอย่างนี้เห็นได้ทั่วไปในประเทศไทยโดยที่รัฐไม่ได้ร้องขอนี่ยังไม่ได้กล่าวถึงในกรณีอื่นที่ไม่ใช่เรื่องของโควิด -19 พระหลายแห่งตั้งสถานที่ดูแลคนป่วยโรคที่น่ารังเกียจเช่นโรคเรื้อนหรือโรคเอดส์ซึ่งสังคมบางส่วนอาจจะเพิกเฉยหรือเมินหนีสิ่งที่รัฐจะปฏิบัติต่อไปก็คือช่วยเหลือส่งเสริมให้มีการทำสิ่งเหล่านี้ให้กว้างขวางแพร่หลายขึ้นด้วยความสนับสนุนของคณะสงฆ์และประชาชนผมมีความเชื่อเต็มเปี่ยมว่าด้วยอำนาจแห่งพรหมวิหาร4เมตตากรุณามุทิตาอุเบกขาจะสามารถช่วยเยียวยาวิกฤตที่เกิดขึ้นไม่ว่าข้อใดใน6ข้อก็ตามในขณะนี้ได้จึงเป็นสิ่งที่ชาวพุทธทั้งหลายและแม้แต่ชาวโลกทั้งหลายจะใช้หลักการุญยธรรมหรือความกรุณาให้เป็นประโยชน์ความกรุณานั้นสามารถใช้เป็นอำนาจละมุนหรือ soft power ได้เป็นอย่างดีในการที่จะเผยแพร่ให้ประเทศอื่นคนอื่นหรือผู้นับถือศาสนาอื่นได้ประจักษ์ว่าในพระพุทธศาสนานั้นยังมีสิ่งที่มีค่าอยู่และสิ่งที่มีค่านี้คือสิ่งที่สหประชาชาติเรียกร้องและต้องการขอให้พระพุทธศาสนาจงเจริญยั่งยืนสถาพรตราบกาลนานเพื่อที่จะได้รักษาคุณธรรมที่ดีนี้ไว้คู่กับโลกต่อไปพุทธศาสนังจีรังติฏฐตุกราบขอบพระเดชพระคุณครับ
Thank you very much Professor Dr. Wisanu Krangam Deputy Prime Minister of Thailand has touched upon the main theme of today's conference, that is the values of compassion in times of crisis. He mentioned that on the Vesak day signifies the enlightenment of the Buddha. The Buddha personifies three cardinal values. Number one is wisdom, panya. The Buddha attained enlightenment on the day of Vesak because of his realization of truth. That is because of wisdom. Wisdom enabled the Buddha to purify his mind. That comes to the second virtue in the mind of the Buddha, that is visuddhi, purity of mind. Purify the mind because of the power of wisdom. And because of this wisdom, perception of the Buddha changed. His worldview is enlarged to view the whole world as one. There is no separation or distinction between the Buddha himself and other world beings. Because of that, he has concern for the well-being of the whole world. If other beings are suffering, he has compassion. From wisdom to purity, then to compassion. Ignorant person cannot have compassion when you just ignore the suffering state of other people. You have to open your eyes to see how other people is suffering, and it moves your heart to be ready to help them, to rescue them. So that is related to our main theme, compassion. Excellency Vishnu touched upon the 6 aspects of crisis in the world mentioned by the United Nations. And that is a challenge for the Buddhist community. How we help to solve to deal with the crisis, the 6 crises in the world. Number 1 is climate change. Man are cause of climate change. It's man-made crisis. Flood, poverty, and many other natural disasters come from climate change. Number 2, aging society leads to the lack of resources to take care of the old people, and how to deal with the loneliness of the aging person. Buddha Dhamma can help them. Number 3 is hunger. He gave example of hunger that is even in Africa or in some part of the world. We have plenty of food, but still children are hungry. Scarcity are there. Number 4 is related to our topic, our main theme, conflict, war, terrorism. Number 5, crisis stem from technological development. In Thailand, we have heard every day about the computer crime, internet crime, to steal money through online connection. The abuse of the technology to attack each other, to transgress the precept of musawada, to tell lies. And number 6 is coming from the UN body has warned the world that to be careful of the disease, the outbreak of disease. Its first step is endemic, and ushering in, bringing in the full-fledged outbreak called pandemic, which affect our way of life today. Even the way we organize our Vesak meeting today. How the Buddhist wisdom would be beneficial to the world for solving the problems, dealing with the crises that, the 6 crises that he mentioned. So he gave example of Thai people, the way that we behave during the crisis come from virtue that is compassion. That reminds me myself, as the observation by United Nations that during the time of economic crisis that is called Tom Yam Kung, people from urban society had to leave the Bangkok to up countries. Before this happened, the UN, that is World Bank, predict that there will be conflicts because of scarcity of food in Thai society. But the world body is surprised to see that the conflict because of scarcity of food and money didn't happen in Thailand because people in this country really to share what they have with the have-not people. The way that we are doing, so World Bank saying that Thailand has what is called safety net. Safety net. When you fall from the acrobatic performance, you didn't die because there is a safety net to protect you. Compassion in Thai society is the root of safety net. So during this pandemic outbreak, Deputy Prime Minister mentioned the situation in which the Thai people even set up happiness, what they call happiness sharing box in front of their house. Welcome those who are hungry to come to take food from the box for themselves, for their family. Following the example from the temples, the Thai temples here and there, putting up the happiness sharing box. Even the monks cook food. In normal time, the monk go out with the arm bowl gathering food from people. But when Thai people are hungry, temple become the source of food to share with them. That's beautiful scenario, beautiful scene that Excellency has mentioned during his speech in the Thai language. I think you should not miss the points here. That's why I take time to tell you about this. So finally, Excellency believes that compassion is the answer to the crisis. Is provide a safety net. His Majesty King Mhawachiralongkorn of Thailand sets up the project or the program called Royal Volunteer Project. Urge the Thai people to volunteer to help each other out of compassion and pave the way for safety net during the crisis in Thailand. That is the main point of his opening speech today. Thank you very much, Professor Wisnu Krangam, for a beautiful presentation today. Thank you very much.
ขอบพระคุณพระเดชพระคุณศาสตราจารย์ดร.พระพรหมบัณฑิตกรรมการมหาเถรสมาคมอุปนายกสภามหาวิทยาลัยมหาจุฬาลงกรณราชวิทยาลัยประธานสภาสากลวิสาขบูชาโลกและประธานสมาคมมหาวิทยาลัยพระพุทธศาสนานานาชาติที่เมตตากล่าวต้อนรับพร้อมกับเป็นมอดเตอร์เรเตอร์ในการดำเนินการเชิญทั้งสองท่านคือมิสเตอร์มิชเชซึ่งเป็นหัวหน้าฝ่ายสื่อสารณเอสคับและก็พระท่านวิษณุเครืองามรองนายกรัฐมนตรีที่ได้ปาฐกถาจบไปขอกราบขอบพระคุณพระเดชพระคุณอย่างสูงยิ่งครับ
Thank you very much, the most venerable Professor Dr. Praphama Bandit, a member of Sangha Supreme Council, Vice President of Mahajula-Longkorn Ratchavidyalaya University, President of International Council of the United Nations Days of Vesak, and the President of International Association of Buddhist Universities for being the moderator for this morning session to invite Mr. Mitchell, Chief of Communications at the Economics and the Social Commissions for Asia and the Pacific. And the second is His Excellency Visanu Krungam, Deputy Prime Minister of Thailand, to give a speech this morning.
ลำดับต่อไปขอกราบอาราธนาพระเดชพระคุณศาสตราจารย์ดร.พระพรหมบัณฑิตได้เมตตามอบของที่ระลึกให้แก่ทั้งสองท่านครับ
At this point in time, may I humbly invite the most venerable to present the gift to the special guest today.
เวียดนามไหมขอของที่ระลึกด้วยครับครับขณะนี้พระเดชพระคุณศาสตราจารย์ดร.พระพรหมบัณฑิตอุปนายกสภามหาวิทยาลัยมหาจุฬาลงกรณราชวิทยาลัยประธานสภาสากลวิสาขบูชาโลกประธานสมาคมมหาวิทยาลัยพระพุทธศาสนานานาชาติกำลังมอบของที่ระลึกแด่พระนาท่านวิษณุเครืองามรองนายกรัฐมนตรีที่ได้กรุณามาปาฐกถาอย่างที่พระเดชพระคุณได้เมตตาสรุปเป็นภาษาอังกฤษไปเป็นที่เรียบร้อยแล้วนะครับขณะนี้ครับ
Right now, the most venerable Professor Dr. Prapama Bandit is giving the presents to His Excellencies Mr. Krungam, Deputy of Prime Minister of Thailand, for the precious speech on the 17th United Nations Day.
ครับท่านที่สองนะครับเป็นตัวแทนของทาง US Cap นะครับคือคุณมิชเชซึ่งเป็นหัวหน้าฝ่ายสื่อสารณ US Cap แห่งนี้ครับ
And the second person receiving the gift from the most venerable is Mr. Mitchell, Chief of Communications at the Economics and Social Commission for Asia and Pacific.
ขณะนี้ทั้งสองท่านกำลังถ่ายภาพคู่กับพระเดชพระคุณถือว่าพระเดชพระคุณเป็นประธานคณะกรรมการจัดงานเฉลิมฉลองวันวิสาขบูชาวันสำคัญสากลของโลกครั้งที่ 17โดยเฉพาะในปีนี้เรามีธีมงานเรื่องของการเวิร์กช็อปการแปลพระไตรปิฎกเป็นภาษาอังกฤษซึ่งทางรัฐบาลไทยเป็นสปอนเซอร์ถือว่าเป็นอีกนวัตกรรมหนึ่งที่กำลังจะเกิดขึ้นหลังจากที่เรามีพระไตรปิฎกฉบับภาษาอังกฤษโดยย่อนะครับที่ทางคณะกรรมการทั้งสองก็คือคณะกรรมการสภาสากลวิสาขบูชาโลกและก็สมาคมพระพุทธมหาวิทยาลัยพุทธศาสนานานาชาติได้ร่วมกันจัดทำขึ้น
So this year, during the day of Vesak, we have the Tipitaka English translation project, the Royal Thai Tipitaka Translation Project workshop on translation and terminological consistencies, organized on the 12th of May and the 13th of May 2022. Organized by the Department of Religious Affairs, Ministry of Culture, National Office of Buddhism, วัดประยูรวงศาวาสวรวิหาร International Council for Day of Vesak, International Association of Buddhist Universities, and มหาจุฬาลงกรณราชวิทยาลัย University.
ขณะนี้พระเดชพระคุณศาสตราจารย์ดร.พระพรหมบัณฑิตพร้อมกับอธิการบดีของทั้งสองมหาวิทยาลัยกำลังไปส่งพระท่านวิษณุเครืองาม รองนายกรัฐมนตรีที่ได้กรุณาถือว่าเป็นตัวแทนของรัฐบาลไทยมาปาฐกถาเนื่องในกิจกรรมวันวิสาขบูชาวันสำคัญสากลของโลกครั้งที่ 17 ณ สถานที่แห่งนี้นะครับซึ่งต่อจากนี้เราก็จะได้รับฟังสารจากประมุขสงฆ์ไทยและก็จากประมุขสงฆ์นานาชาตินะครับซึ่งสารที่ประมุขสงฆ์ไทยคือเจ้าพระคุณสมเด็จพระสังฆราชสมเด็จพระอริยวงศาคตญาณสมเด็จพระสังฆราชสกลมหาสังฆปรินายกแห่งประเทศไทยเจ้าพระคุณจะได้ส่งสารผ่านทางวิดีโอคอลเข้ามานะครับ
From now on, it will be the congratulatory messages from the Supreme Patriarch of Thailand, Sankarachas, and Buddhist leaders.
ซึ่งเราจะรอสักครู่นะครับหลังจากที่ได้รับฟังสารจากความเมตตาของเจ้าพระคุณสมเด็จพระอริยวงศาคตญาณสมเด็จพระสังฆราชสกลมหาสังฆปรินายกแห่งประเทศไทยต่อจากนั้นก็จะเป็นสารจากประมุขสงฆ์ซึ่งก็จะมีสมเด็จพระสังฆราชจากศรีลังกาสมเด็จพระสังฆราชจากประเทศจีนนะครับและก็จากญี่ปุ่น3ท่านนะครับณบัดนี้ครับทุกอย่างพร้อมแล้วขอกราบอาราธนาขอเรียนเชิญทุกท่านได้รับฟังสารจากเจ้าพระคุณสมเด็จพระอริยวงศาคตญาณสมเด็จพระสังฆราชสกลมหาสังฆปรินายกของประเทศไทยครับ
Coming up next is the message from the Supreme Patriarch of Thailand by video message.
ท่านสาธุชนทั้งหลายดิถีวิสาขบูชาคล้ายดิถีประสูติตรัสรู้และปรินิพพานของสมเด็จพระสัมมาสัมพุทธเจ้าได้เวียนมาบรรจบอีกคำรบหนึ่งจึงควรที่พุทธบริษัททั้งหลายจักได้พร้อมเพรียงกันประกอบกุศลกิจกระทำสักการบูชาพระรัตนตรัยทั้งด้วยอามิสบูชาทั้งด้วยปฏิปัติบูชาเป็นกรณีพิเศษโดยเฉพาะอย่างยิ่งด้วยการอบรมศึกษาพระธรรมให้สมกับที่ได้ชื่อว่าเป็นสาวกซึ่งแปลว่าผู้สดับตรับฟังคำสั่งสอนของพระศาสดาวันวิสาขบูชาเป็นเครื่องเตือนใจให้ระลึกถึงพระปัจฉิมวาจาซึ่งพระพุทธองค์ทรงพระปรารภสรุปธรรมะทั้งปวงตักเตือนให้ตระหนักอยู่ทุกขณะจิตว่าสังขารทั้งหลายมีความเสื่อมไปเป็นธรรมดาบุคคลจึงพึงยังความไม่ประมาทให้ถึงพร้อมทั้งนี้ธรรมะที่ช่วยกำกับใจให้รู้จักปล่อยวางและกำกับปัญญากล่าวคือไม่ปล่อยปละให้ปัญญานำกายถลำลงสู่ความประมาทย่อมได้แก่สติอันอุปมาดังนายประตูคอยป้องกันไม่ให้ความชั่วหรือความผิดพลาดอาจจู่โจมเข้าสู่ภายในเพราะฉะนั้นผู้ปรารถนาความพ้นทุกข์จึงพึงเพิ่มพูนความไม่ประมาททั้งทางโลกและทางธรรมมันเจริญพุทธานุสติและมรณสติเป็นอาจินโดยสำนึกเสมอว่าแม้สมเด็จพระบรมศาสดาผู้ทรงพระคุณเป็นเลิศในโลกยังเสด็จล่วงลับดับขันไปตามธรรมดาของสังขารเพราะฉะนั้นเราทั้งหลายผู้มีธุลีในดวงตาไม่อาจยังรู้ได้ว่า ความตายจะมาถึงเมื่อไหร่จึงควรขวนขวายบำเพ็ญบุญญกิริยาด้วยการบริจาคทานรักษาศีลและอบรมเจริญภาวนาเพื่อประโยชน์สุขในปัจจุบันและในเบื้องหน้าสมดังพระพุทธานุสาสนีที่ว่าอัปปมัตโตหิชายันโตปัปโปติวิปุลังสุขังแปลความว่าผู้ไม่ประมาทพินิจอยู่ย่อมถึงสุขอันไพบูรณ์ในทุกสถานขอสาธุชนจงมุ่งมั่นมันศึกษาอบรมเจริญสติให้รู้เท่าทันกายวาจาและใจของตนเองให้ถึงพร้อมด้วยความไม่ประมาทอันนับเป็นปฏิบัติบูชาที่พึงกระทำต่อพระรัตนตรัยเพื่อความดำรงมั่นแห่งพระสัทธรรมของสมเด็จพระสัมมาสัมพุทธเจ้าสืบไปตลอดกาลนานขออนุโมทนาแก่คณะกรรมการบริหารสภาสากลวันวิสาขบูชาโลกที่จัดงานวันวิสาขบูชาโลกครั้งที่17ขึ้นซึ่งเป็นการเผยแผ่เกียรติคุณแห่งพระพุทธศาสนาให้ขจรกระจายและขออำนวยพรให้งานนี้จงบรรลุวัตถุประสงค์จงทุกประการเทอญขอเจริญพร
ครับเป็นสารจากเจ้าพระคุณสมเด็จพระริยงศาคตยานสมเด็จพระสังฆราชสกลมหาสังฆปรินายกแห่งประเทศไทยนะครับลำดับต่อไปจะเป็นสารจากประมุขสงฆ์ของ3ประเทศนะครับท่านแรกเป็นสารจากสมเด็จพระสังฆราชหรือมหานายกะวรกะโคทะศรียานรัตนะฝ่ายมหานิกายของนิกายสยามวงศ์ฝ่ายอัสสคิริยะจากประเทศศรีลังกานะครับและท่านที่สองเป็นสุนทรพจน์จากพระธรรมาจารย์เหยียนเฉอประธานสมาคมพุทธศาสนาจีนจากประเทศจีนและท่านที่สามครับเป็นสุนทรพจน์จากพระธรรมาจารย์กากูหันอินามิซึ่งท่านเป็นผู้นำชาวพุทธญี่ปุ่นนิกายเทนไดนะครับ3ท่านครับ
Coming up next are the messages from the Supreme Patriarchs and the Buddhist leaders from 3 countries, and the names are as follows. First, the most venerable Varagagoda Sri Yana Ratana Mahanayaka Thelo Sayamopali Mahanikaya Mahayanaka of Astakriya chapter of Sri Lanka. And the second person is the most venerable Yuan Jie, the president of Buddhist Association of China. And the third message will be from the most venerable Gaku Han Inami, Supreme Priest Monseki, or the head priest of Bishamondo Temple, Tendai Buddhist denomination and chairman of Japan Buddhist Conference for the World Federation of Japan.
ครับก็ต้องก่อนที่จะฟังขอบคุณทางพุทธสมาคมจีนนะครับซึ่งมีคณะสงฆ์จีนพร้อมกับทางทบวงกิจการศาสนาจีนซึ่งขณะนี้อยู่ออนไลน์ตลอดเลยนะครับและในห้องประชุมนี้ขอบคุณตัวแทนจากญี่ปุ่นจากอินเดียและ USA ครับ
So we would like to also express our thanks to the Chinese Buddhist Buddhist guests and also those are from Japan. Yes, who are also
India.
here with us and from India as well.
USA.
And the USA too.
සිරුවන් සරණයි බෞද්ධයන් අතර පැවැත්වෙන උත්සවවල තාම ඉහළම උත්සවය හැටියට බෞද්ධ ලෝකයේම සලකන්නේ වෙසක් උත්සවය. ලෝතර බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේගේ උපත, බුදු වීම සහ පරිනිර්වාණය කියන ත්‍රිවිධ මංගල්‍ය ලෝකවාසී බෞද්ධ ජනතාව වෙසක් උත්සවය ඒ තරම් උසස් අන්දමින් පිළිගනු ලබන්නේ. එක්සත් ජාතීන්ගේ ජාත්‍යන්තර සංවිධානයේ මගින් සැමරුම් දිනයක් බවට පත් කරන්නට යෙදුණා. ඉන්පස්සේ තමයි මේ උත්සවයේ වඩා වැදගත් උත්සවයක් බවට පත් වුණේ. ඒ ඉල්ලීම කළේ අපේ රටේ හිටපු දිවංගත ලක්ෂ්මන් කදිරගාමර් මැතිතුමාගේ ඉල්ලීම පරිදි තමයි ඒ ජාත්‍යන්තර සැමරුම් දිනයක් බවට පත් කළේ. ඉතින් මේ වෙසක් උත්සවය ලොකු කුඩා සෑම දිනාටම මහත් වැදගත් ප්‍රමෝදමත් උත්සවයක් වශයෙන් අපිට සඳහන් කරන්නට පුළුවන්කම තිබෙනවා. බෝධිසත්වයන් වහන්සේගේ අතීත භවයන් සිහිපත් කරන ජාතක කතා පෙරදරි කරගෙන වෙසක් තොරන් මේ රට පුරාම ඉදි වෙනවා. ඒ වගේම විදේශ රටවලත් අද ඒ විදිහේ තොරන් දකින්නට පුළුවන්කම තිබෙනවා. ඉතින් ඒවා දකින්නට කුඩා දරුවන් මෙන්ම වැඩිහිටි අයද මහත් ආශාවක් ඇතිව තමයි ඒවා නැරඹීම සඳහා ඔවුන් ඉදිරිපත් වෙන්නේ. ඒ විතරකුත් නෙවෙයි වෙසක් උත්සවයේ නිමිති කරගෙන සීල සමාදාන ආදී කටයුතු. ඒ වගේම ධම්සල් පැවැත්වීම, භාවනා මධ්‍යස්ථාන නැත්නම් භාවනා කිරීම ආදී බෞද්ධ කටයුතු රාශියක් ඒ කාලය තුල සිද්ධ කරනවා. ඉතින් ඒ තුලින් කුඩා දරුවෝ මහත් ඕනෑකමින් උනන්දුවෙන් වෙසක් කූඩු නිර්මාණය කිරීමත් අපිට දකින්නට ලැබෙනවා. පුංචි දරුවෝ බොහොම ඕනෑකමින් වෙසක් කූඩු නිර්මාණය කරලා ඒවා තුළින් මහත් ආස්වාදයක් ලබනවා. ඒ නිසා මේ වෙසක් උත්සවය බෞද්ධ ලෝකයාට ඉතාම වැදගත් උත්සවයක් හැටියට තමයි අපි දකින්නේ. විශේෂයෙන් තායිලන්තයේ මහා චූලාලංකාර විශ්වවිද්‍යාලය සහ තවත් විද්‍යාල ගණනාවක් සහභාගී වෙලා ඒ උත්සවය තායිලන්තයේ ඉතාම උසස් හැටියට පවත්වනවා. ඒ වගේම තායිලන්තයේ ලංකාව පිළිබඳ මේ උත්සවයේදී විශේෂ වැදගත් රටක් හැටියට සැලකනවා. ඒ නිසා වෙසක් උත්සවයේ ඉතාම ජනප්‍රිය බෞද්ධයන්ට ඉතාම වැදගත් සම්භාවනීය උත්සවයක් හැටියට සැලකන්නට පුළුවන්කම තිබෙනවා. ඒ සඳහා බෞද්ධ ලෝකයේ විවිධ රටවල් විශේෂයෙන් තායිලන්තයේ ආදි කොට ඇති බෞද්ධ රටවල් මේ වෙසක් උත්සවය පිළිබඳ ලොකු උනන්දුවක් දක්වනවා. ඒ නිසා මහත් ප්‍රබෝධයක් මුළු ලෝකයේ තුලම වෙසක් උත්සවයේ නිමිති කරගෙන පවතිනවා. ඉතින් මේ අතින් බලනකොට ඉතාම වැදගත් උත්සවයක් හැටියට බෞද්ධ ලෝකයාම ඒ පිළිගන්නවා. ජාත්‍යන්තර සංවිධාන මගින් සැමරුම් දිනයක් බවට මේ පත් කිරීම නිසා ඒ වඩාත් ලංකාවට වැදගත් වෙනවා. ඒ නිසා බෞද්ධයන්ට වාර්ෂිකව එළඹෙන වටිනාම පොහොය දවස වෙසක් පොහොය දවස. ඒ දවස තුල බෞද්ධයන් ආධ්‍යාත්මික වශයෙන් ඒ වගේම ජාත්‍යන්තර වශයෙන් ආධ්‍යාත්මික ගුණ වගාව වර්ධනය කරගනිමින් ඒ දිනේ වඩාත් අර්ථවත් දිනයක් බවට පත් කරගන්නවා කියන එක විශේෂයෙන් අපි සඳහන් කරන්නට ඕන. ඒ නිසා මේ උත්සවය සඳහා කටයුතු කරන බෞද්ධ රටවල් බෞද්ධ සංවිධානවලට අපි දනදා හාමුදුරන්ගේ ආශිර්වාදේ ලැබේවා. ඒ තුළින් ඔබලාගේ බෞද්ධ ආගමික කටයුතු වඩාත් පෝෂණය කර ගැනීමට අවස්ථාව උදා වේවා කියලා ආශිර්වාදනය කරනවා.
尊敬的联合国卫生界国际理事会主席范志长老，各国各地区高僧大德、护法善信、 律师们、先生们、朋友们，今天我们在泰国曼谷著名的联合国会议中心隆重举行第17届联合国卫生节庆祝大会。会主题为危机中的慈悲，佛教在治愈全球社会中的实践，意义重大，影响深远。承蒙泰国国王马卡瓦吉拉隆功陛下有王室，泰国政府与佛教界大力支持，以及联合国卫生节国际理事会范志主席与全体成员，泰国幕后朱拉隆功大学宋金校长与3位副校长，并全体的共同努力和辛勤工作，本届庆祝大会在克服全球新冠疫情造成延期3年后如期举行，因缘殊胜，法喜充满。这次我谨代表中国佛教协会，并以我个人的名义，向本届联合国卫生节庆祝大会表示热烈祝贺，向来自世界各地与会的线上云端、线下会场的高僧大德、各界朋友表示亲切问候和良好祝愿。我们在此举行联合国卫生节庆祝活动，纪念佛陀诞辰、成道、涅槃的殊胜日子，感念佛陀给世界带来智慧和光明，恩赐众生离苦得乐之道，是以净化人性之法，立社会正义和可持续发展及世界和平之真谛。我们全世界的佛弟子都应当秉承伟大佛陀慈悲济世的本慧，为促进世界各国各地区人民相互尊重、和平共处、合作共赢、共创未来做出共同努力和应有贡献。在此，我其如下建议，供大家参考：一、携手促进佛教的不断传承和发展。世界各国各地区佛教界应当不断加强佛教经典的世代阐释、佛法的当代传播、禅修的当代实践、弘法人才的培养，共同促进佛教不断传承和发展，为弘法利生、正法救助贡献力量。二、不断加强世界各国各地区佛教界的友好交流。我们要保持世界各国各地区佛教界的密切联系，拓展渠道，创新方式，不断建设和完善国际佛教交流合作机制，使世界各国各地区佛教界传统法义如同大江大河般长流不断，生生不息，永保生机。三、携手促进世界各国各地区人民友好。我们要充分发挥佛教的文化纽带作用，以佛教友好交流带动世界各国各地区民间往来，增进人民友谊，促进民心相通，推动世界各国各地区经济文化等领域的交流合作，助力世界各国各地区高水平发展，为维护和促进世界和平与发展繁荣发挥积极作用。四、携手努力构建人类命运共同体。我们要自觉肩负起当代佛教徒的社会责任和历史使命，在维护和促进世界各国各地区友好、和平稳定、发展繁荣的基础上，以慈悲无我的精神和开放包容的胸襟关怀人类的前途命运，加强各国各地区佛教界的友好交流与团结合作， 推动不同宗教间对话和东西方文明交流互鉴，为世界更多的人民架起相互理解的桥梁，在人类社会面对肆虐的新冠疫情冲击危机中。
世界中を席巻しつつある新型コロナウイルスによって中止のやむなきに至っていたベサックがこの度、大国並びに釈尊のお心を対する同心の皆様のご努力によって開催されますことを衷心より感謝申し上げます。そうして皆様と共にコロナウイルスの感染が一日も早く終末を見ることをお祈りしたく思う次第です。日本では新聞が毎日世界の主な国や地域の感染者や死者の数を報じております。34カ国を合計すると感染者が約31億7000万人、死者が約5000万人、4月12日現在でございますが、人間の自然を征服するというような思い上がりを今こそ反省し、釈尊の説かれる三戦草木しっかり成仏、自然との共生の謙虚な反省を促し、新しい世界の誕生に向かって前進すべきであると思う次第です。しかし世界がウイルスの猛威に苦しんでいるときに、人間の欲望の表れである暴力の世界が出現しました。ロシアによるウクライナの侵入です。圧倒的な武力をもってすれば早期に勝利し目的は達成されると思われた事態は、ウクライナ国を国を民族を守る決意は強固で、欧米諸国をはじめロシアに反対する国々への訴えも功を奏し、ロシアもそろそろ手打ちの時期を迎えざるを得なくなってきているのではないかと思われます。もし核を使えばどうなるかにロシアも考えていることと思います。一日も早くこの平和が訪れることを心から念ずる以外にないところでございます。誠にそれでございますが、以上をもちまして私のお話を終わらせていただきます。ご清聴ありがとうございました。日本国比叡山荘江波各藩。
ครับเป็นสารจากประเทศนะครับลำดับต่อไปจะได้กราบอาราธนาพระเดชพระคุณศาสตราจารย์ดร.พระธรรมวัชรบัณฑิตอธิการบดีมหาวิทยาลัยมหาจุฬาลงกรณราชวิทยาลัยได้เมตตากล่าวแสดงความยินดีและก็สุนทรพจน์ครับขอกราบอาราธนาครับ
Coming up next are the congratulatory messages from the most venerable Professor Dr. Pratham Vajrabandit, Rectors, Mahachulalongkorn Rajvidyalaya University.
May I pay respects to the most venerable Professor Dr. Pratham Bandit, the chairperson of ICDV and the vice president of MCU. Respected member of ICDV, senior monks and Buddhist scholars,
and all the participants online from various countries. This year, even though we don't have convenience to come together on site, but we can still communicate with each other on the special time for us. The Vesak Puja Day or Vesak Day is a very important time for Buddhists throughout the world. Even non-Buddhists recognize the significance of these holidays so much so that they have come together, made a joint proposal to the United Nations Organization to endorse Vesak as an international important day. The United Nations now organize annual celebration in the month of May at its main office and branch offices throughout the world. For this, we should express our gratitude and thanks to the United Nations. The Vesak Day is not only important because it marks the birth, enlightenment, and passing away of the Buddha. It was also this day that the Buddha gave teachings to the Buddhist assemblies. These teachings can be picked up and applied for practicing in their daily routine. At the time of his birth, the Buddha made the following declarations: I am supreme of the human beings. I am foremost amongst human beings. I am most excellent amongst human beings. These statements reflect the Buddha's self-confidence that as a consequence of the goodness he has cultivated over lifetimes as the Bodhisattva. For the durations of 4 incalculable periods and 100,000 eons, he would realize awakening and become the perfectly enlightened Buddha, the peerless human beings, the supreme leaders, the refuge, and the teacher of others. The Buddha's conviction here teaches us to have faith, to believe firmly in karma and the fruits of intentional action. The Buddha went forth, underwent spiritual exertions, and realized the unsurpassed and perfect knowledge of awakening. He proclaimed to others this knowledge, that is the 4 noble truths constituting suffering, the cause of suffering, the cessation of suffering, and the path leading to the cessation of suffering. In essence, he realized the twofold pair of cause and effect. First, the suffering as a result with craving at the cause, and second, the end of suffering as a result, which the path as the cause. Having awakened to this law of causality, the Buddha then taught the Dhamma and laid down a set of regulations which together comprise the Dhamma Vinaya, consisting of 84,000 parts, all of which pertain to the cause and effects. The Buddha recognized the vital significance of cause and effect. All things in the world have cause for their arisings, their sustenance, and their cessation. If we say that people in the world today are filled with suffering and affliction, and if we wish to help alleviate these sufferings, then we must investigate to discern the cause for these sufferings and solve the problems directly at these causes. For the 45 years, the Buddha travels in all directions to teach the Dhamma to people. Before his final passing away, he kept his final teaching. All conditioned phenomena are of the nature to the same. You should act to bring about success through diligence. These teachings encourages us to be heedful and diligent. We should all dedicate ourselves to fulfilling our responsibilities and accomplishing our duty properly. In the last many years, on this occasion, Day of Vesak, the Buddhist leaders and scholars are invited to discuss the Dhamma and to impart the teachings by the Buddha to people in the world so that they may apply them in order to bring about peace and well-being. May we all over the world thank this opportunity to express our gratitude to all the supporters covering the private sectors and the Thai government. By this channels of holy event, we have been a close friends and spiritual connection and work together for the benefits and happiness for the world for many years back up to the present. Thank you very much.
ขอบพระคุณพระเดชพระคุณศาสตราจารย์ดร.พระธรรมวชรบัณฑิตอธิการบดีมหาวิทยาลัยมหาจุฬาลงกรณราชวิทยาลัยเป็นอย่างสูงครับ
Thank you very much, the most venerable Professor Dr. Prathama Vachara Pandit, Rector of Mahachulalongkorn Rajvidyalaya University, for giving a speech.
ลำดับต่อไปขอกราบอาราธนานิมนต์พระเดชพระคุณผู้ช่วยศาสตราจารย์ดร.พระเทพวชรเมธีอธิการบดีมหาวิทยาลัยมหามกุฏราชวิทยาลัยขอกราบอาราธนาครับ
Next, I would like to invite the most venerable Associate Professor Dr. Prathep Vachara Methi, Rector of Mahamongkut University.
กราบถวายความเคารพพระเดชพระคุณพระพรหมบัณฑิตประธานสมาคมสภาสากลวันวิสาขบูชาโลกที่เคารพยิ่งถวายความเคารพพระเถรานุเถระเจริญพรท่านสาธุชนทุกท่านมหาวิทยาลัยมหามกุฏราชวิทยาลัยได้รับชนานุมัติจากสมาคมสภาสากลวันวิสาขบูชาโลกให้จัดกิจกรรมวันวิสาขบูชานานาชาติครั้งที่ 17ในวันที่ 11 พฤษภาคม พุทธศักราช 2565 ในหัวข้อธรรมะ disruption และการป้องกันมิติและการปฏิบัติทางพระพุทธศาสนาต่อโควิด -19 เพื่อสร้างความรู้แลกเปลี่ยนประสบการณ์โดยจัดกิจกรรมณธรรมสถานมหาวิทยาลัยมหามกุฏราชวิทยาลัยภายใต้แนวคิดหลักคือการดำเนินชีวิตตามวิถีชาวพุทธตามหลักธรรมขององค์สมเด็จพระสัมมาสัมพุทธเจ้าซึ่งเป็นวิถีแห่งปัญญาแม้ในสถานการณ์ที่มีอุปสรรคความท้าทายและการเปลี่ยนแปลงอย่างรวดเร็ว โดยเฉพาะมีสถานการณ์การแพร่ระบาดของเชื้อไวรัสโคโรนาส่งผลกระทบต่อเศรษฐกิจและสังคมและวิถีชีวิตของผู้คนเป็นจำนวนมากแต่เราจะใช้ชีวิตให้ปกติสุขได้อย่างไรและอยู่ร่วมกันต่อไปอย่างสันติสุขในสังคมได้อย่างไรอันหนึ่งกิจกรรมในวันนั้นมหาวิทยาลัยมหามกุฏราชวิทยาลัยได้รับเมตตาจากเจ้าประคุณสมเด็จพระมหาวีระวงศ์กรรมการมหาเถรสมาคมเลขานุการสมเด็จพระสังฆราชอุปนายกสภามหาวิทยาลัยมหามกุฏราชวิทยาลัยเป็นประธานในพิธีเปิดและกล่าวสมโภชนียกถาและได้รับเกียรติจากผู้ทรงคุณวุฒิหลายท่านซึ่งมีบทบาทสำคัญในสังคมมาปาฐกถาพิเศษและเสวนากลุ่มอีกด้วยวิทยากรผู้ทรงคุณวุฒิทั้งหลายได้ให้ข้อคิดเรื่องการอุบัติของโรคระบาดโควิด -19 ว่าเป็นบททดสอบระบบการจัดการของรัฐและองค์กรต่างๆรวมถึงประชาชนทุกคนซึ่งผลที่ปรากฏแสดงให้เห็นถึงจุดอ่อนของเราทุกคนโดยส่วนมากคือการไม่มีภูมิคุ้มกันทางธรรมที่เข้มแข็งเพียงพอซึ่งเป็นผลจากการใช้ชีวิตและการบริหารการจัดการทรัพยากรบนพื้นฐานความประมาทแท้จริงปัญหาหรือทุกข์คือสิ่งที่เราทุกคนต้องประสบอยู่เสมอแต่ละปัญหาอาจจะเข้ามาในชีวิตของเราโดยมีรูปแบบที่แตกต่างกันเพราะสรรพสิ่งล้วนตั้งอยู่บนพื้นฐานของความเปลี่ยนแปลงซึ่งตรงกับหลักในทางพระพุทธศาสนาว่าสิ่งทั้งปวงตั้งอยู่ในกรอบแห่งหลักไตรลักษณ์คืออนิจจลักษณะลักษณะไม่เที่ยงมีการแปรเปลี่ยนไปเป็นธรรมดาทุกขลักษณะลักษณะทนอยู่ตลอดไปไม่ได้ถูกบีบคั้นไม่สามารถทนอยู่ในสภาพเดิมได้และอนัตตลักษณะไม่สามารถบังคับบัญชาให้เป็นไปตามต้องการได้ซึ่งความเปลี่ยนแปลงและความไม่แน่นอนนี้มีอยู่ในทุกสิ่งไม่ว่าจะเป็นมิติด้านเศรษฐกิจการเมืองสุขภาพสังคมและวัฒนธรรมหรือแม้แต่ชีวิตของคนเราเมื่อเราทุกคนตระหนักแล้วว่าสรรพสิ่งซึ่งรวมตัวเราด้วยอยู่บนพื้นฐานของความไม่แน่นอนมีความเปลี่ยนแปลงอยู่เสมอปัญหาหรืออุปสรรคคือสิ่งที่เราต้องประสบในทุกรูปแบบก็ชื่อว่าตั้งอยู่บนหลักฐานการแห่งความไม่ประมาทเป็นการเตรียมกายเตรียมใจให้พร้อมเพื่อที่จะรับมือกับปัญหาต่างๆพร้อมที่จะเรียนรู้และปรับตัวบนกระแสความเปลี่ยนแปลงให้ทุกข์หรือปัญหาที่เราพบเห็นเป็นบทเรียนเพื่อการพัฒนาศักยภาพของเราเป็นท่าทีที่พุทธบริษัทพึงมีต่อปัญหาการปฏิบัติตนใช้ชีวิตและทำกิจกรรมด้วยการมีสติตื่นตัวปัญญารู้คิดไม่ประมาททำสิ่งเหล่านี้ให้เป็นวิถีชีวิตให้เป็นปกติกล่าวคือศีลในทางพระพุทธศาสนาจึงได้ชื่อว่าเป็นการสร้างภูมิคุ้มกันเพื่อรองรับกับทุกปัญหาที่เข้ามาในชีวิตอย่างแท้จริงการเสวนากลุ่มและการบรรยายพิเศษนี้ทำให้ผู้เข้าร่วมรับฟังทั้งชาวไทยและต่างประเทศได้มุมมองของการนำหลักธรรมไปปรับใช้ในวิกฤตที่เกิดขึ้นกับชีวิตของผู้คนซึ่งในส่วนของคณะสงฆ์เองก็ได้มีการดำเนินการในส่วนนี้มาอย่างต่อเนื่อง ประชาชนขาดที่พึ่งทั้งทางกายภาพและจิตใจคณะสงฆ์ได้น้อมนำพระดำริของเจ้าประคุณสมเด็จพระวงศาคตยานสมเด็จพระสังฆราชสกลมหาสังฆปรินายกโดยได้มีบทบาทให้จัดตั้งโรงทานช่วยเหลือผู้ที่ประสบความยากลำบากตกทุกข์ได้ยากและได้ให้ความร่วมมือกับทางภาครัฐเอกชนได้มอบอุปกรณ์เครื่องป้องกันทางสาธารณสุขเวชภัณฑ์ต่างๆสอดคล้องกับแนวคิดวัดประชารัฐสร้างสุขแม้ในยามที่ประสบความยากลำบากวัดก็ยังเป็นศูนย์กลางที่สามารถช่วยเหลือผู้คนได้เป็นอย่างมากมหาวิทยาลัยมหามกุฏราชวิทยาลัยได้ดำเนินการจัดกิจกรรมตามวัตถุประสงค์ซึ่งดำเนินไปบนพื้นฐานของการร่วมพัฒนาพลเมืองโลกด้วยการผสมผสานแก่นแท้ของพระพุทธศาสนาที่มั่นคงให้ดำรงอยู่ในฐานะโครงสร้างพื้นฐานทางปัญญาของมนุษย์ในอนาคตตามแผนพัฒนามหาวิทยาลัยโดยจัดกิจกรรมในรูปแบบออนไลน์ซึ่งเข้ากับยุคสมัยที่ผู้คนสามารถเข้าถึงศาสนาได้ทุกที่ทุกสถานทุกเวลาและทุกโอกาสโดยสรุปแล้วผลการดำเนินการเป็นไปตามวัตถุประสงค์สมกับเจตนารมณ์ที่ได้จัดขึ้นในวันวิสาขบูชานี้อันเป็นวันสำคัญสากลของโลกคือประสูติตรัสรู้และเสด็จดับขันธปรินิพพานและเป็นวันที่พุทธบริษัททุกหมู่เราจะได้น้อมรำลึกถึงพระปัญญาคุณพระบริสุทธิคุณและพระมหากรุณาธิคุณแห่งสมเด็จพระบรมศาสดาพระองค์นั้นที่โปรดประทานไว้เป็นแนวทางในการดำเนินชีวิตของมวลมนุษยชาติหวังเป็นอย่างยิ่งว่ามหาวิทยาลัยมหามกุฏราชวิทยาลัยจะได้ร่วมกับสมาคมสภาสากลวันวิสาขโลกคณะสงฆ์ภาครัฐและพุทธบริษัททั้งในและต่างประเทศเพื่อจัดกิจกรรมอันเป็นประโยชน์เช่นนี้ต่อไปกราบถวายความเคารพและขอเจริญพรมาณโอกาสนี้
กราบขอบพระคุณพระเดชพระคุณผู้ช่วยศาสตราจารย์ดร.ประเทศวัชระเมธีอธิการบดีมหาวิทยาลัยมหามกุฏราชวิทยาลัยเป็นอย่างสูงครับ
Thank you very much most venerable associate professor Dr. Prateep Vacharamethi Rector of Mahamongkut Buddhist University
ลำดับต่อไปขอกราบอาราธนาพระกากันอโศโกมาลิก
Next we would like to respectfully invite Prakakan Asoko Malik to give a speech on the stage please
Namo Buddhaya, Namo Dhammaya, Namo Sanghaya. Jai Bhim and Namaste. Most Venerable Fra Brahma Panditji, Most Venerable Fra Dhamma Vajra Panditji, Rector of MCU, Most Venerable Fra Dev Vajra Methi, Rector of MMU, and my regards and greetings to all the Venerable Mahasangha and my Dhamma brothers and sisters who are present here. It is a great honor and a blessing for me that I've got a chance to share my views today at the United Nations Day of Vesak in the robe. Saying something in the robe is a very different feeling that I'm having today. I wish the whole world International Vesak Day. I was asked a question to share my views regarding how I can take Dhamma to the hearts of Indians. I was thinking. When I was thinking, I thought Dhamma is the truth of life. Dhamma is the truth of universe. It is already existing in the hearts of everyone in the world, whether it's Buddhist or it's non-Buddhist, it's Thai, India, or any human being, it's already there. Just like the sun and the moon. You accept it or you don't accept it. You want it or you don't want it. But it will be there. The truth lives in the heart of every human being, and Dhamma is nothing but the truth of life. It is like a treasure inside you with a lock which we need to open. And my target, my struggle is to take that Dhamma from heart to the mind. We can see the sun and the moon and other things with our outer eyes, the other truths. But if we really want to see the truth of Dhamma, we need to open our inner eyes. And to open the inner eyes, we need to strengthen the mind. We need to become a mindful person. And to become a mindful person, we need to understand and learn vipassana. You call concentration or meditation. Vipassana is the heart of Dhamma. Without the practicing of Vipassana, nothing is possible to achieve when we talk about Buddha's teachings. And now the question arises, how to take this treasure of Vipassana to India? Because I'm talking about India right now. We need today to form a Mahasangha in India. When we say Mahasangha, there are many Sanghas in India today. What I have seen, everyone have their own rules. But we need to unite all the Sanghas together and make one Mahasangha just like Thailand. And once we can make that Mahasangha, we can have one Sangharaja, and that Mahasangha can be affiliated with Thai Mahasangha or other top Mahasanghas in the world. Then the work will become easy. The decisions will become easy. We will follow the Buddha way. We will have the Sangha, we will make a roadmap, and we will take it to the whole country. And believe me, Buddhism was revived in India by Bodhisattva Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, who also wrote the constitution of our country. In 1956, he became Buddhist with 500,000 people at one place at one time. But unfortunately, he passed away just after 2 months. That was the biggest setback. So wheel of Dhamma stopped there, almost stopped. But if you actually see the total population that follows, total population of India that follows Dr. Ambedkar is 35%. It's a very big number. Me being the brand ambassador of the Buddhist Society of India, which was formed in 1956 by Bodhisattva Dr. Ambedkar only, we have access to all the states. We have access to all the cities of India, and we can make it possible to reach this treasure of Dhamma, the teachings about Vipassana to the whole of country. Because when it will reach, it will make everyone see the truth of life. When we talk about Vipassana, it doesn't mean I'm talking about Buddhism. We are already living in a pond in India. We are already, all the Buddhist people, they are living in a pond. Everything what they share is only in between the Buddhist people. Dhamma is not only for Buddhist people. Dhamma is for every human being in this world to end his suffering. Once we start working together hand to hand with the great Mahasangha or the Buddhist capital of the world, that is Thailand, things will be possible. I was asked, one person, how can you take Buddhism or revive Buddhism or rotate the Dhamma, wheel of Dhamma in India so strongly? It's not possible. Only 1% people are Buddhist. So my question was, when Buddha became Buddha, how many Buddhists were there? No one, only Buddha. And started with 5 monks. And today the population of the Buddhist people is on number 3 in the world. That is not because it's Buddha. That is because of the power of the truth. That is Dhamma. And it lives in the heart and mind of every human being. We just need to open the lock. And lock is nothing. Just teach them Vipassana. And for that, I am ready, I am already working. I am learning myself, I have learned Vipassana. I have taken classes from Venerable Hansa also, a great teacher he is. And I have taken classes from many other masters, Longpo Chiu, and went to the forest too. I have learned it myself, and I have full access to the Indian Buddhist people, and they are very curious to learn. A great students exchange program can be done between MCU, MMU, and in between India, where teachers can go and teach, classes can be arranged, and some students we can bring it to Thailand too to learn more. Once this kind of exchange program will happen, the buzz will start. I have already started the bus, following the footsteps of Asoka. I have promised myself that I will try to donate 84,000 Buddha statues to the land of Buddha, that is India. And why I am doing that? The reason I am doing that is, I have seen the temples in India, Buddhist temples. They are the size of a bedroom, in a poor condition, without the statues. Sometimes they are worshipping the photo frames. So when these statues will reach to all the viharas, small statues will reach to the poor people of India, Buddhist and non-Buddhist people of India. And I strongly have a belief that once the Buddha will reach, Dhamma will follow. I have already received, with the support of Thailand, more than 20,000 small statues and hundreds of big statues, and I don't have a place to put it right now. The journey has begun. It is the matter of mix and match now. With this project, with the support of Venerable Mahasangha, who are very well educated here in terms of Dhamma, if we mix it properly, we can have a strong exchange program, and it will reach to the whole world. It will reach to the whole country. Every eye today, every eye of the Buddhist is on me right now, because they saw a ray of hope. And the reason they saw the ray of hope is because of this beautiful country, Thailand. because they know now we have the power and the support of the Sangha of Thailand right now. Not only Sangha, but the lay people. I could not believe my eyes when I see people who are old, cannot walk, coming on the wheelchairs with 10 Buddha statues in hand and the shivering hands, and they are telling me, please take Buddhism back to India because it has come to us from India only. We want to see the revival there. And things are happening. It's just we need to make them aware. Truth is beautiful. Truth is truth. Once we got to know the truth of life, the Dhamma, then life is free of suffering. And who and which human being doesn't want a life free of suffering? Everyone. When we take this Dhamma to the non-Buddhist people, they will love it too. You will not believe I am an actor who became a temporary monk in Thailand. Every actor in Bollywood or Hollywood, if you go to their home, if you go to their offices and what you see, a statue of Buddha or a painting of Buddha. And when we ask them, why you have Buddha? And they always say, he is a symbol of peace. And I ask them, what else? They don't know much more than that. I was happy at least they know what is the need of the day. That is peace. At least they have peace, symbol of peace at home. So this is the time. Our Honorable Prime Minister spoke so much about compassion. And 3 years back, when I got a chance to speak here, I emphasized that the subject of loving kindness or compassion that we are talking about must come into the education system of the country. The subject of compassion or loving kindness is always being an extracurricular activity in the education system. That is why we don't give a value to it. Think of the time. If a child is growing up learning compassion from the age of 5 years, doing practical, and that subject is as important as English, mathematics, or science, things will change. If we need to change the world, we need to change ourselves first. We want happiness, we need to be happy before. If we want peace, we need to be peaceful by ourselves here. And that peace can come inside us by seeing the truth of life. That is Dhamma. So I also request once again that make this loving kindness and compassion a compulsory subject in the education system. It will be accepted by all the religions. Who doesn't want compassion? And when the child learns from 5 to 13 years, he learns the most, and he will grow up with great values. He will be a good human being. His mind will be strong. And later on we can add the topping, that is Vipassana. I believe if we work together, shoulder to shoulder, hand to hand, with the blessings and the support of Sangha of Thailand, Mahasangha of Thailand, and also the Sangha of the world, it can bring a big change, and you will surely see the revival of Buddhism in India too, because truth is loved by everyone and it can't be hidden. I again thanks everyone for giving me this chance to come and share my views, and I'm very happy and I'm very thankful to our Honorable Mahasangha and all the people, MCU, MMU. They are very kind to me, and please bless me so that I also can get successful in my mission of reviving Buddhism in India. Thank you very much once again. Sadhu.
ขอบพระคุณท่านพระกากันอโศโกมาลิกเป็นอย่างสูงครับ
Thank you very much, Prakakan Asoko Malik. He was the one who plays the role as the Lord Buddha in the Siddhartha Gautama, and he also won the Best Award, Actor Award in the Buddhist Film Festival organized by the UN.
เป็นนักแสดงพระพุทธเจ้ามหาสดาโลกและก็ได้รับรางวัลนักแสดงชายยอดเยี่ยมนะครับในเทศกาลภาพยนตร์เกี่ยวกับพระพุทธศาสนาจัดโดยองค์การสหประชาชาติลำดับต่อจากนี้ไปจะเป็นการปาฐกถาพิเศษในหัวข้อกรุณาธรรมในยามวิกฤตหลักปฏิบัติทางพระพุทธศาสนาเพื่อเยียวยาสังคมโลกโดยภิกขุโบธิครับ
Next, we will listen to the keynote speech on compassion in the times of crisis, Buddhist practice in healing global community by Bhikkhu Bodhi, presiding elder Buddhist Association of the United States, founder and chef, and Buddhist Global Relief of the USA.
และก็ตามด้วยสารของผู้นำที่เหลือนะครับจนถึงเวลา 11 นาฬิกาจะได้กราบอาราธนาและนิมนต์และเรียนเชิญทุกท่านได้ฉันและรับประทานอาหารในชั้นกล่าวนะครับ
And the rest of the video messages from Supreme Practitioners from different countries, leaders of United Nations, Buddhist leaders, and political leaders respectively until 11:30.
ครับพร้อมแล้วครับนิมนต์และก็รับเชิญชมครับ
Namo Buddhaya. Yeah, I want to begin by wishing all of you who are watching this event to wish you all the blessings of Vesak. And I want to particularly thank the most venerable Brahma Pandita and the organizing committee for inviting me to give a talk today. The subject that I was asked to speak about is compassion in times of crisis, Buddhist practices in healing the global community. I think we're all aware that the global community today is facing many crises. In fact, we might be living through one of the most critical periods in human history when the very prospect of human life on earth is in serious danger. But amongst the many crises that we're facing today, I want to focus in my talk just on two major crises, which are closely connected at the root. One is economic inequality and persisting poverty, and the other is environmental devastation, particularly climate change. And I would say that those are the two overwhelming problems that we're facing, problems that put the very future of humanity in danger. I don't like to overwhelm people with statistics, but to look at the problem of inequality and poverty, it's useful to look at some figures on the distribution of the world's wealth. And what I found by consulting some websites, economic websites, is that the top 1% of the world's population owns 43% of the world's wealth, while the bottom 53% owns only 1.5% of the world's wealth. That is, the bottom half of the world's population owns just a little more than 1% of the wealth, while the top 1% owns almost half of the world's wealth. That is an indication of the extreme injustice, economic injustice to which our economic system is leading. And these figures should not be taken as just abstract numbers. But when we look at the impact of these figures on the actual lives of people, we see that poverty means chronic hunger and malnutrition. It means homelessness. It means diseases that can be easily cured with sufficient medical care. It means lack of land and resources. It means lack of drinkable water, and it means for too much of the world's population an early premature death. Even here in the United States, which is sometimes imagined to be the wealthiest country in the world, we find severe economic inequality. In the US, the top 1% owns 43% of the wealth of the country. And among the economically developed countries, the United States has the greatest degree of income inequality, the lowest government spending on social programs, the lowest score on the material well-being of children, the highest infant mortality rate, and the very high homicide rates, and a large prison population. And the reason why greater economic equality is so important, because when there is economic inequality in a country, that inequality translates into shorter lifespans, worse health, higher levels of infant and material mortality, lower levels of trust among people, more family violence, more teen pregnancies, more family violence in broken homes, whereas in countries with greater economic equality, there are longer lifespans, better health, higher levels of reported happiness, less crime, and a general improvement in the quality of life for everybody in the country. And so we can understand that economic inequality and poverty are not inevitable, not irreversible. They are the result of a series of decisions, political decisions, that can be reversed to create greater equality. A stronger safety net is essential to provide support for people in need, but it is not sufficient as a final solution to the problem of poverty and inequality. Fundamental transformations of the system are needed to create an economy, a social order, and a political system that can work for all, that can promote the common good. Okay, so on one side, we face economic inequality and poverty. On the other side, the other major problem we face is environmental devastation, most visible in the form of climate change. Climate change has been accelerating year after year, reaching dangerous levels that are already having a catastrophic impact. It's manifest in the form of destructive wildfires, floods, violent hurricanes, longer droughts, longer heat waves. So that because of our impact on the climate, the future of human life hangs in the balance. Already, regions of the earth are becoming increasingly uninhabitable. I read that last week in Pakistan and northern India, the temperature had even gone up as high as 128 degrees Fahrenheit, which is pushing the very upper level of human survival. And if this trend continues and becomes irreversible, millions of people will die. We're altering the geophysical environment in ways that have never taken place before in historical times. And we cannot foresee the full impact, but we have to act to stop the causes of climate change, to reverse it, and to create a climate that is truly conducive to the flourishing of human beings. And so we have these two interrelated problems of economic inequality and persisting poverty and escalating climate change. And the task that faces us as Buddhists and as moral beings with a sense of conscience is what we can do to address these two interrelated, overwhelming, challenging problems. I would say, even though in Buddhism we extol such qualities as generosity, loving kindness, and goodwill, I would say that on their own as purely inward virtues, these are not enough. Even compassion as a purely internal disposition of the mind is also not enough. These qualities are necessary, precious, and valuable, but they also have to be joined to a sharp diagnosis of our current predicament and a determination to make fundamental changes in the systems, institutions, programs, and policies that govern our lives, changes in the dynamics that determine the fate of the 8 billion people who live on this planet. I would say that at the basic level, what we are dealing with here is what I call an inversion of values, a distortion of values, whereby monetary values, market values, returns on investments, the increasing financialization of all aspects of life have come to dominate genuine human values. They've pushed to the sideline the values that contribute to a true enrichment, deepening, and ennoblement of human life. And so in order to protect ourselves, to contribute to the flourishing of human life, we have to understand at a deep level this inversion of values and find ways to return to a code of genuine life-promoting, life-enhancing values. One tool that Buddhism offers us to understand our present predicament is the template of the Four Noble Truths. So when the Buddha wants to show us how to eliminate suffering, he doesn't just prescribe palliatives, just means to deal with the outer manifestations of suffering, but he takes us to a deep analysis of the underlying causes of suffering and tells us to eliminate those causes. So in a similar way, we have to view the above symptoms of social decline, economic inequality, environmental destruction, climate change, not as isolated phenomena, but as aspects of a common pathology, a common malady connected at a deep fundamental level, stemming from the same distortions in the dominant social and economic paradigm in which we are embedded. And these distortions in turn come from basic distortions in the mind, in our point of view, our attitudes, our motivations, the deep undercurrents of our emotional life. And so from a Buddhist perspective, we would say that these distortions all arise from ignorance and craving, avijja and tanha, or from greed, hatred, and delusion, which are locked in a mutually reinforcing relationship. But when we look at the underlying forces plunging us into chaos and disaster, we have to be more specific. We have to understand exactly how ignorance and craving are working to generate these twin problems of economic inequality, disparities of wealth between the rich and the poor on one side, and ecological devastation, climate change, the pollution of the Earth's geophysical system. Okay, so when I try to take a very broad overview of the dominant social and political and economic systems that govern our lives, I diagnose and analyze it in terms of what I call a deep meta program that underlies our problems. And there are different aspects to this meta program.
กับ
One
ที่จะ
is
ไปนั้นเป็นการ
even
ปา
a
ฐกถาในหัว
metaphysical
ข้อกรุณาธรรมยามวิกฤตหลักปฏิบัติทาง
underlying
พระพุทธศาสนา
cause,
เพื่อเยียวยา
and that
สังคมโลก
deep
โดยภิกขุโบสถ์ครับ
underlying metaphysical cause
Yes, that
can
was
be
the
called the
keynote
idea
speech
of
on
personal
compassion in times of
atomism,
crisis,
the
Buddhist
idea that
practice
we
in human
possess
global
a
community by
private
Bhikkhu Bodhi.
individual self,
แต่นี้จะพัก
which
ฉัน
is
ภัต
the
ตาหารและรับประทานอา
standpoint
หารนะครับ
from
ที่
which we
ชั้นที่
look
หนึ่ง
out
ส่วน
upon
ในภาค
the
บ่าย
world.
เราจะมี
We
กิจ
take
กรรม
ourselves
อยู่
to
ข
have
อง
some
กิจ
kind
กรร
of
มใหญ่ๆ
inner
นะครับคือการประชุมเชิงปฏิ
substantial
บัติการ
self,
โครงการจัด
which
ทำพระไตร
has
ปิ
an
ฎกฉบับภาษา
ultimate
อังกฤษ
reality,
ซึ่งก็จะ
an
นิมนต์และก็
intrinsic
เชิญเฉพาะค
inherent
ณะกรรมการที่
nature of its
ดูแล
own.
ในเรื่องนี้นะครับและอันที่สอง
And
ก็จะ
that
เป็นการ
is our
สัมมนา
true
ตั้งแต่เวลา
identity.
13 นาฬิ
And
กา
when we
นะครับ
identify with
Yes,
that
so now it will
individual
be time for
atomistic
lunch and the
self,
dining hall is located on the ground
then we
floor.
see
And in the
ourselves
afternoon
in
session, there will be two
intrinsic
activities. The first
competition
activity
with other
is
people
the
who we
Royal
view
Thai Tripitaka
also
Translation Project
as
workshop
ultimate
on translation and
individual
terminological
selves.
consistency,
So the idea of
organized
the
by
inner
departments of
subjective
religion
self
affairs, Ministry of
leads to
Culture,
the tendency
National
to
Office of Buddhism,
objectify
วัดประยูน
others,
วงศา
to
วาส
see
วรวิหาร
others as
International
objects,
Council for
and
Day
to
of
look
Vesak,
upon the
International Association of
natural
Buddhist
world,
Universities
the
and
environment,
MCU.
also
All committees
through
are
the
invited to
standpoint
have
of
a meeting at the conference
objectification,
room 1.
of treating
And the
nature
second
just as
activity
a
is there will
bunch
be
of
two panel
objects
sessions
to
on
be
Buddhist approaches to
exploited
health
and
of mind,
utilized
body,
for
and
our
communities
own
during pandemic,
personal
and
benefit.
the Buddhist practices
So we
for peace
exploit others,
and
so we have
solidarity in
economic
times of
systems
conflict. For the
capitalists,
afternoon
the
session at 1
owners, the
o'clock.
heads, the elite,
ก็
the financial and corporate
หลังจาก
elite,
ที่ฉันภัตตาหารแล้วก็กลับมา
utilizing
ที่ห้องประ
others
ชุมแห่ง
as
นี้นะครับ
workers and
ส่วน
consumers
คณะกรร
to
มการที่
contribute to
ดูแล
their
เรื่องของ
own
โครงการจัดทำพระ
wealth
ไตรปิ
and
ฎก
power.
ก็จะนิมนต์
And
ไปที่ Conference
again,
Room
from the
1
standpoint of
ส่วนที่เหลือก็มาที่ห้องประชุม
individual
ใหญ่
physical standpoint of
Yes,
the
thank you, everyone.
ultimacy
So
of the
please take half
private
for your
self
lunch and be back at 1 o'clock in this hall.
underlies our
Thank you.
predicament. And once we take the standpoint of the ultimacy of the individual self, this leads or induces a code of conduct by which we seek to maximize our own personal self-interest. And so nature turns into a bundle of commodities. Other people, we're alienated from other people. We compete with other people. And we see that each of us is in this competitive race to prevail, to come out on top. And our conduct is driven by this need, this perpetual need to solidify our sense of selfhood by maximizing our own wealth, our own position, our own power, and to prevail over and to dominate other people. And so the consequence of this standpoint of the personal self and the drive to acquire more and more is that all the realms of true value become dominated by market values, transformed into market values. And so we go ahead recklessly exploiting the Earth's ecosystems. We reduce people to consumers and workers. The people who prevail in this kind of economic system try to manipulate others with fear for their material security. And so people become pitted against one another, failing to recognize our common interests. And we fail to replace this present predatory system with another system that will contribute towards true human flourishing to the common good. And so if we are going to deal effectively with the major problems that we're facing, it's not enough just to deal with them at the level of policies, but we have to alter our point of view, our understanding of ourselves, our understanding of others, and our understanding of the world in which we're embedded. And this is where Buddhism can contribute valuable insights and values to motivate us. First, in contrast to the metaphysical premise of the discrete, individual, private self, Buddhism says that idea is a fundamental delusion. But in reality, from the standpoint of true insight, we are intrinsically interconnected and interdependent. Our very being exists in essential relationship with others. We depend upon countless other people. We depend upon countless other living beings. We are just a node in the vast, intricate web of life, intimately connected with the natural environment and with the entire cosmos. We emerge out of the entire cosmic process. We are an inherent part of the cosmic process. And our task is to contribute to promote the well-being of others who are involved, integrated into this cosmic process. And so when we recognize our essential interconnectedness with others, this entails a sense of universal responsibility. Of course, we cannot influence everybody and everything, but we should recognize that our thoughts, attitudes, and actions have to some extent the capacity to influence everything else. We can imagine that the world in which we're living is like a vast lake, and our own thoughts and actions is like throwing little stones into that lake. Each little stone that we throw creates a ripple which spreads through the lake. And even though at the other end of the lake, the ripple might be barely visible, but that stone that we throw will have some effect, however slight it might be, even on the waters at the other end of the lake. But even though we might not be able to contribute much by acting individually, when we join with others and collaborate with others in pursuing shared goals, then we can have a significant impact, a transformative impact on the systems, the social, economic, and political systems in which our lives are entwined, in which our lives are embedded. Okay, another principle that Buddhism can teach us is about the nature of true happiness. So true happiness for Buddhism doesn't come from pursuing one's own private interest at the expense of others. It doesn't come about just by trying to increase our wealth, our power, our position, by seeking to dominate others and come out as number one. But true happiness comes from participating fully and freely in various domains of true value, which begin at the most basic level, in meeting our material needs. Since in order to thrive, of course, we need sufficient food, a clean environment, drinkable water, good health, and so forth. But then we have to be able to enter into meaningful, fulfilling relationships with others, relationships which give us a deeper sense of meaning, which lift us up. We have to be able to form fulfilling friendships, collaborate and cooperate with others, and join hands with others in pursuing the general good of our communities and our societies. That brings a deeper sense of inner fulfillment. Happiness also depends on a sense of communion with nature, of being able to go out into the wild, to leave behind the towns and cities, and to enjoy the natural world. And even if we live in cities, we should be able to go out from time to time in large parks, in forests, and to enjoy the refreshment of being part of the natural order. And then, according to Buddhism, at the highest level, ultimate happiness depends upon the inner cultivation of the mind, on unfolding our spiritual potential to eliminate and to eradicate greed, hatred, and delusion, to develop our moral conduct, concentration, and wisdom, and through wisdom to cut off the defilements and realize the ultimate happiness, which is nibbana or nirvana. And so how are we to apply this quest for genuine values in concrete, specific ways? So I would say that what we need to guide us in pursuing the necessary type of social transformation is a set of guidelines, which I call the Dharma of engagement, critical to our own time. So I've enumerated a number of factors here, which are taken from Buddhism, but they're not expressed exactly in the terms of classical Buddhism. So the first of these is what I call discernment. And we could see this as corresponding perhaps to right view of the Noble Eightfold Path. And so what I mean by discernment is a clear and deep understanding of the detrimental social and political forces at work in our society and in the world at large. So this is like when the Buddha passes from the first noble truth to the second noble truth, he looks in and inquires, what are the underlying roots of dukkha, of suffering? And so when we look at a dysfunctional social and political order, where we have glaring economic inequalities, persistent poverty, environmental destruction, climate change, the rise of autocratic forms of government, hatred, militarism, war, what are the deep underlying roots of those problems? So we have to look into the psychological roots from which those problems arise. And understanding the roots of the problem must also be coupled with an uplifting moral vision of an alternative system conducive to the greater human good. We must have a vision of a world in which there prevails social justice, a world in which there's shared prosperity, a world in which nobody has to go hungry, nobody has to face the ravages of ecological devastation, a world where people don't have to migrate from their original homelands to other countries because their homelands have become uninhabitable. And so we have to have a vision of a truly just, prosperous, and sustainable social order. And that has to be the object of our aspiration. And this vision should extend horizontally, that is geographically, to embrace all human beings across the planet, not thinking only of the people of our own country or our own community, but we have to take all humanity in our range of vision clear across the earth, but not only contemporary humanity. We also have to need a sense of responsibility to future generations. We have to recognize the impact of our own actions in the present on the next generation, the generation after that, and all the generations right down the line. And this is particularly relevant to the problem of climate change, because at the rate that we are burning fossil fuels, the rate that we are discharging, emitting carbon emissions into the atmosphere, the planet is heating up at such a rate that even the generation of children, the people who are now children, when they reach adulthood, they're going to face a world which is increasingly unlivable. And so if that's the problem facing the present generation of children, what is it going to be like for the next generation after that? If we continue on our present trajectory, by the end of this century, this planet is going to be unlivable. And so we have to recognize the long-term consequences of our present actions. Then the second step or phase in this Dharma of social engagement, I call solidarity. This is a recognition of the essential unity of all people, understanding that our differences are secondary to our essential unity, that every human being is alike in that we all seek to avoid suffering and we all seek to achieve happiness. We all seek to live and to live abundantly, and we all fear death, particularly an early death. And so when we recognize our essential unity with others, we will come to see others not as mere means to our own fulfillment, not as competitors, not as alien, not as the others, but we will regard others as essentially the same as ourselves. And this will dispose us to cooperate with others rather than to compete with them, to share with them rather than to grasp more and more for ourselves, to pursue equality rather than domination. Out of the sense of solidarity come the third and fourth phases or aspects of this Dharma of engagement. The third is love or loving kindness. So this corresponds to metta or maitri, the wish to promote the well-being, safetyness, and the well-being, safety, and happiness of others. And the fourth is compassion, the movement of the heart when we face the suffering of others and the heartfelt urge to alleviate the suffering of others, to remove the causes of their suffering, and to see that they can emerge from suffering and achieve true happiness. So here we have loving kindness and compassion. The next phase or step is what I call justice. And this, in traditional Buddhist terminology, might be represented by one nuance, one aspect of the word dharma. So justice here is the quest to secure social, political, legal, and racial justice based on the principle that all people should be treated fairly, that all should be free to actively shape and contribute to the institutions and policies that govern their lives. Here in the United States, the country where I live, this particularly involves addressing the problem of racism in its various forms. This is a legacy that we inherit from our own past and that is still contributing to shape present attitudes, policies, and practices. But other countries will face their own challenges to this demand for inclusive justice, justice that extends to the entire population. The next phase is something closely connected with justice, but it's a little bit different. It's called equity. And this is the principle that all people should receive an adequate share of the material resources of life, as well as healthcare, education, a satisfactory education, and a clean environment. So this involves providing people with adequate housing, sufficient food, good schools, and perhaps even a basic living income. And the seventh phase in this Dharma of social engagement is peace. That means promoting peaceful solutions to communal, national, and global problems, not resorting to conflicts, to violence, to seeking to impose one's will on others or the will of one's own community on others through violent means, but seeking to solve problems through discussions, through negotiations, through compromise, and always trying to seek the solution which will most satisfactorily meet the needs of everyone else, even if we can't always obtain what we want for ourselves, but we have to recognize sometimes that it's necessary to compromise our own demands in order to resolve our differences peacefully. Okay, the requirement of peace also means that we need a new approach to foreign policy, particularly the wealthy countries of the world, the countries located mainly in the northern part of the hemisphere, have to be more willing to share our resources with the less fortunate. And instead of spending so much on our military budget, we have to transform those expenditures to a peace budget aimed at addressing global poverty so that we can ensure that everyone obtains the basic necessities of life. Okay, the eighth factor that I have listed here in this Dharma of engagement is courage. And courage means the willingness to act without fear, without hesitation, on behalf of people in need, whether near or distant, including future generations. The courage to stand up and act, to defend, to promote a living planet. And to promote a living planet means that we have to be ready to move away from our growth economy, the economy committed to constant in ever expanding growth, and to move away from a consumerist culture driven by the need to turn out ever new commodities. Instead, we have to adopt a more humble economy, a steady state economy grounded in the principle of sufficiency, where we're aiming at quality of life, not at turning out ever new inventions, to be constantly expanding production and consumption. And so here we could see the relevance of the Buddhist values of contentment and being satisfied with little. So here I think Buddhist monastics can form a model for the greater society, because we show by our lives that it's possible to be happy, to be fulfilled, to experience inner contentment, even while living just with the simplest, most basic requisites of life. And in this way, by extolling the virtues of simplicity and contentment, Buddhism can help contribute a model of a steady state economy grounded in the principle of sufficiency. Okay, so these are some of the thoughts that I wanted to share with you today, some ideas on how Buddhism and Buddhist values and practices can contribute to heal the global community. I hope these ideas will be useful to you. And again, I want to end by wishing everybody the blessings of a happy Vesak. Thank you so much for your attention. Bhavatu Sabha Mangalang Rakantu Sabha Devata Sabha Buddhanubhavena Sabha Dhammanubhavena Sabha Sanganubhavena Sada Soti Bhavantu Te.
尊敬的联合国卫生界国际理事会主席范志长老，各国各地区高僧大德、护法善信、律师们、先生们、朋友们，今天我们在泰国曼谷著名的联合国会议中心隆重举行第17届联合国卫生界庆祝大会。会议主题为危机中的慈悲，佛教在治愈全球社会中的实践意义重大，影响深远。承蒙泰国国王马卡瓦吉拉隆功陛下与王室，泰国政府与佛教界大力支持，以及联合国卫生界国际理事会范志主席与全体成员，泰国幕后朱拉隆功大学宋金校长与3位副校长，并全体的共同努力和辛勤工作，本届庆祝大会在克服全球新冠疫情造成延期3年后如期举行，因缘殊胜，法喜充满。这次我谨代表中国佛教协会，并以我个人的名义，向本届联合国卫生界庆祝大会表示热烈祝贺，向来自世界各地与会的线上云端、线下会场的高僧大德、各界朋友表示亲切问候和良好祝愿。我们在此举行联合国卫生界庆祝活动，纪念佛陀诞辰成道 也怕的数十日子，干掉佛陀给世界带来智慧和光明，恩赐众生离苦得乐之道，是以净化人性之法，立社会正义和可持续发展及世界和平之真谛。我们全世界的佛弟子都应当秉承伟大佛陀慈悲济世的本慧，为促进世界各国各地区人民相互尊重、和平共处、合作共赢、共创未来做出共同努力和应有贡献。在此，我起如下建议，供大家参考：一、携手促进佛教的不断传承和发展，世界各国各地区佛教界应当不断加强佛教经典的时代阐释、佛法的当代传播、禅修的当代实践、弘法人才的培养，共同促进佛教不断传承和发展，为弘法利生、正法救助贡献力量。二、不断加强世界各国各地区佛教界的友好交流。我们要保持世界各国各地区佛教界的密切联系，拓展渠道，创新方式，不断建设和完善国际佛教交流合作机制，使世界各国各地区佛教界传统法义如同大江大河般长流不断，生生不息，永保生机。三、携手促进世界各国各地区人民友好。我们要充分发挥佛教的文化纽带作用，以佛教友好交流带动世界各国各地区民间往来，增进人民友谊，促进民心相通，推动世界各国各地区经济文化等领域的交流合作，助力世界各国各地区高水平发展，为维护和促进世界和平与发展繁荣发挥积极作用。四、携手努力构建人类命运共同体。我们要自觉肩负起当代佛教徒的社会责任和历史使命，在维护和促进世界各国各地区友好、和平稳定、发展繁荣的基础上，以慈悲无我的精神和开放包容的胸襟关怀人类的前途命运，加强各国各地区佛教界的友好交流与团结合作，推动不同宗教间对话和东西方文明交流互鉴，为世界更多的人民架起相互理解的桥梁。在人类社会面对肆虐的新冠疫情冲击危机中，秉承佛陀慈悲利他的精神，在全球社会治愈和恢复中进行最有益的实践，为推动构建人类命运共同体奉献心力。在我们隆重举行第17届联合国卫生节庆祝大会的吉祥时刻，面对肆虐的新冠疫情，再一次部分线上云端、线下现场相聚在泰国天使之城曼谷，共同弘扬佛陀慈悲、智慧、平等、圆融的教义。在世界各国各地区高僧大德共同努力下，本届联合国卫生节庆祝大会一定会深远成就，法喜充满。祝愿2022年第17届联合国卫生节庆祝大会圆满成功。祝愿三宝慈光加倍，全球疫情早日消灭，一切战争早日迎来和平曙光，所有众生常得安乐。祝愿各位高僧大德、各界朋友身心康泰，如意吉祥。
manunya man sango sudan kan pasu baca bing betul ke wibadun gabun kuci abang bisawati ke sugo punya macam macam dari sugo buntu punya buntu le buntu go kulitro sugan dari itu punya ciri tidak tu go punya jango buntu tu apa bang buntu buat buntu Crises begitu buat begitu menawari dan kalau dicil mudah untuk membaca di kalam kerja. Jadi kono desi mudah punya baik kono desi mudah jalan juga dan jadi babi Vesak ini awalnya jadi Kemudian itu abang buat hari mulai kita itu hari dari baik kita hari cukup semua konsil abang hari sekarang mudah pun lagi mudah juga datang aku kerja ada dati besok dia depan itu udah berhasil hari itu mulai Bangladesh lalu semua kunci Bangladesh Samarat biku masma abang kamu kena dulu Samarat ini abang kamu jalan jalan mengerubik ini lalu pokok ini menyebar mungkin kembali balik Berteman bisa Muhammad karena barat barakan Tuhan bisa beri Muasam kul dari karena putri ini sarafni muasaram boleh dapat berkutai beri terparu semangat juga ini bagi nanti dari datang ini saudara teman ini dapat orang tidak ini dan menurutku muakar ini Mudah pagi bangun untuk pagi sumber untuk pagi bisa mulai untuk waktu kita niat itu jauh sesuai itu waktu bangun.
Respected most venerable Mahasanghas, eminent scholars, brothers and sisters in Dharma. Today, I bring you all the best wishes and warm greetings from Bhutan, the land of happiness. I acknowledge the UN office and the agencies for commemorating the 2022 Vesak Day amid the global crisis of pandemic, regional conflicts, and wars, where many innocent lives have been lost. Today, when we remember the life and legacies of the Buddha, I urge all the participants to reflect and dedicate prayers and merit to those who have lost in the global pandemic, children and civilians killed in the regional conflict, and generate compassion for many who are silently suffering. Better than our physical presence in the crisis-related community is to think out of compassion of the well-being of every sentient being and for the liberation of lost souls. Buddha had not only put effort into the salvation of sentient beings, but was also concerned of people's well-being, including the protection of their rights and freedom, concerned about the inequality and injustice in the society. He emphasized moral duties and pursued the head of state to work and promote both social and mental well-being of the people. The Buddhist principle of the earlier Buddhism clearly says that the head of the state and government must exercise the duty to streamline the welfare of common people. With this regard, I approach all the heads of the state and the Buddhist head and community to put their effort into the mission to rescue the people from justice and crisis. Otherwise, we cannot be considered happy people unless every being are happy. Lastly, I wish for the success and auspiciousness of the world and beings. Rashidile.
nam mô Bổn Sư Thích Ca Mâu Ni Phật. Kính thưa Đức Tăng Vương Giáo hội Phật giáo Hoàng gia Thái Lan, Hòa thượng Giáo sư Tiến sĩ Rama Buddhist, Chủ tịch Ủy ban Quốc tế Ngài Vesak Liên Hiệp Quốc, quý Tôn Đức Tăng Vương, lãnh đạo Giáo hội Phật giáo các nước, quý vị đại biểu và toàn thể những người con Phật trên khắp thế giới. Đại lễ Vesak lại về, người con Phật khắp năm châu hoan hỷ chào đón Ngài Đức Đạo Sư mang ánh sáng trí tuệ bao la và suối nguồn yêu thương bất tận đến cho nhân loại. Đây là dịp tất cả chúng ta cùng ôn lại cuộc đời những thông điệp nhập thế, phụng sự nhân sinh và những đóng góp to lớn của Đức Phật Thích Ca cho lịch sử nhân loại. Trong giờ phút thiêng liêng này, cộng đồng Phật giáo toàn cầu chúng ta hãy cùng nhau chắp tay cầu nguyện cho chiến tranh chấm dứt, thế giới hòa bình, dịch bệnh Covid-19 sớm được tiêu trừ, nhân loại được an lạc. Về hội thảo của Cộng đồng Phật giáo quốc tế năm 2022, tôi rất hoan hỷ tán thành chủ đề mà Ủy ban tổ chức Đại lễ Vesak Liên Hợp Quốc đã đề ra: từ bi trong thời kỳ khủng hoảng. Những thực hành Phật giáo trong việc trị liệu nhân loại toàn cầu. Vì lòng từ bi vô tận đối với nhân loại, các loài động vật và thảo mộc trên hành tinh mà Đức Thích Ca đã có mặt trong cõi đời này. Vì lòng từ bi to lớn, Đức Phật đã từ bỏ cơ hội làm vua, bỏ lại sau lưng cung vàng điện ngọc, tìm con đường giải thoát khổ đau cho nhân loại. Trước sau như một, những lời dạy của Ngài đều không ngoài mục đích mang lại hạnh phúc và an lạc thực sự cho nhân sinh. Là đệ tử của Đức Phật, chúng ta hãy dấn thân hơn nữa, đem từ bi xóa tan hận thù, đem hiểu biết cảm thông xóa tan nghi kỵ chia rẽ, đem trí tuệ xóa tan nỗi khổ niềm đau của nhân sinh. Đây là lúc chúng ta hãy cùng thực hành, áp dụng những lời dạy của Đức Phật vào cuộc sống, làm cho cuộc sống của nhân loại được an lành, mọi người được sống trong tình thương yêu như anh em một ruột thịt, tôn trọng các dị biệt, cùng trải nghiệm niềm vui, hạnh phúc và an lạc. Nhân đại lễ Vesak Liên Hợp Quốc năm nay, thay mặt Giáo hội Phật giáo Việt Nam, tôi kính chúc Đức Tăng Vương Giáo hội Phật giáo Hoàng gia Thái Lan và các vị Tăng Vương trên thế giới được thân khỏe, tâm an, pháp hỷ sung mãn để tiếp tục làm bậc thầy chỉ đường, giúp cộng đồng Phật giáo nhập thế năng động hơn nữa trong phụng sự nhân sinh, tốt đời đẹp đạo, hộ quốc an dân. Tôi kính chúc Hòa thượng Giáo sư Tiến sĩ Rama Buddhist, các vị lãnh đạo các giáo hội Phật giáo trên toàn cầu, quý vị đại biểu và cộng đồng Phật giáo năm châu luôn sống an lành trong mặt trời chân lý của Đức Phật. Nam mô Bổn Sư Thích Ca Mâu Ni Phật.
Venerable sirs, brother and sister in the Dharma, on behalf of Buddhist communities in Singapore, I would like to congratulate the main organization ICDV,ฬาลงกรณราชวUniversity, Mahamaku Buddhist University, Departments of Religious Affairs under Ministry of Culture in Thailand, and the National Office of Buddhism for organizing the 17th United Nations Days of Vesak celebration after 2 years of global COVID-19 pandemic shutdown. This year's celebration is hybrid, formats on one side for Thai attendees and online for international attendees. I take this opportunity to wish all of you a great success in your endeavors. According to the Dhamma, compassion, which is one of the practices mentioned in the Brahmana Vihara, should always be practiced and mindfully. Now, in this present time of need caused by COVID-19 pandemic, with all the experience and practices which we have benefited we can put compassion into great use either by extending physical help or spiritual help. Those with strong financials can give support or sponsors to the needy. This can be done either in group, national level, or coordinated efforts up to international level. This is compassion in action. According to WHO statistics as of 3rd May 2022, globally there were 540 million infection cases and 6.24 deaths due to COVID-19. The COVID-19 viruses have no regards to race, color of skin, religion, and social status, etc. More importantly, it is borderless and spreads and infects freely. Likewise, the practice of compassion should be done with equanimity. This pandemic has given rise to many why questions, such as why might I be infected despite my strong religious faith? Why must my parents who are harmless die due to COVID-19? In such cases, the profound Dharma will be able to withstand such questions and thereby provide spiritual support and realizations of reality. Both calamities, the COVID-19 pandemic, natural or human-made disasters in the world, have initiated us to explore for better and more effective ways of doing present things. This should include the dissemination and sharing of the Buddha Dhamma. We as Buddhists need to explore the best possible and probable ways and implement them effectively so that the Buddha Dhamma can gain more fellowship throughout this human world and thereby contribute significantly to global peace both in mind and body. This pandemic has also revealed the weaknesses which we need to strengthen and become better. If not the best, Buddhism must rise to the global stage for world peace and be the pillars for world peace. May you be well happy. Happy Vesak.
Dear most venerables, dear most venerable Professor Dr. Prabhupada Pundit, dear Mahasangha. On behalf of the European Buddhist Union and as its president, it is my honor to sincerely congratulate the Supreme Sangha Council, the Royal Thai Government, the ICDV, the MCU, and the other organizers for hosting this year's 17th United Nations Day of Vesak celebration. It is a most meaningful event, and thus, on behalf of all the Buddhists in Europe, which the European Buddhist Union represents, we humbly express our gratitude for making these celebrations possible. The theme of this event appeals to us very much, as we are experiencing a war on European soil at the very moment, in Ukraine, which is something that we thought would not be possible anymore in this century. Compassion arises together with wisdom, and both are much needed in these times, as we can see. We can observe that conflicts on our precious globe multiply, and societies in most countries drift apart instead of coming together, giving rise to even more conflicts. The Buddha taught that we have to create peace in our minds first, in order to experience peace around us, and that through our mindfulness we can create a harmonious environment for others. Creating peace in our minds through our Buddhist practice and spreading compassion by keeping our precepts is paramount these days. Buddhism is a model of peace, and an event like this Vesak celebration is a manifestation of it. This is because Buddha's teaching of great love and compassion, as well as equality, is about thinking of others as oneself, so that others are never harmed or hurt. Hence, Buddhism, especially in this century, is critically needed to disseminate love and compassion. The European Buddhist Union sincerely appreciates being invited and having received the opportunity to participate in this most meaningful Vesak event, together with many other fellow Buddhists from all over the world. This shows how connected our minds are in the Dharma. The organizers deserve our highest felicitations. Thank you so very much for hosting this meaningful and precious event.
His Holiness Sangha Supreme Patriarchs, distinguished Buddhist leaders, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm Daishi from the Buddhist Association of Canada, Zhanshan Temple. It is my honor to represent Canada in joining the 17th United Nations Day of Vesak celebration, hosted by the International Council for Day of Vesak. Hope everyone is coping well and staying healthy during the pandemic. Although some of us cannot join in person at the United Nations in Bangkok, I'm glad to participate online along with thousands of fellow Buddhists around the world for this Vesak celebration. The theme this year is Compassion in Times of Crisis. Buddhist practice in healing global community. As a Buddhist, we view the pandemic as an opportunity for spiritual growth through adversity. The Buddha has taught that suffering, emptiness, impermanence, and egoless are the nature of life. As we observe the environment around us, flowers blossom in the spring and snow falls in the winter. There is a natural rhythm in the changing of the seasons. That is the law of impermanence. As we live through this global pandemic, everyone experiences it differently. It is important that we cope with anxiety and pressure with compassion and wisdom as taught by the Buddha. Even though we cannot change the big picture, we can change our mentality, think positive, and live in the present moment. By celebrating Vesak, we embrace the Buddhist unconditional love and kindness to all sentient beings, compassion to others. During times of crisis, is necessary in the path of healing for the global community. May we dedicate our merits of this Vesak celebration to the ending of the pandemic, well-being of all mankind, and peace in our world. Happy Vesak Festival on behalf of Sangha and relatives from Canada. Thank you.
Dear Venerables, Eminences, brothers and sisters in Dharma, at the occasion of the United Nations Vesak, in memory and honor of our historical Buddha Sakyamuni, I wish you all a very inspiring and happy celebration. I first of all like to share with you my deepest concern and wish that the current war and other conflicts in the world, causing great suffering to many sentient beings, may cease and that peace and happiness prevail everywhere. The other point of concern we might forget is the environmental crisis. I would like to share with you an extract from our Swedish Buddhist Union's statement at the occasion of the coming United Nations Climate Summit in Stockholm in June. The environmental and climate crisis is also an ethical crisis. The crisis that the world now experiences in terms of degradation of the environment, overexploitation of natural resources, and rapidly accelerating climate change can be seen as an ethical crisis, a lack of a common set of values. As human beings, we are an integral part of the environment and the Earth's ecosystem. If these are not maintained and their function is not ensured, the resources they provide are threatened or cease. If natural resources are overexploited, they will no longer be available to us. We are convinced that we need to restore respect for these values and that they play a central role in our lives, health, and prosperity on the planet. As human beings, we are dependent on each other and closely connected. Compassion for other people means that we also show compassion for the environment and the planet, as we otherwise directly or indirectly negatively affect or harm other beings and the biodiversity. Everyone has a role to play, and everyone's participation and practical measures are needed every day. Good leadership from the government and all politicians who strongly advocate this common sense of values is a prerequisite for us to be able to achieve the goal. The Swedish Buddhist community, in collaboration with the European Buddhist Union, as the voice of 4 million Europeans, has committed to continue to work actively and contribute in every way we can. Thank you for your attention.
Dear friends in Dhamma, we are living in difficult times, times of much suffering and much loss. We have an estimated number of over 6 million deaths by COVID-19 so far. If we search in the internet how many wars are going on right now, we will find 57 wars happening today. Dictionary definition gives that war is an intense armed conflict between states, governments, societies, or paramilitary groups such as mercenaries, insurgents, and militias. In the Christian Bible, it says that the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse are death, destruction, pestilence, and famine. Sickness, conflict, and death are themes no strange in our Buddhist scriptures too. They are all variations of dukkha, that one thing that, as Buddhists, we aim to conquer. It means that whenever sickness, hunger, violence, and death arises, we should understand how it arises and how it vanishes. We know these things do not happen by chance. We need to analyze the causal chain that allows the arising of favorable conditions that cause intense suffering in the world. Now, much of the war today happens in two fields: physical conflict with weapons, and war in communication through censorship, fake news, and misleading information. Both actions, by body and speech, destroy and make beings suffer. At Mahanidana Sutta, Digha Nikaya, it says, now, in this case, Ananda, craving is dependent on feeling, seeking is dependent on craving, gain is dependent on seeking. Deciding what to do with what has been gained is dependent on gain. Desire and attachment is dependent on deciding. Excessive attachment is dependent on desire and attachment. Acquisitiveness is dependent on excessive attachment. Miserliness is dependent on acquisitiveness. Protectiveness is dependent on miserliness. And because of protectiveness, various evil, unwholesome phenomena come into being, such as the taking up of sticks and sharp weapons, fights, quarrels, disputes, accusations, slanders, and lies. It's our duty as Buddhists to understand and seize greed, hatred, and delusion. Through loving kindness and compassion, we can overcome the causes of dukkha and help the healing of the effects of dukkha. As the famous quote present in the Dhammapada says, Nahi verena verani samantira kudachanam averena chasamanti esandamo sanantano. Hatred never ceases through hatred in this world. Through non-hatred alone, hatred ceases. This is an eternal law. Today, at Vesak Day, we are gathered here, people from all nations, to celebrate and honor the words of the teacher.
Respected Venerable Mahasangha, Honorable Excellencies, distinguished guests, Dharma friends, brothers and sisters. I thank the organizing committee for making the effort to hold the United Nations Vesak celebration in this difficult time. Buddha's birth is a blessing. We celebrate his birthday to pay our gratitude for his guidance. His teaching has helped millions of people. The Buddha's teaching can help anyone who is willing to follow it. Buddhist principles can be important lessons about how to live and create a peaceful society, which is necessary for economic stability. Harmony with different cultures depends on honest, non-violent behavior. We live in a world with all kinds of uncertainties. Someone who is healthy today may not be healthy tomorrow. We have seen and experienced the effects of COVID-19 wars, and other natural and man-made disasters. The road to peace and happiness is not a superhighway. We all expect a safe and secure life. It is not easy to achieve these goals. There are many obstacles that we face every day when we look for peace in our lives. Mental and physical health are key to our success. A small step can go a long way. The problem is that today people are used as supplies to make goods and services, to make a profit at any cost. Political leaders and large corporations measure economic growth by gross domestic product or GDP. But they ignore the workers' well-being. These groups do not pay enough to improve the workers' quality of life. The materials that are used contaminate the air, water, and land. The products create harmful effects for the workers, consumers, and even to animals. Plastic particles are found in fish. The growing obsession with money and materialism is harmful for good relationships. Greedy desires can be controlled by undertaking and practicing the teachings of the Buddha. By looking at the destruction of the environment, regional wars, and other issues of inequality, we can see how important the teachings of the Buddha are. I hope that everyone will be responsible global citizens by paying attention to the impact of our lifestyle. We Buddhists have the responsibility to educate our fellow citizens, moral and ethical living. Buddha's teaching emphasizes the importance of a healthy mind. When people have healthy minds, it is good for the society and the planet Earth. The UN Vesak celebration is an opportunity to send a message to the world about healthy living. Buddhist ethical values are universal values for peaceful coexistence because the teachings of the Buddha have respect for all living beings. This is a time to look beyond into the future, where we should think globally. The more people understand the value of life, the purpose of living, can create a better living environment for all. Thank you. May all beings be well and happy.
Good morning to you all from the Forest Hermitage here in the heart of England. Regrettably, I can't be with you in person, but thankfully I can still send you my Vesak greetings with my appreciation and encouragement. At this time, when we are focused on remembering the Buddha and the story of his life and achievement, when I think about his early years, I'm reminded of how, when he was just 29, the young Prince Siddhartha's life changed so dramatically when he came face to face for the very first time with aging, sickness, and death. But how skeptical some are that he could have reached that age without noticing people getting older, becoming ill, and dying. I can't help but reflect that it's far more common for people to see and hear and live with those divine messengers and remain deaf and blind to their meaning, just as they remain oblivious to what they see daily on their screens of violent and lasting conflict, scenes of the damage, death, torture, and destruction going on in various parts of the world, even as I speak. When you see it, so much unnecessary suffering, and think about it, you can't help wondering how it will ever end and whether recovery can ever be possible. Well, I know from my own experience growing up in the shadow of the Second World War that bricks and mortar are soon and easily repaired. Much more difficult is it to fix the hearts and minds, the attitudes and prejudices of those who've been involved and hurt. At first sight, offering heartfelt compassion may seem a feeble and inadequate response. But just imagine if the cultivation of loving kindness and compassion were a mass movement. If hundreds of thousands around the world took part, the effect would be massive, and the support for violent initiatives and responses would melt away. Taking to heart the Buddha's great compassion, really practicing what the Buddha taught, including sound morality and mindfulness and awareness, Buddhists could do this. Remembering the tolerance, loving kindness, and compassion of the Buddha, we ought all of us to do our best to be like him, to go where he led. And even as he, with his exemplary conduct and teaching, changed the world, so we and all Buddhists have a part to play in the creation of a far more contented and peaceful world than we know now. And it all starts here, within the hearts and minds of each one of us. And it is so necessary for human beings to be able to make full use of the potential they have to move towards enlightenment and the end of suffering. At this Vesak time, I send you my greetings and my thanks for being permitted to be with you for these few minutes. May I close by encouraging you to promote and assiduously practice the Dhamma of the All-Enlightened One, with my hope for better things for all and everyone. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Very happy Vesak to all of you. Brothers and sisters, the greeting coming from Malaysia. UN's Vesak celebration, many years we are together. Each and every one of us, we share a lot of experience, knowledge, and we had a wonderful time throughout the period. Our spiritual various part of the places they participate. All the credit goes towards the Thai governments as well as for the Mahachulalongkorn University. They're so compassionate get each and every participant to have it UN Vesak celebration, given the recognition by the UN for the Vesak celebration. From there, many of scholarly as well as other participants able to learn so much things. They are highly scholarly, learned, the speakers, lecturers, as well as for all those wonderful people. They contribute so much various area in development of the Buddha Sasana. This year, they again, even though we are not physically participating, we are able to participate online. I highly, happily congratulate each and every organizing committee, especially for the Mahachulanko University, organizing such a meaningful Zoom Vesak celebration throughout all the devotees, members, to reach out the greeting Vesak. Happy Vesak to all of you. Continue your spiritual growth. Continue your Dhamma practices for our final liberation. Let us be together throughout our period, attain the enlightenment. Thank you very much. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu.
'From Borobudur Temple, Indonesia. I, Venerable Dr. Didi Sampano, the Chair of Indonesian Association of Buddhist College. On behalf of all the Buddhist people in Indonesia, I would like to convey Happy Crisis of Vesak Day 2565 Buddhist era in 2022. Compassion in times of crisis. Buddhist practice in healing global community. May all being be happy, be free from suffering. Nibbanang paramang sukang sapi sata bawantu sukitata. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu.
Namo tassa bhagavato arahato sama sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato sama sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato sama sambuddhassa. Venerables autoridades espirituales del Reino de Tailandia. Venerables maestros budistas alrededor del mundo, honorables autoridades del Reino de Tailandia, honorables autoridades de Naciones Unidas, queridas amigas y amigos en el noble camino. Un especial saludo en el 17º aniversario del Día de Vesak de Naciones Unidas, año 2022. Conmemoración del nacimiento, iluminación y fallecimiento de Buda Gautama. Me dirijo a ustedes como miembro de la comunidad budista de Chile, un pequeño país en el extremo sur de Sudamérica, de cultura mayoritariamente cristiana. En los años 60, visitó Chile el primer bhikkhu o monje budista y a contar de los años 70 tomamos la iniciativa de invitar a maestros budistas de diferentes tradiciones para que las enseñanzas del Señor Buda pudieran estar al alcance de las personas en Chile. Somos una pequeña comunidad e intentamos día a día comprender y practicar las enseñanzas del Señor Buda en este lejano país. De este modo,
cientos de personas se han acercado a las enseñanzas del bendito. Nuestra experiencia es que la mayoría de las personas se acercan al budismo en la esperanza de encontrar un camino espiritual auténtico y una comunidad que mantenga un cierto nivel ético acorde con sus principios. Por otra parte, las personas buscan el conocimiento del budismo acerca de la psicología humana para lograr manejar sus mentes. Que los grandes maestros budistas tengan larga vida y sus enseñanzas y ejemplo puedan guiar a la comunidad budista mundial en beneficio de todos los seres vivientes. Que la comunidad budista observe los 5 preceptos. El señor Buda dijo: uno debería conquistar el odio con el amor, debería conquistar el mal con el bien, debería conquistar la avaricia con la generosidad, la mentira con la verdad.
มหาวิทยาลัยมหาจุฬาลงกรณราชวิทยาลัยและมหาวิทยาลัยมหามกุฏราชวิทยาลัยและท่านพระอาจารย์กากันกาลิกที่ได้เมตตาเจริญพระพุทธมนต์ก่อนที่เราจะได้เริ่มงานในช่วงภาคบ่ายนะครับ
So thank you most venerables from both university, Mahachulalongkorn Rajvidyalaya University and Mahamongkut Buddhist University, also Prakakan to come up on the stage and to chant for world peace together today.
ครับต่อจากนี้ไปจะเป็นการประชุมสัมมนาหัวข้อย่อยที่1นะครับชื่อเรื่องพุทธวิธีรักษาสุขภาพจิตกายและสังคมในสถานการณ์โรคระบาดโดยได้รับความกรุณาจากวิทยากรนะครับประกอบด้วยภิกษุมิซานซูมิมซุนิมซึ่งเป็นผู้อำนวยการศูนย์จิตปัญญาศึกษาประเทศเกาหลีใต้นะครับท่านดร.จอร์จวันโดแวร์ซึ่งเป็นผู้แทนองค์การค้าโลกประจำประเทศไทยศาสตราจารย์อิทธะเดมอริยะอินทศระเถโรซึ่งเป็นอดีตอธิการบดีมหาวิทยาลัยพระพุทธศาสนาและบาลีจากศรีลังกาท่านที่3นะครับศาสตราจารย์ดร.จิงยินซึ่งเป็นผู้อำนวยการสถาบันวิจัยพุทธศาสตร์วัฒนธรรมของจีนและท่านที่5คือพระอาจารย์พระธรรมาจารย์ดร.ธรรมปิยะซึ่งเป็นเลขาธิการของสหพันธ์พุทธศาสนานานาชาติจากประเทศอินเดียซึ่งดำเนินรายการโดยพระอาจารย์ดร.ทีธรรมรัตนะซึ่งเป็นรองประธานสภาสากลวันวิสาขบูชาโลกครับ
So the first panel discussion is under the theme of Buddhist approaches to health of mind, body, and communities during the pandemic by the following scholars. First, Bhikkhu Misan Sunim, Director of the Kies Center for Contemplative Science from South Korea. The second is Dr. George Wendeyer, WHO representative of Thailand. Third, Professor Itademalie Indasara Thero, former counselor of Buddhist and Pali University, Sisam Buddha Loka Viharaya, Colombo from Sri Lanka. Fourth, Professor Dr. Jing Yin, Executive Director, Research Institute of Buddhist Culture of China, Hong Kong. And the fifth, Venerable Dr. Dhammapiya, the Secretary General of International Buddhist Confederation from India. And in this panel discussion, Venerable Dr. T. Dhammaratana, the ICDV Vice President from France, will be the moderator.
ขอเชิญและก็นิมนต์รับชมครับ
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Good afternoon to you all. To pass in the flow from Bangkok to Paris. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure and privilege for me to be your moderator to the first panel discussion during the celebration of the 17th United Nations Day of Vesak in 2022. As we all aware that during last 2 years and a half, the world community experienced unprecedented crisis of economic, health, political, religious, and so on. Several millions of people lost their life. Even today, many countries are suffering due to corona pandemic disaster. People today have lost their confidence on future dreams. Therefore, in order to heal human suffering, this extraordinary day of Vesak celebration, we have invited 5 eminent scholars to find out some immediate and sustainable solutions to recover from this world disaster and to cure human heart and to develop physical health by application of sublime teaching of the Buddha Sakya Muni Gautama. Our theme to this panel is Buddhist approaches to health of mind, body, and communities during the pandemic. We will have 2 hours of time to deliberate our ideas in the light of Buddhist wisdom. As your moderator, I would like to grant each panelist 20 minutes. Within 15 minutes, you may present your contribution. Another 5 minutes, you may conclude your intervention with your very clear suggestions to our audience. Now it is my great honor to present you our eminent scholars to the panel. First of all, I would like to call upon Venerable Dr. Misan Sunim, Director, Korea Advanced Institute of Science and Technology, Center for Contemplative Science from South Korea. Venerable, are you online? Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Venerable.
And the second, I would like to call upon Dr. Jos Vandale, the representative of World Health Organization in Thailand. Dr. Jos, you are online with us?
Yes, I'm with you. Good afternoon, everybody.
Thank you very much. And number 3, Professor, Venerable Professor Itta Demelye Indasara, former Vice Chancellor of the Buddhist and Pali University in Sri Lanka. Venerable sir, you online? Can you talk to the microphone, please?
Can you hear me? I am online.
Yes, yes, thank you very much. Now it is okay.
Okay.
Then I would like to call upon Venerable Professor Dr. Jin Yin, Executive Director, Research Institute of Buddhist Culture of China, Hong Kong, China. Venerable sir?
Yeah, I'm here.
Thank you very much. The last, Venerable Dr. Dhammapriya, Secretary General of International Buddhist Confederation from India. Most Venerable sir.
Stay Venerable, I'm here.
Okay. Our 5 eminent panelists are with us now. As I have mentioned to you, we have a 2-hour discussion. So each one of you, you can have a 20 minutes. 15 minutes, you can make your presentation, and 5 minutes, you can make your conclusion. After that, we will have another 15 minutes. Sometime we may invite our Buddhist friends who are joining with us from around the globe. If they like to ask any question to you, please, you may reply to them, because they are waiting your wisdom and your proposal and your suggestion, how recover, heal the heart and mind of millions of people in the world. With this remark, I would like to invite Most Honorable Dr. Misan Sunim. You have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your kind introduction and invitation. I'd like to first have my PDF, PPT file. If can
please
share
go ahead.
My screen. Okay, thank you. Make it bigger. Okay, can you see the screen?
Yes, yes.
Thank you so much.
Everything is clear.
Thank you. I'm from the Crises Center for Contemplative Science. It is a science and technology university in Korea. I'm having the Center for Contemplative Science. So it is good to share my experiences in this university, the Buddhist approaches to health of mind and body, communities during pandemic. Of course, I'm in the secular university, but I'm not strictly speaking from the Buddhist approaches, but if we would take the commonality from Buddhist teaching, it is quite work well in secular world. So my presentation will be from my experiences. So let's move on. I think that Hans, socially engaged Buddhism is probably you remember, but he passed away January this year. My condolence to the most venerable, and his teaching, especially the 5 Buddhist approaches that can help us deal with corona pandemic anxiety, especially with the Vietnamese during the war. He actually experienced panic and also fear, all these humankind's emotions. So he gave us the teaching of 5 approaches, Buddhist approaches. The first one is acknowledging the fear. And the second, practicing mindfulness meditation. The third, cultivating compassion. And fourth, understanding our interconnections. And the fifth, using this time to reflect richness of our human ability and consciousness. So I will mainly focus on mindfulness meditation and cultivating compassion. So for Brahma Vihara, I use this simple meditation technique from Buddhist teachings, approaches in the secular university, and scientifically study and make Buddhist the meditation programs which can be used by non-Buddhist and the people who, regardless of religion and race. I will quickly move on to the first one, acknowledging the fear. We are having lots of fear from this COVID-19 pandemic. And also some other countries like Myanmar and Ukraine have a war at present moment. There's lots of things going on. Theravada Buddhist monk Ajahn Brahm explains, when we fight the world, we have what is called suffering. But the more we accept the world, the more we can actually enjoy the world. There's quite well-studied scientific evidence for this. You see, our brain works when there is some fear comes, the visual cortex recognize immediately the information to the amygdala, and heart rate goes up. So in this way, activation of this amygdala gives you the fear. You cannot away from this circle, vicious circle of fear, anxiety. But in this area of our brain, interior singular cortex, or those lateral frontal cortex, is this activated. In contrast, the amygdala will coming down. How? So second way to improve mind strength, relaxation of amygdala, is a conscious amygdala activation, which goes to fear, frustration, and anger. But if you're just aware as it is and accept as it is, dramatically the amygdala emergence bell will stop. Okay, it is closely related to mindfulness meditation. Mindfulness meditation is a key Buddhist teachings based on Satipatthana Sutta in early Pali canon. Mindfulness practices aim to curb impulse behaviors with awareness of the body, feeling, mind, and Dhamma phenomena. So what is mindfulness? From my understanding, with gentle attention, that is yoniso manasikara in Pali, and clear knowing, sampajanya in Pali, in the present moment, ditteva dhamma, here and now, as it is, awakening to authentic presence. This is the mindfulness, what I define. The most famous definition by Jan Kabat-Zinn, who is the regarded him as the father of mindfulness in the West, he defines mindfulness as the practice of focusing attention on the experience of current moment with the attitude of non-judgmental acceptance and curiosity. There's similarities, of course. So, using the senses, 5 senses, the gentle attention, and the knowing intentionally, consciously, as if you are seeing things for the first time, and clear knowing, and objective without leveling, that is non-judgmentally. If there is a fear, of course that's fear, but if you just give much judgment, you cannot away from that fear and anxiety. It should be here and now, authentic presence. That is mindfulness. This has been spread in the West. 2003, Time magazine, the cover, it says the science of meditation. 2014, the mindfulness revolution. This is going on in the West, starting in the West, and now spread in the East and all over the world, I suppose. I have a very recent the paper called Trends and Developments in Mindfulness Research of 55 years. This paper appeared 2021, July, last year, and it gathered a different kind of publication on mindfulness from 1962 to 2021, more than 16,000 publications, analyzed with AI system, and it says, last 5 years, the study of mindfulness research sharply increasing. You see, 2002, 20, more than 3,600 papers and publications annually coming up. But it's on the psychology field and psychiatry, neuroscience, neurology, yes. But it was religion, connected to religion. After 5 years, you see the religion, connection with the religion is 19 length. It gives mindfulness meditation now the impression that is secularized in a different way. It is analyzed in different countries, which these papers published. Very interesting phenomena. Now, Venerable Zheng Yin from China would tell some idea about this. Here is China. It's yellow. 5 years after the yellowish goes up to this orange. That means sharp increasing of the mindfulness studies. So this brings us to my story, Kai Center for Contemplative Science. We established this meditation center 2018. This is very, very secular science and technology university. But very strangely, they invite us to establish Center for Contemplative Science. It is very much appreciated. We have the vision and the strategy, the four. These four symbols indicate our vision and mission. This represents the brain, but this part represents perhaps brain, but this below represent our heart. Why four? The fourth industrial revolution is written by Klaus Schubert, who is the founder and executive chairman of World Economic Forum. In his book, in the last chapter, he mentions in the AI age, human beings should have these four kinds of intelligence. That is physical intelligence, contextual intelligence, inspired intelligence, and emotional intelligence. I find these with the different kinds of meditation Buddhists always presented. So I will shortly return to this, how this intelligence can be connected with the meditations. In our center, we have two main programs, step-by-step mindfulness here and now as it is, and all steps science-based meditation program. The first step by step, we teach what is mindfulness. How can we apply this mindfulness in this turmoil and frightened, full of fear, anxiety society? So with the gentle attention and clear knowing in the present moment here and now as it is, awakening to authentic presence. All steps, when they cover this basic course, we introduce heart smile training and mindful self-compassion, acceptance commitment therapy, ACT matrix, and mindfulness-based stress reduction by Jan Kabat-Zinn, mindfulness-based cognitive therapy for life. The Oxford Mindfulness Center recently, they developed this wonderful program for general public. So we have introduced these kind of science-based, evidence-based programs in our university in this way. What is the objectives of these meditations? Learn how to manage the balance and harmony of our life in this pandemic and the turmoil society for genuine happiness and prosperity. First, aware of the body sensations and recover the resilience. Second, improve empathy and acceptance. Third, renew perspectives. And fourth, cultivate creativity. So these are the examples of our program in the university. Body, we use bodyfulness program, movement, sense, observing the cleansing practices, and breathing. The second, emotional intelligence, compassion, we teach compassion, metacognition, we teach insight meditation, creative, we teach authentic presence, gratefulness, metafulness, heartfulness, and bodyfulness. It is all connected with the four intelligence of the fourth industrial revolution. There are four fearless of resilience. Resilience, you should have self-compassion, self-awareness, self-regulation, and self-care. Without this for fearless, you cannot go out, socialize with the confidence. So these are the examples we are teaching, and I will move quickly on to the compassion. In Buddhist tradition, we have 4 Brahma Vihara, that is based on the equanimity upekkha. You have loving kindness, metta. You have also the compassion for suffering. You have full attention and full acceptance and give care and empathic joy, sympathetic joy is a positive feeling. So this, I think, for immeasurable Buddhist meditation, I turn this meditation in a more simple, very approachable program. We are living in the mosques. So there are some coined words, smiles, because we cannot see our wonderful smile lips or mouth. So there's also very interesting study, Nature Scientific Reports, how people during the pandemic, they give service to the people with their eyes smile, but it is not easy. So this is genuine Jewish smile. This is the folk smile, Panam smile. So from getting this hint from this smile, I developed how to smile practice. Raise the corners of your mouth and lower the eyebrows with your mind, connect each other while imagining Rhinestone's face. So in this smile, I actually use the heart smile training, that is loving kindness meditation, modern version and secular version. So this is a digital age. We need loving kindness and compassion more than ever. At a time of difficulty, we need empathy, sharing, and coexistence as part of common humanity. Spreading heart smile globally beyond religions and races, based on scientific evidence, we developed heart smile training. So it consists of happiness mind matrix. On this platform, we developed this very simple, approachable, the core meditation and other support meditations to help get into the core meditations. I wouldn't go in detail. And there are 5 more. The science-based compassion program, mindful self-compassion is quite popular all over the world. And the compassion cultivating training, CCT, developed at Stanford University. The first one is the Harvard Medical School they developed. And the third one, compassion focused therapy, so from England. And the resource project, it is developed from the Human Cognitive and Brain Science Max Planck Institute in Germany. We are developing this Heart Smile training in Korea, Heart Smile Research Institute and Sky Center for Contemporary Science. We have a co-research project going on with the Cambridge Health Alliance at Harvard Medical School. Probably next year we'll have a plausible result of this effectiveness. I move on to quickly understanding our interconnectedness. Buddhist doctrines recognize an interconnection between everything. The pandemic is a moment to see this more clearly with very action someone take for self-care, such as washing one's hands, that are also helping to protect each other. Finally, using this time to reflect. Times of uncertainty, Buddhist teachers argue, can be good opportunities for putting these teachings into practice. Individuals can transform disappointment with the current moment into motivation to change one's life and perspective on the world. If one frames obstacles as part of a spiritual path, we can use difficult times to make a commitment to living more spiritual life. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Venerable Dr. Misan Sunyim. Your presentation, you have highlighted very clearly mindfulness and compassion meditation to maintain and heal the development of mental health and physical health. And congratulations for your institute. What you are doing is a great work. And not only Asia, as it is all over the world, as we have mentioned, the meditation, especially mindfulness meditation, is very popular in the western part of the world. It can be helpful during this pandemic difficult situation in the world. So, Venerable Sir, please try to stay online, because after our other 4 panelists, we may have sometime very brief discussion with our audience. Thank you very much again for your inspiring contribution. Thank you. Now, I would like to call upon Dr. Jose Vandeli, the representative of the World Health Organization in Thailand. As we all know, WHO is an organization of a United Nations family, has done great work, a wonderful job to facing these challenges last 2.5 years to reduce the epidemic, the problem all over the world, and to reduce the death, and to supporting to the people as a humanitarian mission. Dr. Jose, we will be very happy to hear from you, a Buddhist world, the compassionate and scientific mission your organization has done last 2.5 years, and still it is continuing. And please briefly explain to the Buddhist world who are celebrating today Buddha birthday. Now you have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and it's really an honor and a pleasure to be among all of you and among many wise people. So thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to say a few words about how WHO worked in the pandemic. I'm sharing my screen. Can you see this?
Yes, please. We can see that.
Okay, great. So I've been asked to talk a little bit about WHO and the COVID pandemic. And before I start with the COVID pandemic, I thought it is good to take a few steps back and basically look at what is WHO, what is the World Health Organization. And as you mentioned already, Mr. Chair, it's one of the UN agencies and specialized in health. It was established in 1948. It is a member state organization. That means that the countries of the world can be members. And as such, it's governed by the World Health Assembly, which meets once a year, by the executive board, and also by the regional committees, of which there is one in each region. To these governing bodies, WHO as an organization is actually the secretariat. The organization is headquartered in Geneva. There are 6 regional offices, and there are just under 150 country offices. Thailand, where I'm working, is one of them. And overall, the secretariat is staffed by some 8,000 people. Important to understand what WHO is and what it isn't is to look at the WHO's constitution, which was established in 1948 when the organization itself was established. And what the constitution, the 3 first articles of the constitution actually are saying very much around what WHO is doing. First of all, the objective of WHO shall be the attainment by all people of the highest possible levels of health. I think that is a widely known phrase. Also, the fact, and I put that at the bottom here, what is health? Health is a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being and not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. So mental health in this case is very much part of health and of what WHO tries to attain in terms of getting people to the highest possible level of health. That's the overall objective of the organization. Now, the functions of WHO in the constitution are described in a number of ways, but the verbs there are things like coordinate, collaborate, provide technical assistance, promote, standardize, etc. It does not say direct. It does not say take the overall responsibility. It is all worded in terms that actually support the member states. That's very important to understand, because otherwise people sometimes wonder what WHO is doing and is not doing. Our role is to support member states through a coordination role, a collaborative role, etc., etc. And then third, membership shall be open to all states. Again, as I mentioned, WHO is a member state organization. It are the member states that basically overall set the direction of the work that WHO should be doing. The member states also set the parameters within which WHO can function. This is in general, this is the constitution. This is, and this will of course be also the underlying parameters for the work that WHO has done in COVID. Now, WHO works at 3 levels, at global level, at regional level, and at country level. And the functions are a little bit different depending on which level you look at. At global level, we do very much what we call normative work. That means we are working on setting norms and standards. For example, say on TB treatment or on infection prevention and control or antimicrobial resistance, for example. We look at the science, we have scientists who advise, and we come up with norms and standards. We also help the member states at the global and regional level to produce resolutions. That means that at global and regional level, member states will discuss certain health topics, public health topics, and provide advice on what the world should be doing. The Secretariat, WHO, helps member states in preparing such resolutions, but the actual final decision lies with the member states. We also work on strategies, policies, guidelines, which can then be taken up by countries to work on their own guidelines and their own strategies. We help working on treaties, for example, on tobacco control or on the IHR. I'll come back to the IHR in a moment. That's at global level. As you can understand, this is around norm setting, standard setting, turning science into guidance and into what can be practically be used at global level. At country level, what I'm doing and what my colleagues are doing is we then translate these global norms into what can work at country level, in a country level context. And we provide technical assistance around turning these global standards into guidelines, into what countries can actually use, and then help, if needed, the countries to implement this. And then also help monitoring progress at country level, for example, against the health sustainable development goals. To give a very clear example, a number of years ago, in the late 80s, the world decided to eradicate polio. That was a decision that was made by the World Health Assembly. The World Health Assembly, composed by all member states and represented by the Ministers of Health. The Ministers of Health in the late 80s decided through a resolution to eradicate polio. That was at the global level. Then at country level, so at global level, then also a number of guidelines were made around how do we best do that? What surveillance do we need? What vaccines do we need? How do we set up these programs? And then at country level, we took these recommendations and worked with governments to actually turn that into practice. We help governments to set up surveillance systems. We help governments to plan for immunization campaigns, etc. That is how WHO works. Now, an important thing here, when we talk about COVID, are the international health regulations. I mentioned in my first slide when you talked about the constitution that the WHO works in terms of collaborating, in terms of coordinating, etc. The WHO cannot issue legally binding recommendations. There are only two exceptions to that. One are the international health regulations, and the other one is the Convention Framework on Tobacco Control. So the IHR, the international health regulations, have been approved by the member states, and by approving them, they are legally binding to the member states. As I said, they are an exception to what WHO does. Usually what WHO does is not legally binding. The IHR are there to assist in the prevention response of public health threats that can spread internationally. You will understand that clearly when COVID started, the IHR became our road book, that the IHR was the underpinning legal framework for what WHO needed to do in response to the COVID pandemic. As I mentioned, it's legally binding, and it calls on member states to develop core capacities. In other words, it asks member states to set up certain capacities, certain mechanisms to be prepared and to respond to public health threats that can spread internationally. And under the IHR, the WHO DG can declare a public health emergency of international concern and also issue temporary recommendations. So based on the IHR, WHO then, when COVID started doing a number of things. And I've tried to give an overview of the work that WHO has been doing, as you requested me to do. And there may be other things that I have overlooked, but this will give you a flavor of what WHO has been doing. So one of the first things, of course, after having been informed that a coronavirus had emerged and the number of cases started to go up, WHO, the DG, declared indeed the public health emergency of international concern, which he is allowed to do under the IHR. And that came with a number of what we call temporary recommendations. WHO recommended countries to set up systems for early detection of this virus, for containment, what the countries needed to do so it wouldn't spread more, for contact tracing, for isolation of people infected, for further prevention measures, etc. These were recommendations that WHO came out with in the very beginning of the pandemic, and that have continued throughout, but have been gradually adjusted. You may remember that, for example, in the beginning, there were recommendations that there was no need to wear a mask. As science evolved, the recommendation also changed, and the recommendation became one of, yes, do wear masks. Also important is that at no point in time WHO called for travel or trade restrictions. Now, all that is good and well, but the temporary recommendations that WHO comes out with are not binding to member states. Countries can themselves decide what they do in terms of responding to, in this case, a pandemic. Another thing is, for example, that when WHO hears unofficially that cases are being found in wherever it is, if this information doesn't come through official channels from that government, WHO can actually not use these data unless the government concerned actually verifies it and says WHO can use it. I mentioned these two things to illustrate that what WHO does is giving advice, but that the actual responsibility and the actual actions lie with the governments. It are the governments that have been in charge of the COVID preparedness and the COVID response. WHO is there to support the governments, to advise the governments, but the ultimate decisions and the ultimate responsibility lies in every country with the concerned government. So, given all that, what else did we do? I think WHO played a role of global leadership. In particular, it called for solidarity and for equity. You will all remember when the vaccines became available and they became more available for richer countries than for poorer countries. WHO has constantly said to the world, that actually there should be equity, that everybody should have equal access to these vaccines, and similarly to other ways to prevent the disease. It has also plays a role of coordination in terms of support and coordination of research. And I mentioned here a few things: coordination around access to personal protective equipment, to diagnostics, to vaccines. The COVAX facility was set up so that the idea was that monies and vaccines would be pooled. It didn't really work out that well because of vaccine nationalism, but it was one of the things that WHO tried to coordinate. They set up a solidarity fund so that people and countries who wanted to support a joint activity could pool money in the solidarity fund. There is an R&D blueprint that basically coordinates and tracks all the work that has been done worldwide on research worldwide, because again, WHO does not play the role of directing research institutes around what to do, but the research institutes will take initiative around. We want to, for example, we want to develop another test to discover COVID, or another treatment or whatnot. WHO keeps track of that, and so this information is then shared among all the researchers so that it's clear what things are being worked on. It's clear where there might be duplication, and it's also clear which areas of research are not covered or not enough covered by others. That's the kind of the role the WHO plays. It also came out with a costed strategic preparedness and response plan that basically highlights the various things that need to be done and also what it would cost. That's on the coordination side. It then also, of course, and maybe from that is more well known to the general public, information sharing based on science. Of course, WHO issues guidelines, but also press briefings. And I think from the press briefings, a lot of those have been quoted also in national media. It comes up with regular situation reports, and also did quite a lot of work around countering the infodemics, countering fake information, and saying to the world, well, the science tells us this or that. Very often it was perceived as too slow, because WHO basis is comments and is advice on science. Sometimes it takes a little bit of time to generate the science, and usually that comes then from academics who publish their data, which WHO then analyzes and into guidance. But so always science-based information that we shared or came up with was always science-based. We set up a global procurement platform to coordinate the procurement of various goods for COVID. That could have been diagnostic tests, that can be PPEs, and so on. A multilingual Open WHO, as it was called, Open WHO platform was set up in order to provide training, online training for health workers around the world on how to handle COVID cases, how to set up your hospitals, how to treat patients, how to diagnose, and so on. It's still there. People are of course invited to have a look. It also set up emergency use listings for vaccines, for diagnostics, and so on, which means that it looked at when a new product came online or comes online, WHO looks at the file that is submitted to the regulators, the file that's submitted by the producer, to see if this product is actually doing what's supposed to do. That means that whether that product is sufficiently sound. Now, in many developed countries, they have their own capacity to do that. The FDA in the US, for example, is a well-known example. Developed countries don't really need that kind of service, but WHO does this using its own criteria, often building on advice given by the European or the US authorities. And by giving a certain product an EUL label, that means that for countries that don't have the capacity to do all this, they can actually accept that EUL label and say, well, we trust WHO that it says that this vaccine or that test is actually up to standard, and we can use it, we can license it in our own countries. So an important role. And then, of course, also there has been a lot of country-level support around further building the core capacities. You will remember I mentioned under the HR that countries are asked to build core capacities, but also through guidelines, through research capacity. There is a global network on helping countries and so on. And then maybe a few examples of what WHO has helped in Thailand. Of course, in Thailand, there is a lot of capacity with the government. But the COVID response has been mainly driven by the government. We have been there with the government through many regular technical discussions, information exchanges, and technical support. We helped with strengthening some laboratories. We helped also improving access for migrants, access to vaccination, and also to a hotline that existed by translating a number of documents, but also by working with these migrants to better understanding what's going on and why they should be vaccinated, for example. We did an assessment in 2020 and just recently again around how Thailand has been responding. We do a weekly situation report. A pilot was done in one area to see how the health system can be adjusted in terms of triaging patients when people come in with potentially COVID, but other diseases also. How do you best then separate out these patients? We helped also with further strengthening the Emergency Operations Center and also with the UN. We are a UN agency. We work closely with the UN and also were for the UN colleagues and for the UN agencies a source of information around what was happening in COVID and in COVID in Thailand. These are just, Mr. Chair, a few examples of what WHO has done at global level, at country level, and specifically in Thailand. And I want to thank you for the opportunity to share this with you and the audience, and would be happy to answer any questions that you may later have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Joe Wanderley, your inspiring explanation and the framework of the WHO during this last 2.5 years to launch to the world community to reducing of the corona and any other pandemic situation. So we know very well WHO has done great work during this 2 years to healing of the world community. So on behalf of the International Council of the International Day of Vesak celebration, and it is President Most Venerable Brahma Pandit, and it is Executive Board, as I am one of the Vice Chair, I would like to congratulate for the WHO organization, and please convey our warm greeting and congratulations to the Director General of WHO to continue their ongoing mission to supporting, helping to the developing countries. Your support still we need. COVID is not yet disappear. As you has very clearly mentioned, WHO can give some policies and some information. The member countries and people have to apply. Then, of course, some of the countries are almost reduced the corona, but still Asia and Africa and many other countries, corona is still there. And WHO mission and support is still we need to the world community. So you are coming this morning to our panel. It is a very great opportunity for a Buddhist world to listen from you very clearly the humanitarian mission and scientific development, what WHO has doing last 2.5 years. And once again, please convey our congratulations to your colleagues and your organization, especially Director General on behalf of our organization. Thank you very much for your inspiring and very clear information of your humanitarian mission in this very, very difficult time to the world community. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I would like to call upon now our third panelist, Venerable Professor Ita Demelier Indasara, former Vice Chancellor of Buddhist and Pali University in Sri Lanka. Most Venerable Sir, you have the floor now.
Thank you very much, Bante. First of all, I would like to express my sincere thanks to the organizers of this conference who have given the opportunity to express some idea on the Buddhist approach to health of mind and body communities during the pandemic. Especially, I would like to draw your attention on teaching of the Buddha. Especially, I concern about the teaching of the Buddha concerning this topic. Buddhism has discussed the good health of body, mind and communities. Especially we come across in Vinaya Pitaka, Chulavaga Pali, how the Buddha has introduced rules and regulations of behavior of the monks in a formal manner. It can be considered as code of a monk's etiquette, which also can be applied for lay life. It is entirely for the physical health of an individual and the community. The Buddha was appeared in this world before the 25 centuries ago in India, because these rules and regulations Buddha has introduced those days. Some of the rules and regulations in the Chulavagga, it is not applicable to developed countries, but still it is applicable to the undeveloped third world countries. When we live together in a family or at the temple, we would have used personal items personally, such as toothbrush, arms bowls, cups, beds, pillows, etc. Especially it is, we follow even today. Even today when we live in the temple or house, we have particular place to sleep ourselves. We use our own toothbrush, our own plate to have a food, and sometimes cups, etc. The Buddha has clearly mentioned in Chulavagga those days how to be used alms bowls, etc. The monks, they have used alms bowls to have a food and collecting the food. Though Buddha, he has instructed how to use that. Now, bhikkhave sodato patto patisametabbo. That means I allow you to put away a bowl having emptied it of the water. Especially when we have our food, ourselves we wash our plate in our house, in our temple. When we wash the alms bowls, we have to empty that plate with water. We should not keep the plate with water. And if we keep the bowls with the water, there may be grown the bacteria, or sometimes there may be a very nasty smell, and therefore not only they emptied the water, but we have to keep it in the sun for a while. Bhikkhave unhe patto nidahitabbo. That means after emptied the water in our alms bowls, then we have to keep it for a short while in the sun and have to dry it up. After that, we have to keep it in proper way. The Buddha further advised the monks not to carry out old bits, bones, or improper by arms bolts. The Bhikkhave Chalakaniva, Attikaniva, Uchitodakangva, Niharitabang. Those days, some monks, after finishing their food, they have collected some leftover food by their arms, bowls. Sometimes they collected the wash water and some rubbish thing in the armhole and carry away that things by their arms bowls. The Buddha has seen this, and then after that the Buddha advised that why you are using your arm bowls to carry those things. Don't collect those things by your arms bowls. And arms bowls should be keep it in very clean. Therefore, he prohibited to collect those things by arms bowls, and he advised him it would be hazard to the health if you use in this way your arms bowls. Anujanami bhikkave parisavahanti and other things Buddha has asked, and he allows to monks use of water strainer. And when those monks travel through the very rural areas, sometimes they had to drink the water which was flowing aside, and sometimes it is muddy water, sometimes it is very dirty water. Having this water, those monks, they fell into some disease. Sometimes they had such as a diarrhea and some other disease. Therefore, Buddha, he asked to carry the water strainer, and when you want to drink the water, you have to strain this water using water strainer. That is why today even we can see, we in Theravada countries, we use atapirikara. That is the primary 8 requisite of the monk. So there include this water strainer. Buddha has concern over that because of he wanted to have a good physical health of all monks. So on the other hand, monks have to clean their own body themselves. As a group, when they live together in one complex, it is necessary to clean themselves and compound also equally for the protection of the health. Step by step, the Buddha introduced behavioral etiquette for monks. For instance, those days some monks, they had a long nail. The Buddha said, Nabhikkave diga nakha daretabba. Oh monks, long nails should not be worn. So it is also, on the one hand, very ugly. Ugly appearance is there. On the other hand, some dirties might have collected under this nail. So it is very dangerous. When the monks take the food by hand, those dirty, some bacterial things also should be go in with the food. Therefore, Buddha prohibited to grow the nails, and he asked advice, cut it and cleans up the under the nails. In this way, he was concerned about the monks' physical cleanliness also. It is mentioned in the Chulavaga also. He asks morning and evening, I mean after waking up and also before going to bed, have to chew the tooth wood. Those days there was no any toothbrush. People, they have to use tooth wood and chew it and clean their mouth. The Buddha mentioned chewing the tooth wood, there are 5 advantages also. For instance, it is said, O monk, those who chew the tooth wood, there are these 5 advantages in chewing the tooth wood. It is good for the eye. The mouth does not become nasty smelling. The channel of taste are purified. Flame and mucus do not get on the food. Once food is enjoyed, if somebody cleans up his own teeth and wash his mouth properly, it is his own advantage when he take the food, so he can enjoy it and he can himself have that taste, and also his mouth, it does not have any nasty smelling. That is why Buddha, he asked before going to bed and after waking up, you have to clean up your mouth. Even today, we cannot see proper toilet system in India. On the other hand, though Western countries and European countries and some all the developed countries, we can see very proper toilet system. But in India, we cannot see even today. 2,500 years ago in India, there is no such a toilet system. People, they had gone there for the toilet here and there. Especially rural areas, people are evacuating in open areas. During the Buddha's time, monks also were evacuated here and there in the complex of the monastery. All the compound is spread out with a nasty smelling. Therefore, Buddha asked the monks, Anujanami bhikkhave vachakupanti. That means I allow monks cesspool. The Buddha advised to monk a toilet and use it. After evacuating, one should cleanse with water. Those Bantes, those days, they didn't clean up after going toilet. So therefore, Buddha asked the Bantes, monks, Anujana bhikkhave achamana kumbinti. That means monks, I allow vessels for the water for rinsing. Buddha advised the rinse and clean and wash. How the Buddha concerned about the health? He prohibited to keep remains once used water in vessels in the toilet. I think all the Buddhists, they know once in Kosabanuara, they had a quarrel with 2 parties of the monks, Dharmadhara, Vinayadhara. It happened due to small problem. That means Buddha has prohibited if one monk went to toilet after washing, don't remain the water in the water vessels in the toilet. One of the monks those days, they didn't do that. After wash himself, after cleans himself, after rinsing himself, just he left some quantity of the water in the wet water vessels. So due to that mistake, in Kosamba and Nuara those days had a quarrel with two parties. In fact, the Buddha has advised, don't remain the water in the water vessels. That means it is also health purpose. He advised us, if somebody keep that water once used, it is again another monk be used. Therefore, might be danger to others' health. Therefore, Buddha advised not to remain the water. In this way, Buddha has advised how we have to use our personal items and toilets and our temples and our compound, etc. All those etiquette advices because of monks' physical health. You see how the Buddha concerned about our physical health. When we walk here and there outside the residence, either in village or in the monastery premises, we could have treading dirty things. In fact, at the beginning, monks, they didn't use any shoes, any sandals. They walk here and there with barefooted. But later period, Buddha allowed to use the some sandals. So what happened later, those Bhantes using these sandals, wearing these sandals, they walk here and there, I mean in the village or temple complex, monastery, and they had to tread some dirty things. Those Bhantes, they, without removing their shoes, at the entrance of the monastery, they went into the house, went into the residence with that dirty things. So that is why it is danger to those residents, those stay in the house, those stay in the monastery. Don't get in the dirty things to the monastery. Therefore, Buddha, he asked, he prohibited, na bhikkhave adotehi padehi senasanang akkamitabban. Even those Bhantes, don't go inside without washing your feet. That is why those days at the entrance of the temples, they have kept the water vessels to clean their food. After washing, after cleaning their food, they have to enter to the monastery. And if some monk wear the foot sandals, they have to remove that sandals at the entrance of the monastery. Bhikkhave saupaharanena senasanang akkamitabban. So how the Buddha has concern about the cleanliness of the temple, house or house inside also. So that is why we ourselves, when we go to others' house or others' temples or others' place, we remove our shoes at the entrance of the house. So it is Buddha. Those days, you see, 2,500 years ago, the Buddha has advised the monks, don't enter into the monastery wearing the shoes, wearing the sandals. You have to remove these things at the entrance of the house or entrance of the monastery, because of it is good for the physical health. And in this way, the code of etiquette, which were introduced for the monks entirely, good health of monks. Not only the monks, this ethical code can be applied to all the human being, lay life also, lay people also. If they follow this, in fact, it is good for their own health. That code of etiquette is not confined only for the monks. As a lay person who lead the lay life, they also can follow these rules and regulations for their own benefit. During the pandemic, in fact, the WHO had instructed wash and cleanse hand when touch any external object. When we go out, we were advised to wear a face mask, and after coming back, change the clothing, and better to have a bath. That means individual cleanliness is a more important during the pandemic period. But the Buddha, we have shown the cleanliness more important for the good health and human beings' whole life. In fact, when we go through the Chulavagga, we can see how the Buddha has advised to cleanse up our body, our robes, the other personal items, and how to maintain those things. All those rules and regulations, all those code of etiquette, in fact, the Buddha has introduced only for seeking the good physical health of the people, health of the monks. On the other hand, Buddhism emphasizes the health of a mind of the successful life. As mentioned in Buddhism, human mind is broadly divided into two sides. One side is called wholesome side, while the other named as unwholesome side. No need to make any attempt to develop unwholesome side. It is naturally and automatically activating those psychic factors and generate suffering through so-called happiness. Therefore, we are to have awareness over the activity. This is, in fact, when we are aware of the activity, we have to keep sati. It is called mindfulness. In fact, one of the speaker before me who has spoken about this mindfulness, I am not going to explain more and more about the mindfulness. Mindfulness is a present time awareness. It takes place in the here and now. It is the observance of what is happening right now, in the present moment. It is an impartial watchfulness. It does not get hung up in what is perceived. Mindfulness is a non-conceptual awareness. It does not play favorite. Having this awareness, one should avoid the activity which leads to himself which lead to harmful oneself, others, or both the side. WHO had instructed to keep 1 meter distance and compulsorily wear the mask. In fact, when two persons happen to talk each other, they have to wear the mask. But sometimes, it is my experience, we have an experience, a person is coming wearing a mask from the distance and reaching to nearer, mask move into chin and talk. In fact, this thing is happening because of losing sati. If we have a sati, when we work, every time we can be safe ourselves, especially this pandemic period. It is advised to wash our hand when we touch external object every time. We should not remove our mask when we talk with others, and we should always keep some closeness with others. Always we have to keep 1 meter distance. So sometimes if we do not have mindfulness over these activities, we without concern about this advice, sometimes we talk with each other without wearing the mask, without keeping the 1 meter distance. Sometimes we eat some food without washing our hand. So it is very dangerous. So therefore, this mindfulness is not only useful our own health, but it is useful to do the good activities also, to develop wholesome psychic activities also. Therefore, this mindfulness especially we can use to develop our mind. Sometimes some people are unable to face the challenges. They are having mentally retardation. They themselves frustrate over their, due to that dissatisfaction or resentment, physically also face some sicknesses. Therefore, Buddha asks us to live with mindfulness and develop mental strength and keep health of mind. Especially during the pandemic period, we are to aware of the teaching of the Buddha. As the community, all the people follow the instructions of the Buddha, some extent could be successfully led the healthy life. In this way, I like to share my view with all of you, which would be led to some extent avoid this pandemic, avoid this coronavirus, COVID. So it will be help to keep good health and keep good health of our mind and body. As an individual we do, it will be help to the whole community. Thank you very much for all of you who have participated and listened to me.
Thank you very much, Venerable Professor Indasar, from your inspiring presentation. Especially you brought out some canonical information, canonical references from Vinaya Pitaka, how to maintain our good health. I'm sure our online Buddhist people all over the world gets this information during this terrible time of Corona, how we can maintain our good health. Thank you very much again. We have two more scholars to participate in this panel. Of course, we have started a little bit late about our panel. Another two scholars we have, both of them have also 20 minutes each person. Now I would like to call upon Venerable Professor Dr. Jin Yin, Executive Director, Research Institute of Buddhist Culture of China, Hong Kong, China. Venerable Sir, you have also 20 minutes. Please go ahead. You have the floor now.
The PPT, is it okay?
Yes, it's all right. All right.
Oh, great.
Please go ahead.
So anyway, thanks so much for the chairman and then also the organization of the 17th United Nations Day of the Vesak celebration. In such a special time, and then we come together to try to find some solution or ways and means to release people's suffering. It is really wonderful. Now, all over the world, actually people, from different sectors, scientists, researchers, merchants, whatsoever, they all use their own ways and means, including, our three speakers already, learn a lot also from UN and job. And so everybody now actually work very hard and how to release such a suffering, try to end it as soon as possible. So the question we have to ask, what about the Buddhist circles, whether Buddhism could offer something, or rather than just empty talk, So I'm sure Buddha's teaching definitely can offer, can do something. Also, it's really important. Here, I try to find how the Buddha's teaching could help the people to release such a COVID-19, And of course, a lot of Buddha's teaching. I just pick up the one, the Four Noble Truths from both Theravada and Mahayana. Then I just analyze it, whether such could really can help us or not, all right? The first one, I just want to sharing and try to say the teaching of the Buddha, actually, according to my understanding, for theory, dependent on origination, paticca samuppada should be the foundation for all the Buddhist philosophy. On the other hand, for practical side aspects, for noble truths, should be the foundation for all the practical activities. And here, actually, in this case, and Buddha's teaching, not according to my understanding, the Buddha's original intention of preaching the Dhamma is not only establish a profound philosophical theory. Actually, his intention is to guide all living beings to understand the dukkha, and then the cessation of the dukkha. This in both Theravada and Mahayana Buddhism, a lot of sutra actually focus on this area. For instance, in the Pali Canon, the sutra called the Rohitasa Sutra, it is said, right, for the 6 foot long body, I preach the dukkha of the life, the cause of the dukkha, elimination of the dukkha, and the way leading to the cessation of the dukkha. Actually, this shows us the heart of the Buddha's teaching is to let us know two things. First, everybody is subject to suffering. This is the fact, the universal truth. And then encourage us to face it bravely. Second one, the possibility to achieve the liberation from the suffering. This is quite possible. So, put in other words, the Buddha's teaching actually try to relieve suffering and to maintain the people's happiness. Even when Buddha was alive in his lifetime, countless suffering beings asked him for advice. He gave context-specific instruction on how to liberate from suffering and rest in the happiness. Eventually, we called 84,000 Dhamma gates, and combining the three Pitakas. But all such things actually leading to the one thing. This is all Dhammas should be the same the taste, according to both Theravada and Mahayana Buddhism. And all Dhammas, the Buddha preached serves only one purpose, to enable the liberation from suffering. Mahayana also emphasized such an aspect. For instance, in the Mahaparinibbana Sutra, the Buddha says all Dhammas actually have the one same taste of the liberation. So as we say, freedom from suffering as substantial happiness is a common goal for all Buddhist traditions, including Theravada and Mahayana Buddhism. And also, Buddha also not only just talk about final goal, he also point out the way. It means Four Noble Truths. If we follow the 4 steps, 4 Noble Truths, we are definitely can come up to the goal. Actually, when I was studying Sri Lanka, I really understand Four Noble Buddha's teaching is for use, not for the purely research. And my teacher, Kanana Dasa, at that time make the comparison with the good doctor and the Buddha. Then I immediately understand, and Buddha's teaching, you have a practical value. Here, just the good doctors treat their patients in 4 steps, diagnosing the disease, identify the cause of the disease, prescribing the right medicine, and instructing the patients to take the medicine to cure the disease. Actually, the word doctor, they treat the physical disease, but for the Buddha, mainly for the mental one. It is also follow the 4 steps. First of all, he inspired us to understand the universality of the suffering in the life. It means First Noble Truth. Then he helped us to discover the source of the suffering. That means the Second Noble Truth. And then he assures us that the suffering, no matter what kind, eventually can be eliminated. That is the Third Noble Truth. First of all, he equipped us with specific ways, means, or methods to eliminate the suffering of the life. That means Fourth Noble Truths. So here, the COVID-19 should be one of the sickness, disease. Also, in Buddhism, we can do something. That is, we can contribute and participate to remove the COVID-19 or end up with it as soon as possible. Now I just use the 4 things to discuss it, in little bit detail. Okay. So first of all, actually the dukkha. Here, what Buddha tried to tell us that be aware of the dukkha. This is the precondition for eliminating of COVID-19. Look, if we are reject, not face it, the problem we are encounter, and then it's very hard to end up the problem. So the second noble truth, samodaya. That means Buddha here to explain, to tell us, knowing the origin of the suffering or the dukkha. This is the foundation of freedom from COVID-19. Third noble truth, nirodha. That is firmly believing the cessation of the dukkha. No matter what any difficulty we encounter, eventually it will end. Don't worry about it. This could really give the people hope, become a driving force to eliminate COVID-19. Finally, if we only have a hope, it's no use, So the marker, it means the Fourth Noble Truth. It is the way leading to the cessation of suffering. This is the key to eliminate the COVID-19. Here, normally, of course, in Mahayana, so with the path leading to the cessation of the suffering, we have a lot of profound teachings as well. But one thing is certain. Noble Eightfold Path should be recognized by both traditions. And also Noble Eightfold Path could be divided into three categories: Sila, Samadhi, Panya. And these four trainings and also very useful to help us to how to control and then to end up the present the bad situation. Okay, so here I try to explain a little bit about what I try to explain. First, noble truth, it's really we can use it, okay? Because life is full with all kinds of the challenges, and no one can be free from it. So Buddha always teaching us, everybody is subject to suffering. And everybody will do, like disease, sickness. This is nothing new, including the COVID-19. And from 4,000 years ago, and then up to now, all such the type of the disease from time to time, I don't think it's nothing new. So if we treat it as something you cannot accept it. That is only at the more suffering. So according to Theravada and Mahayana traditions, suffering are recognized, in different categories. In different type of categories. Here, I just instead of going inside, I just say sickness is one of it. And also, what is more, although we have a lot of the problems, but as I think the birth, aging, sickness, death should be the most serious one. We just record a little bit. When the Prince Siddhartha went out of his imperial palace 4 times through 4 gates and saw the sick, the old, the dead in each tree, he recognized the universal and profound suffering of aging, sickness, and death. And thus he resolutely gave up the throne to become a monk in search of the way of liberation. Now the sickness, it should be the one of them. So after Buddha attained the awakening, he understood the truth of suffering is really understand it is really important for the solution of the problem. That's why Buddha placed it as the number 1 or first one of the Four Noble Truths. This is because he wanted to remind us that only by seeing and understanding suffering can we be motivated to eliminate it. So today, if we reject to understand more about the COVID-19 or just simply feel blank and not face it, face to face it, pretend not to exist, could not solve the problem. So this actually the first important thing what I try to say here is that, we try to take it easy. Don't try to say COVID-19 is something unusual and it's very special. According to in the past, our human history is a process of the coexisting with different variants. American scientists have really done a lot of researches, as one of them is Charles Zener of the Yale University. He clearly pointed out in his book, our Earth has been the planet of the virus. According to another, the ecologist, Peter Dysel, relative to the estimated total of 1 billion unknown virus in this world, in our world. But currently, we only know about 3,000, the different types of virus, which is less than 0.1%. So put in other words, our planet, it is a planet of the virus. Why worry? We have just to face it, with an easy mind. But the only thing that you must face it, don't try to escape it, So try to hear. So once, we treat it, as it is a part of our life, so we'll have less frustration. Then, we only rather focus on the complaint. We must focus on find the ways and the means how to reduce, actually gradually eliminate such a type of the problem. Here I have the table try to from 4,000 years ago. It means for 430 BC up to now, such the affection of different virus in this the planet never stop from time to time, So it is first of all, we have to face it, take it as a fact. Then life will much easier rather than complain, So here actually, I try to say, about about the COVID-19, we are actually speaking, there are many sufferings in the life. The truth hard to, but have to face. As to the COVID-19, we are currently experienced. We should face it, accept it, with encourage as the first step to overcome our suffering. So the Buddha's teaching offers the people in the world. Actually speaking, we have to, accept it. Life is full of the suffering, and then COVID-19 is part of our life. Don't try to escape. Once we understand that, then we have just a braveness. Try to, to find the solution to it. Second noble truth, actually speaking, actually what I try to say, that it is normally which is the cause of the suffering. We try to say the desire, Here, what I try to say here, if you want to solve the problem like COVID-19, not to complain, not try to take the medicine, must find the solution, find the cause and the reason why, such a type of disease lasted for already over 3 years. So it is a foundation for freedom from the COVID-19. So just as the doctor, like to help the patient, a good doctor will first try to find out the cause of the disease before prescribing any treatment. Similarly, Buddha clearly identifies the root cause, or you can say cause. The root cause should be the ignorance, I'm sure. Among the many causes, although normally we call it the craving or attachment. But according to the Buddha, actually in the Theravada and the Mahayana Buddhism, Mahayana Buddhism, cause of the suffering normally will go back to the ignorance. While Theravada is tanha, it means craving, thirsty. But if we try to the many more actually causes, for instance, for present one, and then maybe ignorance, no wisdom, and actually the interrelated with the natural or animal and even the different nations, maybe lack of according to my understanding, probably the ignorance should be good number one. The craving tanha is a direct reason, not the only reason, I'm sure. So here I try to address the present pandemic, the scientists have done a lot already, try to do all different research, find the reason, all different things, actually achieve a lot, already help us. So once we find the reason, and then we graduate the next one, we have a confidence to solve the problem. So next one actually should be the third noble truth, actually the Nirodha. It means here that firmly, if you want to try to solve the problem, we must have a confidence. We must believe, that such a type will be end sooner or later. Firmly believe in the cessation of the dukkha. It is a driving force for the eliminating of COVID-19. If without the third noble truth, then we don't have such a confidence. Then we cannot have a determination. Then we don't have such a big force. So according to my understanding, problem becomes a problem only when there is no solution to it found yet. Once a solution is found, problem ceases to be problem. Throughout the history, no matter what kind of the disease or difficulty, once its solution is found, the threat is released. So such a courage and a confidence to overcome adversity is the third step of to eliminate all you can suffering or different difficulties. So to the COVID-19. Because today we must have confidence. Don't try to think it has nothing to do with me. And then once we have confidence, then we will work very hard. Try to come out. Actually, Buddhism mainly offers the wise way with wisdom. How to
wind up. Whenever sir, please wind up. We have a second panelist waiting behind.
So the last one actually are the way leading to the cessation of the suffering, and then this one just give me 1 minute, okay? Must have actually it is leading to it must have action. It is a key to elimination of the suffering. Mainly, I think the Buddhist the Sila the Samadhi Panya is really useful to the conclude. I just concluded. Okay. Actually, to sum up, on the one hand, we must, even we're religious, we must believe the science and recognize the importance of the investing human resources, financial resources to understand the cause of the disease and to develop the vaccine. On the other hand, to help those panicking and in the face of the virus, we can use the teaching of the Buddha. For example, for noble truths, try to encourage them to face it, accept it, embrace it, experience it, deal with it, treat with a peaceful mind, and actively participate in preventing the spread of the virus. Furthermore, we may take this crisis as an opportunity to contemplate, to learn, to self-reflection, to understand the true meaning of the life. In that way, we can truly prevent a similar tragedy from happening again in the future. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Venerable Professor Jin Yin. You have recalled during this pandemic period to deeply think in reflection about Four Noble Truths will be a kind of solution to healing of suffering and also to maintain physical and mental health. So of course, we will come to the discussion sometime after our final panelist. So thank you very much for your inspiring contribution. So I would like to go to now India. I would like to call upon Venerable Dr. Dhammapriya, Secretary General of International Buddhist Confederation. Venerable sir, you also have 20 minutes. Please try to respect for the time. We have a second panelist and second panelist waiting after us. Thank you very much. You have the floor now to India.
Thank you so much, Venerable. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa buddhang saranang gacchami dhammang saranang gacchami sanghang saranang gacchami. Namaste and greetings from the Secretariat of International Buddhist Confederation, New Delhi, India, the land of Buddha. We are celebrating the auspicious Vesak of Buddha Purnima, which is also known as UN Day of Vesak. Today, on this auspicious occasion, the seminar organized by UNDV Celebration Committee 2022, based in Bangkok, Thailand, I take this opportunity to appreciate and express my gratitude and thank to the organizers, to all the panelists, and also to everyone who is there in the audience. Today's topic is basically the health of mind, body, and communities during pandemic situation and a Buddhist perspective to understand the health issue and whatever went on during the pandemic, and if there is any suggestion to overcome and combat this COVID-19 situation globally. To have a scenario of the situation, let us first start with the beginning of coronavirus, how when the COVID-19 or coronavirus started. As we all know, it was the last part of 2019. The coronavirus was understood to appear somewhere from Wuhan city, and slowly it spread to different parts of the world. And in India, we had the announcement of lockdown, complete lockdown, in the third week of March 2020. When the coronavirus pandemic was the talk of the street or everywhere, and the situation created, it was very fearful, panicky, and uncertain. This kind of fearful, uncertain, and panic situation that arose out of COVID-19 situation led to many unprecedented problems and issues related to mind, that is psychological problems, body, physical problems, economic or financial problems, family problems, social problems, and many other problems. Right, the beginning of this coronavirus pandemic. Then second phase is the spread and the havoc that coronavirus had caused in India and globally, as we all know. In India, we have seen first phase, second phase, and third phase of the spread of coronavirus. In the first phase, it was totally locked down, almost 6-7 months everywhere. It was complete lockdown. No person or nobody was allowed to travel. All the transportation, either it is the public buses or trains, even the flights were cancelled. So no commutation, no transportation, no going from one place to another, complete lockdown. It is not only complete lockdown in terms of traveling or transportation, but also the people were suggested and directed to remain confined to their homes only to come out for essential services or commodities. And only the health workers, the frontline workers were allowed to travel, and also limitedly and with proper permission from special or competent authority. What happened was, as everything was totally under lockdown, many people who were not having enough means for survival, who used to earn their daily livelihood by daily work and wages, they got into very big problem to support themselves, their families. And keeping confined to a place for a long time also was a mental torture for many of our people. And that led to mental and physical problems as well. And that was the time when government of India took the initiative to provide free rationing to the people who were in need of food items. For that, we are very much thankful to the government of India. I'm talking in Indian perspective, in Indian context. And then different religious, social, cultural organizations and bodies also came forward to support this cause of sending and distributing relief materials, food materials. That was the situation in the first phase. Then we were almost coming out from the first phase slowly, as there was the news of vaccine coming off. It was on the trial. Then there was second phase again. We used to say coronavirus in new incarnation, in new form, second phase. So coronavirus used to take new incarnation. In the second phase, we had seen the most terrible thing in the history, I understand. In the first phase, it was okay, not that much serious. Though it was serious, it took away many lives. But in the second phase, the main problem we have seen and experienced, faced, was oxygen problem. Almost everybody who got affected by the coronavirus in the second phase had the problem of breathing, oxygen deficiency, and many of my own known, near and dear ones, including my teacher and my relatives, many of my own monk friends and lay devotees have lost their life in the second wave. Second wave was really unbearable and devastatingly damaging. Then we were coming out from the second phase, and suddenly again there was a third wave. And third wave was also serious, but by that time, the vaccine was in the market. So the government of India had organized and had given free vaccination to whoever was in that age, because there were different age groups the government has earmarked to give the vaccination. So it was in the third phase. So what I would like to tell here is, so we have seen 3 phases of coronavirus spreading in India, of course, in different parts of the world. And during this period, the main causes of our concern were the fear and uncertainty. Everybody was uncertain what is going to happen, who is going to lose life. So the fear was the main factor that created the health issue, whether it is the health of mind or body or communities or the family. After this third wave, then slowly the immunity of people also got raised probably, though we are having now some cases of coronavirus in India, but they cannot affect us much. There is almost no death cases. Here, the point I want to make is the Buddha, he has spoken about interdependence, nature, not in isolation, but different things, different species, and different locations and regions, they are interrelated and interconnected. A place in some part of the world, we should not think that is specific to that region only. It has every potency to spread over to other parts of the world also. So here, as Buddhists, we need to understand the interdependent nature of things and encourage people to which cause harm and damage to the environment, especially, and also to the air, to the water, and to the harmony and balance society. So there we have to follow the middle path approach, and which can provide solution to many problems, face compassion, as it is the antidote for violence and aggression, moderation and restraint, as antidote to excessive exploitation of Mother Earth and nature.
It seemed to be when there was a connection from New Delhi. It is not very clear. May I ask you to conclude, please?
Should also be practiced, and a world view of an unofficial common communal violence, that also need to be. To have good health and a comprehensive well-being, we have to take care of our Mother Earth and act responsibly with compassion and nurture intelligent living. That is, by intelligent living, from Buddhist perspective, I mean, live full, contented, less and minimum. I think
think we have some technical difficulties contact with New Delhi. Can you conclude, please, Venerable Sir?
We can support the natural or man-made disasters. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you very much, Venerable Dr. Dhammapriya from India, for your information about the corona situation in your country and the support and humanitarian work what it has been developed inside of the country. Thank you very much. So now we are in 3:15 in Bangkok. So in online, more than 335 members are joining with us from the globe. Our members of the United Nations Day Vesak celebration. If our Bangkok office is permit, I would like to at least 1 or 2 questions to put forward to our panelists who are participating online now. Who is going to take floor? Seem to be our Buddhist delegations from around the world. They are just participating, and also our second panel is waiting. Therefore, as a moderator of this panel, I would like to thank for our eminent 5 participants and scholars, especially Venerable Dr. Misan Sunyim from South Korea, and Dr. Joe Vandale, the representative of World Health Organization in Thailand, Venerable Professor Ittadeniya Indasara from Sri Lanka, Venerable Professor Dr. Jin Yin from Hong Kong, China, and the last, Venerable Dr. Dhammapriya from India. Thank you very much for your very, very valuable contribution to this very important Vesak celebration. Of course, within 20 minutes, you cannot make a very comprehensive and long presentation. At least you have contributed your idea through the light and the wisdom of the Buddha's teaching, how world community can help, how the reconciliation can be proposed through the Buddhist wisdom. So I have to thank for you for your wonderful time be with us. So once again, we will meet you very soon. Thank you very much for your all. Now I would like to pass the floor from Paris to our Bangkok UNCC office.
ครับกราบขอบพระคุณพระเดชพระคุณดร.ทีธรรมรัตนะซึ่งเป็นรองประธานสมาคมสภาสากลวิสาขบูชาโลกที่ได้เมตตาเป็นผู้ดำเนินรายการและกราบขอบพระคุณวิทยากรทั้ง5ท่านที่ได้กรุณาร่วมสนทนาในการสัมมนาหัวข้อพุทธวิธีรักษาสุขภาพจิตกายและสังคมในสถานการณ์โรคระบาดครับขอบพระคุณอย่างสูงครับ
Thank you very much, Venerable Dr. T. Dhammaratana, ICDV Vice President from France, for being a moderator for today. And a very special thanks to all the distinguished scholars and the panelists for your contribution in the first panel discussion on Buddhist approaches to health of mind and body communities during pandemic. Thank you very much.
ครับลำดับต่อจากนี้ไปจะเป็นการประชุมสัมมนาหัวข้อย่อยลำดับที่2นะครับในเรื่องหลักปฏิบัติทางพระพุทธศาสนาเพื่อสันติภาพและความสามัคคีในยามเกิดความขัดแย้งซึ่งวันนี้มีวิทยากรประกอบด้วยพระคุณเจ้าดร.มหินดะดีเกเล่บาสปายูนิเวอร์ซิตี้จากสหราชอาณาจักรนะครับมิสเตอร์แฟรงค์คาร์เทอร์ประธานศูนย์สนทนาด้านพระพุทธศาสนาจากออสเตรเลียท่านที่3 ศาสตราจารย์ดร.วันชัยวัฒนทรัพย์นายกสภามหาวิทยาลัยราชภัฏชัยภูมิประเทศไทยและท่านที่ 4 คือดร.อิสรินไฟเดนลันซึ่งเป็นศาสตราจารย์ของสถาบันเทววิทยา MF นอร์เวย์ผู้เชี่ยวชาญด้านศาสนาและสังคมจากประเทศนอร์เวย์โดยดำเนินรายการโดยศาสตราจารย์ดร.ฮวงซูนินเป็นคณบดีคณะพุทธศาสตร์มหาวิทยาลัยดองกุ๊กประเทศเกาหลีใต้
Yes, and the next panel discussion is the Buddhist practice for peace and solidarity in times of conflicts by the following scholars. First, Venerable Dr. Mahinda Degele from Baspa University from UK. Second, Mr. Frank Carter, the President of the Buddhist Discussion Center from Australia. The third, the Professor Dr. Wanchai Wattanasap, President of Universities Council, Shayapum Ratchapat University from Thailand. Fourth, Dr. Iselin Frydenlund, Professor of the Study of the Religion at MF Norwegian School of the Theology, Religions and Society from Norway. So now may I invite Professor Dr. Hwang Sun-nil, Professor College of Buddhism and Dean Academic Affairs from Dongkook University, South Korea, to be a moderator for the second panel discussion, please.
ครับเชิญรับชมครับ
Thank you very much. My name is Sunil Hwang, and I think I have to say to venerable members of Sangha, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor to be able to moderate this second panel discussion entitled Buddhist Practice for Peace and Solidarity in the Time of Conflict. Unfortunately, for the schedule in this chamber, I think we need to speed up. So initially, we let the speakers to talk about around 20 minutes, but I think I have to limit from 20 minutes to 15 minutes in order to meet the schedule. So no time to talk. So I'm going to go to the first speaker, Venerable Professor Mahinda Dugali from Baspa University in UK. Mahinda Dugali studied in Peradeniya in Sri Lanka and did a study in America and Harvard and Chicago University. And he is a specialist in Sinhala Buddhist tradition as well as Buddhism in the popular world and so on. And also Professor Mahinda did work with me when we set up a joint student exchange program between Baspa University and Donggung University. That was almost 10 years ago. And I'd like to invite Dr. Venerable Mahinda Dugali for your 15-minute presentation.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me. Can you? Can you hear me and see?
Okay.
Yeah, can you? Professor Sunil, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. And can you see the slides also?
Wait.
Yeah.
We.
Not yet. No. Let's see. Let's see whether you can see them. How about now? Can you see? Can you see?
Yeah, it's ready. Your slide is ready.
Okay. Thank you so much. Venerable members, distinguished guests, friends, and thank you very much for Professor Sunil Hwang for introducing me. And thanks also for the Venerable Dhammaratana and also our Brahma Pandit, Thero, and everybody in Bangkok for inviting me all for this occasion. I guess I have to limit it to 15 minutes, and I will try my best to be within that 15 minutes limit. My topic today in this theme is going to be times of crisis. How can Buddhism help? You know, times of conflict are difficult times, and by May 2022, all of us around the world, without any distinction, whether we are relatively rich or whether we are relatively impoverished, persons or nations, we were pushed unwillingly to our limits to encounter an unprecedented crisis. In Buddhism, we can call it immense dukkha. Let it be the corona pandemic, which is almost 3 years old now, the ensuing war, which is almost nearly 80 days or more between Russia and Ukraine, or highly increase in inflation rates and economic crisis in the UK as well as in Sri Lanka and other parts of the world. And these are few challenging times that as Buddhists, we cannot be silent. And that's a fact. And I think in that respect, the Vesak conference dedication for the crisis is very valuable. Now, before I begin, just let me bring my personal perspective. You know, I just want to mention a personal experience related to corona pandemic. And it was exactly on the 25th February 2020, over 2 years ago, more than 2 years ago, that I traveled by train last time from London to Bath. Since then, I have not stepped into a train, bus, car, or taxi. In the past, before the corona pandemic, on average, I used to travel by airplane at least once a month for a conference or something event. But nothing has taken place within the last 2 years. So this story of mine, though personal, highly personal and peculiar, and perhaps very much cloistered, quite a astonishing low profile for an active person. And I think my situation is not unusual, and many of you may have encountered it. And that low profile activity, whether in terms of work or other exercise or spirituality or meeting people, is quite significant for us to understand the devastating impact of corona pandemic on everyone on the globe, on this personal as well as on professional levels. Now, I want to remind you something very important that we should be always be mindful. The fact that we are alive today, you know, is an important reason, one of the important reasons to be grateful, you know. In Buddhism, usually called katanyu katavedi puggalo, you know, person who knows or grateful what other people have done. We do not know who have done the miracle, whether the vaccines or the Buddha or God or whatever it may be. Perhaps we should be grateful to the Buddha Shakyamuni, Buddha Amita, or any other Bodhisattva for sparing us from enlisting in the long list of COVID death. And the number of deaths are millions. I just learned yesterday the US has reached 1 million COVID deaths. The most powerful, the richest economy in the world couldn't handle it. So that itself talks a lot about the crisis that we are in. So we cannot talk about Sri Lanka or Thailand. We know that we are all facing that crisis. So any of us could have become merely another number in the long list of COVID deaths. And so we should be grateful that we are alive today. We can celebrate this lucky day in Bangkok and around the world, even though we have some restrictions on us. And now that that fact that we are living after 2 years or 2.5 years, it's a great occasion for us to think about compassion, the cardinal virtue of Theravada Buddhism as well as Mahayana Buddhism. To have a compassion to others in our words, thinking, and action, and as individuals, as communities, as nations. So, in this presentation, though very small and short, and now time is limited, I wanted to just briefly touch upon how the Buddhist practices may generate peace and help create solidarity and establish solidarity among us. One of the things that we come across when it comes to conflict is, I already have covered all of these things, so these points, but I forgot to run the slides because I was more or less reading the text. But basically, we have pushed into limits, and impact is great, and we are still alive. It's a fact that we should be grateful, and it's a good time to contemplate, think about compassion. Now, how can Buddhism help? This is the interesting question. I think I may not be able to cover all of these, but some of the key points that I planned originally to cover are these. Buddhism actually focus more on crisis than any other religion. Dukkha itself is a crisis. Dukkha is the fundamental, recognition of Buddhism, that there is unsatisfactoriness, dissatisfaction, disjointedness. So the crisis is embedded in Buddhist understanding of seeing the world, and I think that's quite important to recognize it. So now, so how Buddhism, I think maybe the Corona crisis, economic crisis, perhaps may help us to be more reflective and to challenge our values that we have celebrated so long, kind of being greedy with money, being envious with other people, being angry and having petty difficulties and conflict and fights and all of these things that we are not, Buddhists are not beyond, and we know it when we work even in our organizations. And now is a time to have a more creative, reflective understanding of the situation. And dukkha is a part of life. So I think the Corona pandemic and other pandemics give a little bit more light, more flesh, more flavor, more depth to the Buddhist understanding of dukkha in existential level. So now there are a lot of Buddhist realistic understanding in Buddhist scriptures. I briefly wanted to identify 3 suttas, these discourses that may help us to understand conflict that underline all these issues. And Buddhist philosophical viewpoint has analysis of social issues. Actually, Corona itself is not a social issue, but other things that comes, like, for example, the crisis in Sri Lanka at the moment, can be, contributed as a social and political, economic, plus other things, Corona and so on. But traditionally, the Buddhist talked about poverty and the link of that poverty with other factors, things like that. So we can talk about a lot in Buddhist tradition like this. Now, what I wanted to highlight in light of the Vesak programs that you have already done today, this mental training, the Buddhism always emphasized the importance of mind. So even the Corona pandemic, to some extent, may be able to manageable if we have a strong mind and mental framework. And here, I think it's very important contribution that Buddhism has to make or can make. So, kind of create peaceful and healthy framework for development and to use limited resources that we have. Now, I have taken 10 minutes and I will try to take another 5 minutes or so, to kind of go very quickly. And these are the scriptures that I mentioned. One of the three discourses in the Digha Nikaya, one of the collection, it talks about primarily about crime and poverty. And I was thinking more, everybody familiar with this discourse on the lion's roar of the wheel-turning monarch. It's about the Chakravarti king, discuss, how, he come across the poverty and there Buddha's explanation, giving explanation of how the crime emerge in the society. And then Aganya Sutta talks about, it's a very famous one, that perhaps the only one in the Buddhist text that talks about the origin of the world, but there also talks about issues about rulers and, when the ruler doesn't act properly, doesn't do righteously, then the chaos begins to start. And these may apply to situations in many Buddhist countries. I don't want to name them, but we know about who we are talking about. And then, of course, it's not only Buddhist countries. You can think about Russia and Ukraine also. And the last one, Kutadanta Sutta. This is very important if you haven't heard before, because this sutta gives, we think about the planning is modern, but actually Buddha himself provide a plan how to solve economic crisis in this sutta. So it's very, very important. So those are the three backgrounds that will be useful for us to think about the conflict from the Buddhist perspective. However, I should remind you, economic crisis, political crisis, social crisis, or health crisis like the corona, these are not new. I think it's very naive to think only in the 21st century in Bangkok or Sri Lanka, we are facing it. They are all issues. They are coming in different shapes to educate us. That may be the healthy way to think about it, to open our third eye to fact of reality of life. And that may be the positive way of we can talk about. So pre-modern society had plenty of them in their own, but we have plenty in our hand too. So how we do better, get kind of sorting this out is the important one. Now, in the Buddhist analysis, it's always observable, empirical. It's not necessarily rely on God's explanation or even the Buddha's explanation, and more sensory. And they are, of course, we know that when the government is corrupt, when the government leaders are not giving priority to the masses, the people, the crime, violence, and distrust, all of these things arise. And this is nothing new, and we can see it. So the most important thing is this. I wanted to highlight this. Is these two ideas, anicca and paticcasamuppada. Anicca means impermanence, that even corona situation is impermanent. That means we can transform it to a better situation. So that's the Buddhist reality. And the paticcasamuppada is that things are causally interlinked. That means that there may be things which corona leads to a better situation. Of course, we have to think about that will lead to better situation rather than worse situation. So with that expectation, we work. So now, the Buddhist idea of the moral dimension, kind of ideas like, for example, Buddhism has certain ideas like simplicity, leading a simple lifestyle, even-mindedness, kind of equanimity, and sharing your resources and having compassion towards others. These are some of the basic foundational values that are helpful in crisis. They are helpful for creating peace, but also helpful in developing our lives. You know, we don't get the same salary, same amount of money, or same amount of resources when we are in crisis. So we have to cut down our expenses in whatever way possible. And we also have to prioritize our agendas. So this time, Thailand, not thinking to celebrate Vesak in a large scale is a good sign, like frugality, simplicity. And we want to celebrate Vesak, but do it in a modest way, manageable way, affordable way, so that we don't use exhaust resources unnecessarily in a crisis time. So now, I have talked about 14 minutes, I think, and I wanted to take another minute or two and then finish it off. So let's see. Now, conflict, violence, you know, these are not new. You know, in the Buddhist time, there were people who went for war. Even Buddha couldn't stop them waging war. And while Buddha was looking at it, you know, his relatives were killed by the other relatives. So these are the facts. And so this violence is there and the discontent is there. So being a Buddhist is basically, we wanted to get into the bottom of the Buddhist teaching, simplicity, healthy lifestyle, and caring attitudes, compassion, and acting proactively to you know, remove the misery that all of us are facing. So I think that's what I covered, and I took exactly 15 minutes. And thank you very much for paying attention to me. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for Professor Venerable Mahinda to give a wonderful speech on Buddhist side of the Buddhist side dealing with this kind of crisis. It is very interesting to know the crisis in Buddhism is already embedded. You know, suffering, the first noble truth, you know, suffering or unsatisfactoriness, which is already comprise the crisis. So Buddhism and Buddhist practice already had this kind of crisis in mind. So Buddhist practice in various ways, mindful practice and Zen meditation practice and many different kind of practice already prepared for using in this against this kind of you know, corona pandemic and so on. So in Buddhism we say through practicing our mind we can overcome kind of problem occur in our daily living life. So Buddhism well prepared for this kind of pandemic. Thank you very much for wonderful presentation by Venerable Professor Dr. Mahinda Dugali from Baspa University in UK. So no time to hurry, no time to spend more, so I'm going to move to the second speaker. And the second speaker of this session is Mr. Frank Cutter, President of a Buddhist Discussion Center in Australia. And he is an Austrian-born Buddhist practitioner for over 30 years. And he is a president of a Buddhist Discussion Center in Australia. And also he is honorary assistant secretary general of a World Fellowship of Buddhists. And he, together with colleagues, wrote the book, Bringing Wisdom to Life. So today, I'm hoping Mr. Frank Cutter give another wisdom to deal against this kind of crisis situation. Okay? For Mr. Frank, I will give you 15 minutes for discussion and talk.
Thank you, Dr. Sunil. I appreciate that. Respected Venerables, Maha Sangha, Honourable Excellencies, distinguished guests, Dharma friends, ladies and gentlemen, greetings, good afternoon. It's a great pleasure for me to meet with you all here today in a gathering of peace, friendship, goodwill and harmony to celebrate the birth, enlightenment and parinibbana of Buddha. To acknowledge our teacher, Lord Buddha. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato sama sambuddhassa. I present my talk today from the viewpoint of a Buddhist practitioner, relying on the words of the Buddha and drawing on my experience and the experience of some well-known Dharma teachers of recent times. Last Sunday, the 8th of May, we celebrated Mother's Day in Australia. Mother's Day is an occasion when we recognise with gratitude our mother, and typically it's a time of family gathering, or perhaps a visit to the cemetery where our dear mother was buried. The Buddhist Centre I'm a member of ran several Mother's Day flower stalls to raise funds. It was an honour for us to be part of the supply chain in supporting so many people's expression of love, appreciation and gratitude to their mothers on this day. A Dharma teacher at our centre once wrote that if people truly knew the blessing of offering their mothers flowers, all our centre's flower stalls would be sold out by 9 a.m. in the morning. The practice of making offerings is fundamental in Buddhism. It is the practice of generosity, which is a foundational practice. Can we imagine what friendship would be like without generosity? What love would be like without generosity? What kindness would be like without generosity? These virtuous human qualities would not be well developed. They would be stunted and small. Generosity is nutrient for the mind. It is likened by the Buddha to good quality, rich, fertile soil, which supports and nourishes the growth of the seeds that are sown there. Generosity supports and nourishes the wholesome seeds that we generate by our good intentions and actions, so they can develop to their fullest potential. Generosity is the temperament of giving and forgiving, openness, cheerfulness, supporting, accepting, easing the way for the other person, joyfully lending a helping hand and nourishing. The Buddhist author Nina van Gorkum wrote in her essay, Generosity, the Inward Dimension, the giving away of useful or pleasant things is an act of generosity. However, if we only pay attention to the outward deeds, we do not know whether or not we are being sincerely generous. We should learn more about the mind which motivates our deeds. True generosity is difficult. While we are giving, our thoughts may not all be good and noble. Our motives for giving may not all be pure. We may give with selfish motives, expecting something in return, hoping to be liked by the receiver of our gift, wanting to be known as a generous person. End of quote. There is a story in the Buddhist texts about a young boy named Priyadashi. He knew about the Buddha and had great respect and love for him. One day, unexpectedly, he had an opportunity to meet the Buddha face to face. Immediately, he wanted to make offerings to the Buddha to pay respect to the great man. He looked around for something to offer and he realized he had nothing to give. He was not carrying anything, yet in his heart, his wish to give something to the Buddha was so strong, he bent down and scooped up a handful of dirt from the ground. As the Buddha looked at him, Priyadashi offered the dirt with his heart filled with love, joy, and respect. As the Buddha blessed Priyadashi, he said his offering would bring him many lives of great wealth and good fortune because of the way it was offered. The offering was done with strong volition to give, accompanied by heartfelt generosity, gratitude, and joy. Generosity has the openness, flexibility, and lightness to put down our needs for a while and consider the needs of another, to be sensitive enough and patient enough to find out what the other person really needs to be well and happy. In discussing our panel topic today, it's worthwhile to talk about What are the true foundations of good relationships? In order to live in peace and solidarity with others, what qualities, behaviours and attitudes facilitate, build and maintain beneficial, harmonious and peaceful relationships? To quote Arvind Kumar Singh in his paper, World Peace and Conflict Resolution, a solution from Buddhist point of view, in Buddhism, the concept of peace or santi is extended to include both inner and outer peace. Inner peace, which is generally known as peace of mind, is a mental state free from disquieting or oppressive thoughts and emotions. Inner peace is a prerequisite for outer peace, which involves interpersonal relations. End of quote. Buddha taught the psychological root causes of conflict in the Samagama Sutta, which are in essence greed, hatred, and ignorance. These are also the root causes of suffering, unhappiness, and all the troubles we find ourselves in the world. There can be no true peace for us without us reducing, diminishing, and eventually overcoming these three generators of dukkha within ourselves. Buddhist practices can be grouped into what is known as perfections, or as they have sometimes been referred to, perfectors. Generosity is the first perfection and is the antidote to greed and stinginess. The antidote to hatred is the development of loving kindness, or metta in the Pali language. The late Venerable Ashin Titila in the Buddhist publication Metta wrote, Metta, universal love, is generally taken to exist in connection with other people, but in reality, love for self comes first. It is not a selfish love, but a love for self or pure love, which comes first. By having pure love, metta as we define it, for self, selfish tendencies, hatred and anger will be diminished. Therefore, unless we ourselves possess metta within, we cannot share, we cannot give something we do not have. In the article, Buddhism and Peace, Professor Jaya Tilake reflected that when the Buddha's disciple Ananda suggested to him that half of the religion of the Buddha consisted in the practice of friendliness, the Buddha's rejoinder was that it was not half, but the whole of the religion. It was this emphasis on compassion that made it possible for Buddhism to spread its message over the greater part of Asia without resorting to military force or political power. End of quote. To have no sense of friendship among persons is already very unfortunate, but sadder still is when we cannot have it with oneself. The Buddha advised his followers to live a life of harmlessness. The Buddha's teaching advised that harmlessness is the root of all virtues. From the Selika Sutta, Discourse on Effacement, a person given to harmlessness has harmlessness to lead him upward. Harmlessness has the characteristic mark of making one refrain from immorality, which on its part has the mark of harming. Hence, harmlessness is an especially strong cause of morality, and morality again is the basis of concentration of the mind, while concentration of the mind is the basis for wisdom. In that way, harmlessness is the root of all virtues. Buddha has given us so many teachings on how to build and maintain good relationships with others. In the Sigalovada Sutta, as translated by Venerable Narada Thera, we read Buddha's explanation to the young boy named Sigalovada, how peace and goodwill can be developed between persons. The Sigalovada Sutta is known as the layperson's code of discipline or the Vinaya of the householder. The Sutta includes descriptions of good conduct of persons with regard to each of their relations, whether it be with their partners, their children, their parents, their teachers, or friends. In the Sutta we read, these four young householders should be understood as warm-hearted friends. He who is a helpmate, he who is the same in happiness and sorrow, he who gives good counsel, he who sympathizes. Also in the Sutta we read, in 5 ways, young householder, should a wife be ministered to by her husband. By being courteous to her, 1. By not despising her, 2. By being faithful to her, by handing over authority to her, and providing her with ornaments. The wife thus ministered to by her husband shows her compassion to her husband in 5 ways. 1. She performs her duties well. She is hospitable to relations and attendants. She is faithful. She protects what he brings. She is skilled and industrious in discharging her duties. There are a number of core practices which are at the heart of living peacefully with oneself and living in peace and solidarity in one's relationships with others. Mindfulness is indispensable. In his keynote speech at the Australian Buddhist Convention held in Melbourne, Australia in June 2002, eminent Buddhist scholar Dr. Ananda Garuge said, if you are mindful, if you are conscious of everything you do, from the very simple things, such as how you react to people you meet, how you choose the words by which you address a situation, the way you would like to criticize a person, then when the criticism is necessary. If you are mindful, you will be very careful, you will be tactful. You will be doing exactly the kind of things you would like others to do to you. This is mindfulness in action. In the middle-length discourses, the Buddha advises, you shall carefully guard your mind, maintaining mindfulness all the time in order to cease conflicts. Right view or right understanding is the first factor taught by the Buddha in explaining the Noble Eightfold Path. Right view is understanding what is true, what is the nature of things, correct understanding that can be relied upon, that we can take refuge in, that can help us navigate the turbulence of samsara to realize the ultimate safety, peace, and freedom. Mahayana Buddhism teaches the 8 worldly conditions, or 4 pairs of opposites, as basic samsaric conditions that we meet in every type of birth. They are inherent in life and inescapable. These are gain and loss, praise and blame, honor and dishonor, happiness and unhappiness. These are the universal conditions of the world arising from impermanence. From the beginning of our life at birth, when we gain our human body, until the end, when we lose our human body, we are meeting these worldly conditions in a myriad of forms every day. So much of the world's conflict is coming from people reacting badly, unskillfully, blindly to these natural and inescapable conditions. Through the practice of studying the Buddha Dharma, we can start to learn and appreciate the nature of the world we're living in. We can understand what we see and experience is the product of karma. When we have loss, for example, nothing is actually going wrong. It's not automatically someone's fault. It is just the causes made in the past playing out. So as we gain more depth in this understanding, we have a base to learn to let go. From the start of the Buddhist path until the end, it's a process of learning to let go. From our practice of mindfulness and right view, we can understand the present with more clarity, upon which we see letting go is the best option. As our mindfulness improves, we start to catch ourselves in the moment. We recognize how our mind moves, reacting to unpleasant events or experiences. And at that moment, we have the possibility of gaining some space in our mind to restrain our reactive mind and prompt a better response. Like on a railway line, we are building a set of points into our track to switch direction away from defilements. We start to understand the nature of the defilements. We see that anger does not know how to stop anger. Worry doesn't know how to stop worry, and anxiety can't find a way out of anxiety. We can see these minds as like a lost child and that doesn't know what to do. Like the adult looking after the child, we can softly speak to the unwholesome mind and reassure it that everything is okay. We can then choose to be wholesome, to replace the unwholesome with wholesome. We learn there are many ways and strategies to do this. This is a Dharma process called right effort for dealing with the unpleasant, the difficult, the conflictual, without being reactive. Let the other person off the hook. They did not make our karma. We should note the words of the Buddha as found in the Dhammapada. Hostilities aren't stilled through hostility. Regardless, hostilities are stilled through non-hostility. This is unending truth. Unlike those who don't realize that we're here on the verge of perishing, those who do, their quarrels are stilled. These are the facts of life. I think I'm getting fairly close to the end of the 15 minutes, so I'm going to skip along and just read one final quote from a great Thai master. I was going to mention about the 5 precepts, of course, because they are fundamental to Buddhist practice and they are the guardians of our behaviour. The master I'm going to quote is Venerable Acharya Mahabhuva from the Water of the Fires of the World. We read, as for people who sympathise with each other and see that all human beings are of equal value, they find it easy to be forgiving and to live with one another in peace. They don't despise one another for belonging to this or that class or for having only this or that much wealth, all of which is simply a matter of a person's karma. If we can forgive each other with the thought that each living being has his or her own karma, then we can live together in peace. If we believe in the Dharma, we have to believe in karma and not in the defilements that make us arrogant and proud. So this is how the principles of the religion teach us to understand things and to conduct our lives so as to make peace with ourselves. The result is that society too will be at peace. End of quote. Thank you very much for listening to my talk today. I wish you all to have a happy and bright Vesak. From the Buddhist viewpoint, we must have some karmic connection to experience this wonderful occasion together. So may our good karma and harmonious friendship, goodwill and solidarity continue always. May we meet in harmony, act in harmony and disperse in harmony. Thank you.
Thank you very much for Mr. Prem Khatta to give an impressive talk on building a good Buddhist foundation for a good relationship in order to overcome conflict. In order to live a life in a peace, we need to develop a good mental foundation for good relationship with others. And the being mindful is the one of the way you are conscious of what you are doing at this very present moment. If you are keep doing that, then it could be a good basement to solve this kind of conflict problem we are faced with in this world. Thank you very much for the excellent talk. And I'm going to move to the next speaker. And the next speaker, Professor Dr. Wanchai Watanasat, is in this stage together with us, and he is the member of a National Reconciliation Committee in Thailand, and he used to be a medical doctor, and nowadays he is doing various counseling things, and he is a director of a conflict resolution courses, RUC school, and he is going to give a talk on our subject, Buddhist practices for peace and solidarity in time of conflict. Okay, 15 minutes.
Yes. Well, sorry, okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. It is my great honor to be invited to come to this session, okay? And I believe all the panelists are quite expert in Buddhism, whereas I'm just learning, and practically I was a surgeon, okay, doing mostly cutting, okay. And when the topic today is Buddhist practices, that is something that I've been doing these practices, okay? Because when you're going to do some surgery, you need to learn the theory, anatomy, or whatever, and then you have to practice before you doing an operation or whatever, okay? So the topic that was asked to present today, I already have my essay, and I hope they will distribute to you. And also I will use the PowerPoint, okay, to show to you. The first PowerPoint, I took it when I was at the UN headquarters, okay? And the reason I use this because it doesn't move. No. Something, okay. Oh yeah, you see? I was at the headquarters. And the other thing that you see here, it's a torn flag that was, you know, shown in at the UN headquarters. At that time, there was some bomb or something happening that, you know, even in some area. So it's just something that we're going to talk about how to build peace, okay? When you talk about peace, see, what I'm being learned about peace, it's an English word that when you talk about peace, it's not a standalone word, peace. You have to have the word just, J-U-S-T, just, together. That means when you can have the peace making in any area or building a peace in an area, the people who live in that community, in that country, or wherever, they have to we have to make sure that they feel justice, okay? Being treated not unjust or unfair, okay? Otherwise, you are not having that peace. That is the first thing that I would like to mention, okay? And I will go through this PowerPoint, okay? And this memoriam that's shown in the UN headquarters. I'm not going to read it, but it's a story about some violent thing happening in August some time ago, okay? All right, now, look at this picture. How could the gun can be twisted? And, you know, so you know that you cannot shoot with this gun. So this is something, maybe then answer. What should you do about, you know, don't make the violence by stop shooting or without using the gun or whatever. Now, when we talk about thing about peace, we have to remind ourselves about the announcement of UN Sustainable Goal 16, which is peace, justice, and strong institution, okay? Before we go into the practice or whatever, I'm not going to read this, but there's something you have to see in this announcement that not only make thing peace, but also it's the word about anti-corruption or what have you, okay? Now, so that's why I come to this thing. It goes together with this peace thing. That means that if you're going to build a peaceful society, you have to be some honest in doing that. So at the moment, I personally invite at least 7 universities in Thailand to make the academic honesty. So that means that if we're gonna make our graduate, a good graduate, qualified graduate, we have to make sure that they are honest in even the work they're doing in the university, okay? So this is the same thing, just to add to not just peace or just peace, but also honest, okay? And this is something I don't want to go there. This is what action that we did in the Thai university at the moment, okay? Well, I wrote a book, not a book, one of the chapter, okay? It's not shown here, but if you can see this, this is the conflict resolution in Asia, okay? One of the professors in Winnipeg asked me to write a chapter of culture, where actually it's many other authors wrote the culture in this book, including Philippines, many other countries. And it's important that culture involved in this kind of practice. And if you look into the Thai culture, maybe Laotian also, is non-confrontation, avoidance thing. So this is something that even though we can fight and we at some time, afraid of having this civil war. One of my Professor Dr. Pravet Vasi, that Thailand will not ever have this civil war because we are Buddhists and we're trying to avoid that kind of thing, okay? And many other things, I'm not going to go into detail like Bun Kun, gratefulness, reciprocity, Kreng Chai. This is something that creates some culture that in English word, there's no Bun Kun, no Kreng Chai, and this is something have some effect with about this good governance that we have to be careful about that, okay? Now, let's go a little more, okay? I do not want to go in that detail because this time is limited. I just like to conclude at the early stage of talking that moderation is very important in Buddhism. So as I mentioned that this is something that we, in our culture, it's something we're not that very, go for it, and we also have tolerance. We have a good tolerance. I'm not going to the Lord Buddha teaching that you can, and also karma, okay? We at Buddhist, we think anything, when we do anything, but we have to think about what's the next life will be, okay? And our teach us sufficiency economy. So this is something that Thai people, sorry that I'll talk about the Thai because I'm Thai. I have to mention that His Majesty the King, a late King, teach us to have sufficiency economy. So many of us will have that, not that greedy in doing anything, okay? And the last two things, I'm gonna talk a little bit on that apology and forgiveness, okay? I'm not gonna teach you all how to do the apology, I'm sorry. But just very briefly, because this is something you talk about practices, right? So if you can do a practice apology, you have to say, I'm sorry. And you have to say, I did it. You have to admit that you did it. Whatever it was, it harmed you. This is not that difficult. The last thing is important. I'm responsible for that, okay? So this is something that we have to, understand that. Now, how about forgiveness, okay? How should you forgive, okay? I listened to one of the talk in the YouTube on Venerable Amaro from the temple in London. He talked about forgiveness. The word give is there. So you give something. And also in Thai word is apai. Apai, pai is danger. A is no danger. So when you're doing this forgiveness, it's something that you have to think that you're not giving any dangerous thing. And in this quote that I said, how should you forgive and why? I cannot tell you. It's probably the hardest thing you will ever attempt to do. But I can tell you what I have seen and experienced personally. Once you are able to let go, quote unquote, of wrong that have been done to you, it changed everything, okay? Or change your relationship and attitude, emotional makeup, and many other things, okay? It will give you a better life, plus you will find that when you forgive, you're always a winner. You don't lose anything, okay? Because it's not a sign of weakness to love somebody who hurts you. It's a sign of strength. I think this is something, it's very Buddhist, okay? Because this is what I have learned, okay? Now, what I'm going to show you, lastly, I'm not trying to use much of the time, or this is something in practices I help doing in teaching of how to go about. At the time we have the red shirt and yellow shirt and fighting. So we teach them with knowledge of how to go about reconciliation, how to go about dialogue instead of debate. And the signal of this harmonization or peaceful thing, you use the little finger. So it's Thai culture that if you use show your little finger, the pinky, has been, I'm your friend, okay? And it's a sign of this harmonize, okay? And that's the time that we did something, okay? Now, the last thing, I'm gonna show this picture, I got it from the internet. Onkuliman, okay? Onkuliman who killed already 999 persons, and, you know, happened to come to meet, Lord Buddha knew that he's coming, so he stopped, and the story that everyone know about it. Many questions come up that why the people who killed so many and he's not been, punished or something like that, okay? I'm not gonna give you an answer, but you as Buddhists, you should know about and have this answer. Now, 350 years ago, I'm just go beyond this Buddhism a little bit, if you allow me, okay? Galileo did something, and the villagers, said that you did something against the, thing that the villagers teach, okay? But recently, okay, not very long ago, Pope John Paul II come to have this apology, formal apology, okay? So this is something that, why 350 years ago, some of the religious, Catholic, do this formal apology, okay? Now, I'm going to show you some Thai practice, okay? And this is the time that we have, I think today is something like 30 years or so of the facing between the military and people who are against some of the people. our His Majesty the King Rama denied summon 3 generals. Okay, one is already Prime Minister. The other one is the leader of the mob or demonstrated group that you can see it here, and the other one is one of the advisor to the king. He's not telling what for you to do, and he gives them a mindfulness thought that if you still facing each other, no one will win. Everyone will lose. And the most thing that will lose is the country and the people, okay? So with that, okay, so all these 3 generals, stop. Our king didn't say anything that you stop, you'd have to resign or whatever. And this is something in practice that our, His Majesty the King, our beloved King, late King, that done. Okay, lastly, you probably seen this picture, okay? Lord Buddha stand between the 2, army, okay? And they are the relative of the Lord Buddha. And what did our Lord Buddha do? Okay, remind them that the start of the story is just the water, Rohini River. You are going to kill each other, you're going to lose your life and many things like that. So these are some practices that our Lord Buddha showed to everyone that, okay, when you're going to, go into violence or fighting a war, you have to have some kind of mindfulness before you do anything further. That is my message to give to you today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Panchai talk about Thai traditional ethical value, and when he talk about non-confrontation, avoidance, moderation, tolerance, apology, and forgiveness, I feel like Thai traditional ethical value inside there already, Buddhism already inside there, Buddhist idea already embedded in Thai ethical culture. So Thai episode of the Thai king is actually so touching for me because in that situation, reconciling it's not easy at all. But the king asks us to become mindful, not only think about yourself, but also think about people in Thailand and the country and human beings in general. That makes such a serious situation become really reconcilable. So it was very touching story. I should remember from this very moment. And thank you for introducing such an interesting story. So I'm going to move to our last speaker, Dr. Iselin Frydenlund. Dr. Iselin is a professor of study of religion at Norwegian School of Theology, Religion and Society. She is particularly interested in Buddhism in its social context. She has for many years been involved in peace building and the dialogue project in Asia, together with the Buddhist Foundation of Norway. So let's invite Dr. Iselin, and we will give you 15 minutes to share your thought on dealing with a conflict from the Buddhist point of view.
Thank you very much. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you so much. Dear venerable members of the Sangha, dear distinguished guests, dear ladies and gentlemen, it is really a great honor for me to speak here today, and I would like to express my deepest gratitude to the organizers of the conference, And I would also like to thank my co-panelists for the important insights and moderator for his excellent job. I will share a PowerPoint. Am I allowed to share my screen, please? Yes. Can you see my screen now?
Okay, your PPT is ready. Yeah.
Yes, my screen is here. Excellent. Thank you. So what I would like to do today is to share with you some reflections on the concept of pacifism. Ahimsa, or no harm, is of course crucial to the Buddhist self-understanding. Buddhism, or more specifically early Buddhism, is seen as explicit and uncompromising pacifist with regard to warfare. However, what could pacifism have meant in early Buddhism, and is the term pacifism at all the correct term for a discussion of nonviolence in Buddhism? In the following, I would like to share some of my reflections with you on various positions taken with regard to pacifism in early Buddhism. What kind, then, of ethics is Buddhist ethics? The field of Buddhist ethics is vast and complex, and it's not possible to give a detailed survey of that here. The Pali term closest to ethics is sila, which is translated as morality. Efforts have been made by various scholars to conceptualize Buddhist ethics in terms of the Western vocabulary as either consequentialist, actions are bad because they bring an undesired end, as intentionalist, it is the intention behind a certain act that is decisive for its moral status. Utilitarian, meaning that the moral worth of an action is determined by its outcome. Deontological, the focus on to what extent an action in itself is right or wrong. Or as virtue, ethics, with emphasis on the moral character of the agent. Now, Buddhist studies scholars are, broadly speaking, divided into two camps regarding the nature of Buddhist ethics. And I'm quite sure that there are many others as well, but these are two sort of broad camps. On the one hand, scholars such as Damien Keon hold what we can call a meta-theoretical position, claiming to identify an underlying moral theory of Buddhist ethics. On the other hand, scholars such as Charles Hallisey argued that there is no moral theory underlying or structuring Buddhist ethics, one which, once identified, would provide a global justification for the specific parts of Buddhist ethics. This discussion on ethical theory is of importance to the question of pacifism. If one adopts Keon's position, Buddhism and violence would necessarily become an oxymoron. Particularism, on the other hand, opens up for analyzing legitimate use of state force from within Buddhism itself as one legitimate possibility among many. So what is pacifism? I mean, the word. Pacifism is derived from Latin, peacemaking, and it's a very complex term, but a common usage of it refers to the commitment to making peace that rejects violent means for obtaining this end. Thus, war is always considered to be wrong. However, the concept includes a variety of positions, ranging from general and total non-violence in all societal spheres to more specific anti-warism. In Western philosophy, pacifism can be distinguished between minimal and maximal pacifisms, between absolute and contingent pacifisms, and between deontological and consequentialist pacifisms. How wrong war and violence are deemed to be, and at what times depends upon the position one takes. An important question is to what extent, in the Buddhist context, the precept of abstaining from taking life is explicitly discussed in relation to war in the Tripitaka, or whether ahimsa is considered to be self-evident. I would say that there are examples of different pacifist positions to be identified. In the Yodajiva Sutta, the Buddha tells a soldier that to one that engages in fighting, one of two paths is open, either purgatory or rebirth as an animal. That will qualify as a deontological position. Fighting war is always wrong, and it will have very negative karmic consequences for the perpetrator. Also, upon hearing the story of the fighting between King Pasenadi and King Ajatasattu, the Buddha argues against military action from a consequentialist position by saying that violence fosters violence in a never-ending circle of action and retribution. But in early Buddhist texts, we also find the acceptance of institution of the state and thus also force. The early Buddhist view of the state begins as a quasi-contractual arrangement under which the king performs certain functions, such as protection, in return for certain rights, shares of the crop in that example. The Aganya Sutta in the Digha Nikaya tells of a dim past when humans fell from a state of happiness into a state of greed and violence. To save themselves from anarchy, they elected an outstanding individual, the Mahasamata. The sutta recognizes the use of force in order to re-establish order and to protect human lives. Moreover, if read as an early form of a social contract, the ideal of the Mahasamata acknowledges the use of force within a quasi-democratic political structure. Noticeably, in this sutta of origin, the word ahimsa is not used, and ideals on non-violence are not easily identified. And now to the question of intention. Other narratives raise the question about intentionality. In the Anguttara Nikaya, the general Siha declared in the context of meat eating that he would not intentionally kill a living being. There is no indication, however, that he found his duties as a soldier incompatible with the precept of ahimsa. Thus, the warrior is conceived as observing the Buddhist norms wherever they do not conflict with his specific duties as a warrior. And from this, we can see a kind of contextual ethics according to the social status of the person. Other Buddhist narratives are rather ambiguous. The story of the Sri Lankan king, Siddhi Sangabodhi, who was a real king in Sri Lanka, reigned from 247 to 249 Common Era, shows how the dilemma of reconciling sociological non-violence with realpolitik and have been discussed within certain Buddhist narratives. His story is transmitted and remembered in two very important texts, the Mahavamsa, and in a medieval biography known as the Hatavanagala Viharavasa, both containing multiple and contradictory moral theories. In the biography, Siddhi Sangabodhi is portrayed as a bodhisattva who is reluctant to accept the throne, since he is said to be afraid of committing grievous action which brings men to hell. However, he is persuaded by Buddhist monks to accept the throne, since they regard him as a wise person. Siddhi Sangabodhi's reluctance can be understood both as consequentialist, actions are bad if they bring an undesired end, and as deontological, the moral worth of an action is not judged by its consequences, but by its very nature. Moreover, the monk's argument that Siddhi Sangha Bodhi is a good and wise man suggests virtue ethics. The story of Siddhi Sangha Bodhi is even more interesting in that it holds that his reign was racked with crime in spite of the fact that he was thought to be the very personification of the Dhamma. He ruled without force, which led to chaos and decay. In this case, his virtue was not enough to make him a good ruler. This story thus conveys the ideal of non-violence, while simultaneously indicating that violence is a prerequisite for royal rule. The disastrous effects of the attempt to rule without resorting to the use of force are also described in the Mahavamsa. So, although non-violence remains the ideal for Buddhist rulers, there would seem to be few references to absolute pacifism. Kings have nurtured ideals of compassion and at times have banned hunting within the polity, but only in a very few instances does the ideal of non-violence relate to non-violence in the political realm. Even the most famous instance of pacifism in Sri Lanka's history, the reign of King Siddhi Sangha Bodhi, lives on in the tradition without leading to a resolution of the conflicting moral stances towards the justified use of force. The reason for this lies in early political paradigms that acknowledge the necessity of royal rule for the subsistence of Buddhism. In Buddhist teachings, we certainly find maximalist and absolute pacifism, but most importantly, the notion that the ultimate goal of religious striving is contrary to the use of violence. However, this is restricted largely to the personal level. In fact, with a few notable exceptions, anti-warism, or what we might call political pacifism, is largely absent in Buddhism. Seen from a cross-cultural ethical perspective on religion and war, two things are striking. One is the importance of ahimsa, no harm. The other is the lack of any systematized thinking about the justified use of force. The question then is to what extent the lack of systematized thinking on the use of force in public affairs makes Buddhism necessarily pacifist, and if so, what kind of Buddhism can we say that we find in Buddhism? And on that last question, I would like to thank you so much for your attention, and I think I kept my 15 minutes sharp. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Iselin, to talk about early Buddhist position on the pacifism, making peace, how to making peace. From what kind of a position is it? Conscientialistic or intentional or utilitarian or deontological? Interesting analysis on early Buddhist canon, and I want to hear her definitive answer, but she didn't give final outcome. I'm very wondered around what could be her own thinking. I think we have a poor presentation, and luckily we have about 10 minutes or 15 minutes to have a discussion. So Professor Mahinda, Professor Venerable Nine Mahinda, are you still here?
Yeah, I am here. Yeah.
Okay. I'm very impressed with your talk on saying, crisis is already embedded in Buddhism. The dukkha is a kind of a thing, in the time of the crisis. But pandemic situation or Ukraine-Russian war is much more serious from our ordinary point of view. Is that a serious situation already embedded in the Buddhist concept of dukkha, do you think?
See, the the Ukrainian situation is not unusual because it's maybe the scale is much larger. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Okay. You can talk. We can hear.
Yeah. So the Ukrainian situation is actually it's a large scale because the war has become more complicated now. Because but the war existed. You know, the Buddhist family, because we heard about the Rohini earlier. You know, the Buddhist father's side were massacred. You know, kind of. You know, so the war is there. What is fascinating is that the foundation for it is the same. You know, the foundation is ignorance. Foundation is misperception. Foundation is that not thinking about others' suffering, and all of these, and also the aggression. You know, the kind of to acquire the land, acquire, you know, kind of the prestige. You know, superpower, and you know, kind of we wanted to have more power. We want to be dominant in the world. You know, idea to dominate the situation. Now, all of these Buddhism sees as actually is within us because we are greedy, and we are corrupted inside. And these are extended to ideologies, you know, whether it's a socialism, communism, or a dictatorship, or whatever. And so Ukrainian and Russian situation is kind of Buddhism sees as the human beings are slaves to various things, and they cannot see the things as they are. They're not enlightened. So when they are not enlightened, they do unenlightened things. The war is an unenlightened thing. Of course, it's a grave crime from human rights perspective, you know, kind of invading a country and you know, kind of that kind of beautiful city completely making ash, you know, kind of how many years it would have taken for Ukrainian to build that city, you know. Is it possible for even all the world get together and put money? Is it possible to bring back that Ukrainian society to the 2022? It's impossible. So there are grave crime, and I think people should be held responsible for it because of the ignorance. Ignorance doesn't allow them to perpetuate those crimes.
Thank you for the nice, good, and thoughtful answer. And Mr. Prankata, are you still here?
Yes, sure.
Okay. Thank you for your talking, and I like your idea on metta as a pure love. But usually, when we develop a kind of love, our love usually goes to our close friend, not to the all living beings or living creatures. But Buddhism usually talk about maha metta, which develop a love toward all living creatures. So what do you think about, you know, a Buddhist metta and Buddhist maha metta, how we can develop it?
I think the quality of metta is immeasurable. It has an infinite objects. It's not limited to a particular group. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you.
So it's not limited to a particular type of person or people we like or our family or our relatives. It has this boundless quality to it. So this is the idea that its nature is to be spread to all beings equally. And I think the parallel is sometimes given of the sun, the light from the sun, not discriminating or distinguishing between this type of person or that type of person or this type of being. So metta has this cultural acceptance of all types of beings. And that's what gives it the element that it's free from any form of stinginess or any form of hatred, or it sort of has a compassionate element, that it's equally offered to all beings, irrespective of their condition.
Thank you. We have a floor question from Dr. Santanjoy. Okay.
Thank you, Professor Hong. Actually, my question is that right now we are facing the climate change, then last COP22, the summit, the world leaders, they like to keep the environment, not like to keep this temperature below the 1.5 degree. So is there any possible way, like a holistic approach from Buddhist, from Buddhist practitioner aspect, that we can, Buddhists can make some contribution not to rise up and not to heat up this environment crisis? So.
Are you intending anyone to answer your question?
Yes, sir. It will be fine.
From?
Yep.
From whom?
Anybody from our panelists. It will be appreciated.
Professor Mahinda, are you?
Yeah, I think climate issue is a very important one, but except Japan, all the other countries, I mean, of course, we can exclude Korea also, but most of the Buddhist countries are struggling with economies, the developing world. So the transition from completely carbon-free world is not an easy task. I think most of even though, people wanted to have less carbon footprint and use the ways, like recently, for example, take Sri Lanka. Because of the gas, scarcity, now people have gone back to using firewood, which is warm up the area. But this is not because people wanted to go to that transition, but life is a struggle. People have to survive first in order to preserve these noble ideals of preserving environment, because preserving environment come in 100 years, 50 years time, but people who are living now have to live now. So I don't think Buddhists are deliberately neglecting their responsibility or wanted to neglect, but there are restrictions within the system, economic pressure and immediate needs, and kind of how you survive in this world is become a real problem for people in most Buddhist countries. I am thinking about the 13th of May 2022, Sri Lanka, the people who are jobless, people who are not working, people who cannot go to work, they have to feed their children, so the climate goes out of the window. I'm not saying that people are neglecting, but the situation has made it difficult. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Mahinda. And also, I want to ask Dr. Panchai. You mentioned many different Thai ethical values in order to solve the problem of current crisis and confrontation. Which one is the most important for us to develop, do you think?
Well, I think depend on which crisis you're talking about. Okay, there are many types of crises. But sometimes you have to be aware. Crisis can create opportunity. Okay, like if you look at this pandemic 19, actually an opportunity to use this online thing. We were thinking about how can we communicate people. Today we are able to get people from all over the world to listen, to talk, and understand. So the development of this because of the Mr. COVID-19. So we have to thank them as well. So when you think about anything, you have two sides of thought. Okay, sometimes crisis is opportunity. Okay, very important.
Thank you. Finally, I'd like to ask a question to Dr. Islin. Are you here? Are you here? Still here? Dr. Islin?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. You talk about conscialism, intentionalistic approach, or motivism, or utilitarian and deontological. What do you think about early Buddhist thought of pacifism? Which one do you think is the Buddhist attitude toward kind of a conflict? What do you think about that? I'd like to hear.
Yes, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to clarify that issue, because I left it kind of with a question saying that, you know, recognizing that there might be many different and legitimate positions in that. So as a scholar of the study of religion, I would say that in my view, looking at the different narratives in early Buddhist texts, there is reason to argue that we find different pacifisms. So in that regard, I would say that yes, ahimsa is sort of at the heart of Buddhist teachings. But if we look at the different narratives as important discursive sites for where Buddhists through times have discussed these moral dilemmas with regard to identifying harm, understanding what peace is, they have struggled with how to balance. And that's why I say that I think that in the Buddhist narratives, there is a pluralism when it comes to views on what kinds of pacifism or what kinds of ethics that we have. So we find both consequentialist forms of pacifism or focus on intention or the utilitarian. But that when you say that it's the pluralist approach, then we kind of challenge this notion that there is one underlying theory of Buddhist ethics here. Did I answer your question?
Thank you very much. I think today we have excellent speakers of Professor Venerable Dr. Mahinda Dugali and Mr. Frank Kata, and the Professor Medical Dr. Wan Chai and the Dr. Iselin from Norway, and they all give an excellent talk on our theme, Buddhist practices for peace and solidarity in time of conflict. I'd like to say thanks for keep the time and also for your effort to give a good answer from the question. Let me close by saying Buddhism could be the key for the contemporary problem. Buddhist practice could be the key for solving any kind of a conflict, region, contemporary crisis. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
ครับนั้นคือการสัมมนาในหัวข้อย่อยที่2หลักปฏิบัติทางพระพุทธศาสนาเพื่อสันติภาพและความสามัคคีในยามเกิดความขัดแย้งก็ขอบคุณ Professor ดร.ห่วงซูนินซึ่งเป็นคณบดีคณะพุทธศาสตร์มหาวิทยาลัยดองกุกจากเกาหลีใต้ครับที่ได้ดำเนินรายการและขอบคุณวิทยากรทุกท่านนะครับโดยเฉพาะศาสตราจารย์ดร.วันชัยวัฒนทรัพย์นายกสภามหาวิทยาลัยราชภัฏชัยภูมิที่ได้มาออนไซต์ในวันนี้ด้วยครับ
Yes, thank you very much, Professor Dr. Hwang Sunil, Professor of the College of Buddhism and the Dean of Academic Affairs from Dongkook University, South Korea, for being such a great moderator in this second panel discussion and also raising interesting questions for each panelist and facilitating Q&A sessions at the end of the panel. I would also like to extend my sincere thanks to all distinguished scholars and panelists for your contribution in the second panel discussion on Buddhist practices for peace and solidarity in times of conflict today.
ครับลำดับต่อไปขอกราบอาราธนาพระเดชพระคุณศาสตราจารย์ดร.พระพรหมบัณฑิตกรรมการมหาเถรสมาคมอุปนายกสภามหาวิทยาลัยมหาจุฬาลงกรณราชวิทยาลัยประธานสภาสากลวันวิสาขบูชาโลกและประธานสมาคมมหาวิทยาลัยพระพุทธศาสนานานาชาติได้เมตตามอบของที่ระลึกให้วิทยากรทั้ง2ท่านนะครับ
Now may I respectfully invite the most venerable Professor Dr. Prapama Bandit to offer the presents to the following persons. First, Professor Dr. Wanchai Watanasap, National Conciliation Committees of Thailand, and second, Professor Dr. Hwang Sunil, Professor of the College of Buddhism and the Dean of Academic Affairs of Dongkuk University from South Korea. Please,
ครับท่าน
Venerable.
แรกขอกับเรียนเชิญท่าน Professor Dr. ห่วงสุนินท์ซึ่งเป็นผู้ดำเนินรายการนะครับ และก็ตามด้วยศาสตราจารย์ ดร. วันชัย วัฒนทรัพย์ครับขออภัยครับวัฒนทรัพย์ขออนุญาตได้ประชาสัมพันธ์ให้ทุกท่านที่เข้าอยู่ในซูมแล้วก็ติดตามโดยเฉพาะซูมนะครับขอท่านประสงค์ที่อยากจะได้เกียรติบัตรในการเข้าร่วมงานในครั้งนี้ขอความกรุณาทุกท่านได้ทำแบบประเมินความพึงพอใจโดยสแกน QR code บนสกรีนนะครับซึ่งเราจะได้โชว์
So I would like to inform everyone, especially the participants that joined the ceremony since the morning from the online and also joining the seminar in the afternoon session. We will give out the QR code and the link to the survey form to confirm your name on the certificate and the email in the chat box and on the screen. So please check your name and email and make sure they spell correctly for the certificate.
ครับตั้งแต่เช้าจนถึงบัดนี้นะครับเราได้ร่วมเฉลิมฉลองกิจกรรมวันวิสาขบูชาวันสำคัญสากลของโลกครั้งที่ 17 ที่ศูนย์ประชุมสหประชาชาติถนนราชดำเนินนอกแห่งนี้บัดนี้เราจะเข้าสู่พิธีปิดการประชุมการเฉลิมฉลองในครั้งนี้ก้าวขอกราบอาราธนาพระเดชพระคุณศาสตราจารย์ดร.พระพรหมบัณฑิตกรรมการมหาเถรสมาคมอุปนายกสภามหาวิทยาลัยมหาจุฬาลงกรณราชวิทยาลัยประธานสภาสากลวันวิสาขบูชาวันสำคัญของโลกและประธานสมาคมมหาวิทยาลัยพระพุทธศาสนานานาชาติได้เมตตาได้สรุปและกล่าวปิดการประชุมการเฉลิมฉลองวันวิสาขบูชาวันสำคัญสากลของโลกครั้งที่ 17 ปี 2565 ขอกราบอาราธนาพระเดชพระคุณด้วยความเคารพอย่างยิ่งครับ
Now we are coming close to the end of the ceremony for today. And at this point in time, may I respectfully invite the most venerable Professor Dr. Praprama Bandit, former rector of Mahajula Rajvidyalaya University, a member of Sankha Supreme Council, Vice President of Mahajula Rajvidyalaya University, President of International Council of United Nations Days of Vesak, and President of International Association of Buddhism, Buddhist University, to deliver a closing speech. Please, Venerable.
Respected members of the Sangha and friends, we have been celebrating United Nations Days of Vesak together since this morning up to now. It's a matter of joy and happiness in many counts. One thing is that although this celebration was not as grand as it was in the past 16 years. But it means a lot because we have overcome difficulty to organize this kind of international Vesak celebration. We have overcome fear of COVID-19 outbreak. Social distancing has kept us far from each other. Logistically, in many countries. COVID-19 prevented Buddhist leaders and scholars from coming to celebrate Vesak here together. That is the great obstacle. Anyhow, we managed to outreach the Buddhist leaders and scholars, especially in the ICDV, International Council for the Day of Vesak. We convene online meeting. We select new EXCO members. And the executive committee's members plan for this celebration. We set up steering committee. I have to mention the names. And this steering committee responsible for preparation work for the Vesak celebration. This committee is led by my Vice President, Venerable Dhammaratana. He's in Paris. Working tirelessly, this committee, to prepare for today's celebration. Our organization is honored to welcome a new Vice President, Most Venerable Yan, who is President of Buddhist Association of China. His team is very helpful and give moral support to our cause. So we made decision that this year we will celebrate together on site and online. On site means we have to come here. Fortunate and very unfortunate for the last 2 years. This place was not open for Vesak celebration because the policy of the UN ESCAP followed the guideline of the Thai government, the host country. This place didn't allow us to come to celebrate because UN ESCAP doesn't want to be a location of a cluster of COVID-19 spreading. That is understandable. But for this year, fortunately, the COVID-19 outbreak subsides. The local, the host country, that is Thailand government, relaxed the policy regarding the pandemic situation. So when we approach UNESCAP for using facility here, they allow us to come here under the condition that facility here open for the celebration under the condition that only 25% of capacity of this hall is allowed. Usually this room capacity is 1,000. So 25% means we are allowed to bring in people to celebrate here 250 persons. So with this adjustment, we have come together here with a view of international organization, Buddhist leaders, scholars, to join our celebration and the conference. Not in person, but through virtual meeting. That's why we send invitation to the keynote speaker to have a recorded message of his speech to broadcast to us. And above all, we receive the video message of His Holiness Sankaracha of Thailand. And of the Buddhist leaders in many countries that we have watched in the morning. And above all, Deputy Prime Minister of Thailand, Dr. Wisanu Kriyangam, expressed his willing to come in person. That is beyond our expectation. When he arrived here, before entering this hall, he congratulated us on behalf of the Thai government for being able to organize this international gathering. Because it sent a message to the world outside Thailand that our country have come to the more normal life. In part, it is very powerful message. This is the world body. If we organize this kind of celebration in one temple or one university, it would not have much impact. Because scholars like Professor Vanchai join us here. And we have scholars from around the world who join in the panel discussions. That means a lot for a country. With this consideration and understanding, our Deputy Prime Minister accepted invitation to come in person. And we invited the keynote speaker, that is Bhikkhu Bodhi. Not only that, he will give a wonderful speech on compassion, Buddhist policy to deal with two kinds of crises. One he mentioned is economic crisis. Economic crisis and environmental crisis that the world is facing. And the two crises are interconnected. Economic crisis make people poorer. And to harm natural environment to make a living, cause climate change to arise. And because of climate change, many problems like flooding, bushfire, and other kinds of problems arise and make people poorer. So it is interconnected like that. And the Buddhists have to provide the way out to the crisis. But Bhikkhu Bodhi has proposed analysis to the root cause of the problem by using Four Noble Truths analysis. Our panelists talk about the analysis of the cause of the problem by means of Four Noble Truths. Our Deputy Prime Minister touched upon the concept of compassion and talking about 6 factors of crisis mentioned in the UN meeting. For example, he talked about the crisis is due to aging society. Crisis is due to many other factors that have to be dealt with, and provide his answer and response. When we listen to presentation by these scholars, practitioners on the matter related to pandemic and conflict, it gives us inspiration and wisdom. More than that, it gives us hope. So far as we can overcome obstacle of pandemic outbreak, we can achieve many things by working together. If fear keeps us far from each other, then we will not be able to achieve anything. Sukha Sanghasa Samakhi. Unity is the cause of happiness. Another chapter of unity going on in the other room. That is a workshop on Tipitaka Translation Project. It's continuation of discussion of international scholar and Thai scholar on how to translate the whole set of Pali Tipitaka of Sayamrat edition into English. This project initiated by the Supreme Sangha Council of Thailand and supported by the Thai government to honor His Majesty King Mhavaฬลงกรณ์ on the occasion of his coronation and his proclamation of himself to be a royal patron of Buddhism. So by organizing a workshop in conjunction, a workshop on Tipitaka translation in conjunction with Vesak celebration, it means a lot. We not only to pay tribute to our king, but also we take it auspicious occasion of Vesak to spread the message of the Buddha to translation of Tipitaka that give the more stimulation to participants to contribute, to discuss a lot in the other room. And they arrive at the conclusion how to work together to achieve the target of bringing out Tipitaka translation, English version, that was happening in the workshop. Now come to this moment. It's moment of contemplation on the three virtues of the Buddha. As our Deputy Prime Minister has mentioned in the morning, Panya, the Buddha attained enlightenment, getting wisdom of Panya on the Vesak day. Panya gives rise to purity, visuddhi, and karuna, compassion. If the Buddhists in the world just remind themselves that we worship the Buddha by patipatti, puja, not just by lip service, by practicing his teaching, following his footsteps, we cultivate the three cardinal virtues of the Buddha: Panya, wisdom, visuddhi, purity, and karuna, compassion, and applied in daily life and practicing it to worship the Buddha. Then all the crises will be overcome. Four Noble Truths start with dukkha. Dukkha is close to crisis. If we are hopeless, thinking that we cannot overcome dukkha, then we are pessimistic. If we have confidence that always a dream of happiness, nirodha, your life have no problem at all, you fall into another extreme, optimistic point of view. Life is a balance between dukkha and nirodha. There is crisis. The crisis to be overcome, and we can reach the point of nirodha, cessation of dukkha and happiness. By makkha, the peaceful means way prescribed by the Buddha. That is the way of compassion. And we have expressed ourselves quite well by coming together, cultivating wisdom by presenting and listening each other. It means a lot. This is the way to worship the Buddha by practicing. Next year, Vesak's celebration haven't been fixed where to organize. I received a letter from one country requesting to be a host of Vesak celebration next year. But I have to wait for the decision to be made by the EXCO, Executive Committee of the Vesak International Council for the Day of Vesak. So I cannot make announcement in advance where to meet together again for International Vesak celebration next year. One of the delegates from Japan told me that when he entered into this room, celebration here is a place of unity, bringing people around the world here. After the outbreak of COVID-19, this United Nations Conference Center may be the best place to reunite the Buddhists around the world for next year Vesak celebration. That is very good suggestion, but up to the decision to be made by the EXCO. If we want to be the host country once again, when the situation, COVID situation permit us to do that, we have to work harder and prepare more for that purpose. At least this suggestion, this request make us happier because they think that Vesak is very meaningful and they want it to continue. It means they like it. I hope that all of you like Vesak celebration here and are happy here. So happiness can be in your mind. With good memory, we'll be back to meet again to celebrate Vesak, either here or in the place. Thank you all for coming, and I declare this celebration close at this place and meet again in our temple or somewhere else. So may the triple gem bless you all for happiness and be free from COVID-19. Thank you very much.
ครับขอบพระคุณพระเดชพระคุณศาสตราจารย์ดร.พระพรหมบัณฑิตกรรมการมหาเถรสมาคมอุปนายกสภามหาวิทยาลัยมหาจุฬาลงกรณราชวิทยาลัยประธานสภาสากลวิสาขบูชาโลกและประธานสมาคมมหาวิทยาลัยพระพุทธศาสนานานาชาติที่เมตตาได้กล่าวสรุปและปิดการจัดกิจกรรมเฉลิมฉลองวิสาขบูชาครั้งที่ 17 ที่กรุงเทพมหานครในวันนี้ครับและก็เราจะปิดท้ายด้วยการถ่ายภาพหมู่นะครับ
So we would like to express our sincere thanks and gratitude to the most venerable Professor Dr. Prapama Bandit, a member of Sangha Supreme Council, Vice President ofฬาลงกรณราชว University, President of International Council of United Nations, and President of International Associate of Buddhist University for delivering an insightful speech for all participants. And now we would like to invite all of you on the stage for the group photo, please.
ครับส่วนปีต่อไปการเฉลิมฉลองวันวิสาขบูชาวันสำคัญสากลของโลกครั้งที่ 18 ปี 2566 จะเป็นที่ไหนอย่างไรเราก็จะรอการตัดสินใจของคณะกรรมการสมาคมสภาสากลวิสาขบูชาโลกที่จะได้ตัดสินใจอีกครั้งหนึ่งนะครับ
And for the 18th United Day of Vesak celebration 2023, the host country have not been yet decided, and so we will have to wait for the decision making with the committee.
ครับอย่าลืมประเมินความพึงพอใจซึ่งทางคณะกรรมการจัดงานโดยเฉพาะในทีมของเลขาจะได้ขึ้น QR code เพื่อจะให้ทุกท่านได้สแกนหลังจากที่ประเมินความพึงพอใจเป็นที่เรียบร้อยแล้วท่านสามารถที่จะดาวน์โหลดเกียรติบัตรการเข้าร่วมงานในปีนี้ซึ่งถือว่าเป็นงานนานาชาตินะครับ
And please be kindly reminded that there will be a QR code and link for the certificate and the survey form. So please make sure you fill out the survey.
ครับการจัดงานเฉลิมฉลองวิสาขบูชาวันสำคัญสากลของโลกครั้งที่ 17 มาตั้งแต่วันที่ 11 ซึ่งมหาวิทยาลัยมหามกุฏราชวิทยาลัยได้รับหน้าที่เป็นเจ้าภาพ1 วันและวันที่ 12 ทางมหาวิทยาลัยมหาจุฬาลงกรณราชวิทยาลัยได้เป็นเจ้าภาพที่มหาวิทยาลัยมหาจุฬาลงกรณราชวิทยาลัยลำไส้วังน้อยพระนครศรีอยุธยาและในวันที่ 11-12 ก็มีเวิร์กช็อปซึ่งได้ประชุมคณะกรรมการแปลพระไตรปิฎกที่วัดประยุรวงศาวาสเต็มองค์คณะและก็วันนี้วันที่ 13 เราก็ได้มาร่วมเฉลิมฉลองวันวิสาขบูชาวันสำคัญสากลของโลกซึ่งเราได้ฟังปาฐกถาได้ฟังคีโนสปีชก็คือองค์ปาฐกที่ได้ปาฐกหัวข้อสำคัญรวมทั้งวิทยากรทุกท่านที่เป็นผู้นำทางศาสนาเป็นนักปราชญ์เป็นนักวิชาการก็ถือว่าเป็นการแสดงถึงคำสอนขององค์สมเด็จพระสัมมาสัมพุทธเจ้าณวันที่พระองค์ตรัสรู้ใต้ต้นพระศรีมหาโพธิ์คือตรงวันที่เราเรียกว่าวิสาขบูชาจึงได้เกิดการเฉลิมฉลองในวันนี้นะครับก็ขอบคุณทุกท่านที่ได้มาร่วมงานที่ออนไซต์ที่ศูนย์ประชุมแห่งชาติสิริกิติ์แห่งนี้รวมทั้งย้อนกลับไปที่มหาจุฬาและมหามกุฏด้วยและขอบคุณทุกท่านที่ได้รับชมทางออนไลน์โดยเฉพาะผ่านระบบ Zoom แอปพลิเคชันและก็ผ่าน MCU TV ทุกแพลตฟอร์มขอบคุณอย่างยิ่งครับ
Now we have come to the end of our program. It is very special occasion today that all the Buddhists around the world gather both online and on-site at the United Nations Conference Center in Bangkok, Thailand to celebrate the 17th United Nations Day of Vesak this year together. Thank you, most venerables, Buddhist scholars, distinguished Buddhist scholars and fellow Buddhist practitioners and all distinguished participants to come and participate in this meaningful event together this year.
และขอบคุณมดงานทีมงานเลขาของมหาวิทยาลัยมหาจุฬาลงกรณราชวิทยาลัยที่ได้ทำงานกันเตรียมงานกันรวมทั้งขอบคุณทางทีมของ UN SCAP ด้วยนะครับที่ได้ประสานงานกันจนงานนี้ประสบผลสำเร็จลงได้ดีเจอกันปีหน้าส่วนจะเป็นที่ใดหวังว่าทุกท่านจะได้รอการตัดสินใจของคณะกรรมการสภาสากลวิสาขบูชาโลกว่าจะเป็นที่แห่งใดนะครับ
So we would like to thank all the